Chapter 1001 Military System Young and Promising. Fiji was trying to refute, but suddenly he closed his mouth. He suddenly realized a problem. This Zusansi was promoted by Xiaoming himself, and he suddenly figured out the joints. Xiaoming was waiting for Fiji to speak, but when he saw that he suddenly did not speak, he still understood that Fiji had figured it out and why he did it. Since ancient times, military power has been a thorny issue. If it is not handled properly, it will be overwhelmed. The purpose of setting up the 6 military regions is not only to facilitate dispatching, but also rarely constrain each other. One military region had a problem, and he still had 5 military regions to deal with it, so as not to end up with all enemies. Therefore, he could not take the risk to let the 2 military regions be controlled by the Luo family at the same time, because it would be out of balance. As for why Zusansi was chosen, the reason is very simple. He is to break the solidification of the military class and let ordinary soldiers see the hope of promotion, instead of letting his army fall into the embarrassing situation of the general family controlling the army again. Old F, do you have any objections? Xiaoming asked again. Back to the emperor, the old minister has no objection. Fiji cautiously said that military affairs have always been extremely sensitive. Generally speaking, Xiaoming rarely discusses military affairs with them. After all, military affairs are separated and they have no right to intervene. Xiaoming's question today was obviously tentative. Well, since you have no objections, this matter has been set. Nu Ben and Liu Oquanju have signed this booklet. You should sign one by yourself. Xiaoming smirked and sent him from the 6 military regions. The folder was spread on the table. Pang Yukun and Fiji looked at each other a little helplessly. Their emperor is now becoming more and more cunning. The 4 of them are named after the military reform, which means that this decision was jointly negotiated by them, and those powerful children with damaged interests arrived. I'm afraid it's time to come and scold the street. But even so, they have to sign. Who makes the person in front of him the emperor? With a bitter face, Pang Yukun and Fiji wrote their names on the notes of military reform before they were allowed to go back. After the 2 left, Qian Defu said, "The emperor, the old Pang Shufu and Fja are still the same. They are separated from each other in appearance. It is right to be separated from each other. It is strange for them to wear a pair of pants." Xiaoming has now given up on reconciling the relationship between the 2 because he found that everything was in vain. Both of them are important state ministers, but the interest groups behind them are different. This kind of contradiction cannot be reconciled. This situation is quite similar to that of political parties in Western countries. They serve the same monarch but represent the interests of different classes. Therefore, his only requirement for the 2 of them is not to harm the national interest, otherwise he will not give face to anyone. Qian Defu laughed softly. The emperor said that it would be troublesome if the courtiers wear a pair of pants. After a pause, he said happily, "This time the battle on the grassland, the Golden Horde has gone. Now it is just fish on the cutting board. The most important thing is that from now on this thousands of miles of grassland will be the racetrack of the empire." Xiaoming laughed loudly when he heard the words. Although the 16 states of Yanyan County are excellent pastures, it would be a waste to use these areas as pastures. After all, this is an important industrial area with abundant resources in later generations. Now that the Chinese Empire has vast grasslands, the grasslands of the 16 states of Yanyan can be moved to rebuild a prosperous city here. Thinking of this, he said, "The first battle on the prairie proved that the era of cavalry is over, and the era of large-scale horse breeding is also facing an end. Therefore, I only intend to keep a limited number of horse farms and turn more horse farms into cattle farms, or a dairy farm. Strive for everyone in the Chinese Empire to drink milk." Cows. Qian Defu is unheard of. Old slaves have only heard of scalpers, but this cow has never heard of them. Xiaoming said, "This cow is known as the black and white cow, and the place of origin is the Netherlands. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is in contact with the Dutch embassy to prepare to import some cows from the Netherlands. If it is not enough, I will also import from other European countries." It turned out to be from the Netherlands, but it's okay for the Netherlands to say that other European countries are probably. Qian Defu shook his head. feeling a little impossible. Xiaoming understood Qian Defu's thoughts. He said, "Don't think that if we defeat the United Fleet, the relationship between the European countries and the country will drop to the freezing point." Qian Defu smiled knowingly, saying that this prairie has been drinking goat milk and horse milk since childhood, so he is strong. If the people of Dau can drink milk, the people's body will be stronger than the barbarians. The two chatted for a while, and Xiaoming once again looked at the world map in front of him. Now a large area of red has been mapped on this map. These red areas are the areas currently controlled by Dau State, and they have been going south from Heilongjiang in the extreme north. The ocean reached the Philippines and the Malacca, from the waters in the east to the country of Korea to Goryeo, and to the west to the modern steppes of Inner Mongolia and out to Mongolia. The outline of the Chinese Empire is now gradually fuller. The remaining uncompleted areas are the contemporary Xinjiang area and the Tubo area. The former can be recovered immediately, while the latter will be a little more troublesome. However, he has a chance to win this, because he can take it at any time. The most important issue now is to complete the military reform, and at the same time allocate machine guns to each regiment level unit and reserve large quantities of ammunition. As the saying goes, sharpening knives does not accidentally chop wood. Only when the army is sharpened can the next war be able to break through. And his next main enemy is in Europe. These dung sticks have harmed him for so long, it should be a cat playing with these European rats. Thinking of this, he made an oral order to ask Qian Defu to find Yang Cheng'ai. Now Yang Cheng'ai is mainly responsible for industrial production, including military industry. With the use of metal bullets, the military production capacity has been seriously insufficient. He wants to expand the scale of the military factory and refine the military production at the same time, separate the ammunition production line, the gun production line, and the artillery production line to establish a more systematic and comprehensive military system. Cabinet. After receiving Xiaoming's order, Yang Cheng'ai immediately took action. The next day, he summoned mainstream military industry figures including Song Chengping, Chen Qi, Lu Tong, and Zhang Liu. After telling everyone about Xiaoming's oral statement, he said, "The ammunition consumption of this battle on the grassland is serious. It can be said that the reserves of this period of time have almost been exhausted. A battle on the grassland has caused our ammunition to dry up. If we face a greater war, our guns and artillery will become furnishings on the battlefield, and our soldiers will face life threats. Although I and you are not on the battlefield, logistics is the guarantee of the army's combat effectiveness. So you guys, this time, I will work with me to establish a complete military system and classification to ensure the supply of ammunition." Chapter 1002. Dissatisfied light blue smoke floated in the small conference room. While smoking a cigarette, Yang Cheng'ai took out a set of procedures. This procedure was also sent by Qian Defu. The division and specific operations of the military system are detailed above. He asked people to copy many copies, and now everyone has sent one copy. After taking a deep breath of this cigarette that had just appeared on the market, Yang Cheng'ai exhaled a smoke ring with enjoyment. He went on to say, "I have already said hello to the machinery factory. I will give priority to the production of military factories in the next year. The required machinery and lathes, the thermal power plant will also guarantee your power supply, and the funds prepared for you are also sufficient. Within 1 year, the firearms factory must have independent assembly lines for all types of firearms, and the production of self-sufficient firearms must also. The most important thing to be able to produce firearms for export is the development of various types of weapons, one type of equipment, one type of research and one type of design." Yang Cheng'ai didn't know how to manufacture guns, but he could understand the plan attached to the back of the regulations. After the metal bullets appeared, the military industry was going to be truly reborn. Song Chengping was dumbfounded when he got the regulations, especially in the production plan of the gun factory. The emperor had already formulated the guns he needed to develop and produce. In fact, it was research and development, and Song Chengping was very clear that it was just an imitation. because almost every type of firearm was manufactured on the drawings provided by the Emperor. This time is no exception. The Plan J lists specific firearms drawings, including pistols, heavy machine guns, sniper rifles, and Chinese-style changes. In addition to the same procedures, everyone present today has different plans. He has his own, and Chen Qi also has his own, and the plan is written with the word top secret. But judging from the look on everyone's face, these things will be amazing weapon designs. At this time, Song Qingping couldn't help but worship Xiaoming again. This omnipotent emperor was the ultimate weapon of the Chinese Empire. While Yang Cheng'ai was busy, the military reform order was officially issued. As the order passed to the army, the generals returned to King Zhu to wait for the official appointment from the court. Lu House. Lu Fu had just returned from Jinling City, and the general who knew the news in advance was already waiting for him at the door. Seeing this scene, Lu frowned first, then smiled and greeted the visiting general. When receiving news of the military reform, Lu Fu's first reaction was the emperor can really toss the military reform in 2 days. But after thinking about it, he was relieved again, because military development was the fastest for the empire, and those who did not reform could not adapt to more and more advanced weapons and tactics. And he was unhappy about the appointment as the commander of the Central Military Region, because the life he really wanted to live was on the battlefield, rather than being trapped in King's Zoo like a bird in a cage. But even if his head is not bright, he can smell it. Let him be the commander of the Central Military Region. The emperor trusts him. In turn, not everyone trusts the emperor. So he returned to King's Zoo happily, and these generals who came to visit him undoubtedly wanted to enter the Central Army, or wanted to stay in the Central Army. He was upset because he had always disliked these courtesy exchanges, and smiled strongly because he understood that it was not the time to offend these people. After all, some people here are all relatives of the emperor, and he won't be too late to deal with them when he is firmly seated as the commander of the Central Army. Back in the mansion, Lu Fu casually chatted with the others for a while before letting the generals go back on the grounds that they needed to rest during the long journey. He was about to rest when there was a loud noise outside the door, and Liu Oxin, Qi Guanyi, Yi Qinyan, Thunder, Zhu Sansi and others entered in file, and he greeted him immediately. Ha ha ha, it is a rare occasion for the commanders of the 6 military regions to gather together today. If it is discovered by a reporter, it is estimated that this will be the headline in the newspaper tomorrow. Qi Guanyi smiled heartily. Yi Qinyan said, "You are not afraid of the shadow, whatever the newspaper. After this military reform meeting, we still don't know when we can meet again." Liu Oxin laughed and said, "I'm afraid you don't want to come back. In colonies such as Goryeo and Wa, you are much happier than in China. Today, it is better to talk about the taste of this Korean woman and what country. Go, 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 if you are greedy, give me 1,000 golden dragons. It is not a problem for me to collect dozens of them in Korea and Wa." Yi Qinyan was a little guilty and sweated on his forehead. Ming said bitterly, "You are all at ease. I go directly to the southeast from Yaosu. It is estimated that the emperor is not pleasing to my eyes." Liu Oxin laughed twice when he heard the words, and he said, "Of course, the celebrity in front of the emperor is Zhu Sansi, and you Thunder is Daylily." Lu Fu's face changed slightly. Liu Oxin looked like a joke, but he and Liu Oxin were the most familiar, and it was easy to hear the difference. Liu Oxin was clearly teasing Zhu Sansi. He was also surprised when he received the list of appointments, but he was thick and thin. Thinking about it, he understood. Sure enough, Zhu Sansi showed an unnatural smile. After receiving the order, he was always anxious, but the sudden arrival of Sheng Chong caught him a bit by surprise. But how did he refuse? In embarrassment, he came to Lu Mansion and wanted to listen to Lu Fu's advice. After all, he came from Lu Fu's command. He never wanted to meet Liu Oxin and others on the way, so he had to bite the bullet and come together. Commander Liu O made a joke. How can Zhu Sansi and he to be called a celebrity? Maybe it's just a joke of the emperor. Zhu Sansi said loudly. Qi Guanyi's eyes rolled. He interrupted and said, We are coming to Lu Mansion today to eat poor Lu. The commander of the Central Army is much more glorious than us. Commander Lu is not quick to get the food and drink. Come up. Lu laughed loudly and took the opportunity to let the servants in the house put on a banquet. Luo house. Luo Hong was drunk and scolded by Luo Quan. The news of military reform came, and the war in Rosa was suspended while waiting for the arrival of equipment equipped with lancers. So he and Nu Ben returned to Qingzhou and participated in the military reform meeting for the last time. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived home, he saw Luo Hong, who was so drunk, and he was short of breath. "Asshole thing, I can't understand this. You have been a military commander all these years. There are 6 in this military area. 2. The emperor will do this. The ministers will agree. At that time, countless Luo family will threaten the throne to the emperor. At that time, the Luo family is really dangerous. The emperor's decision is to suppress our Luo family. Isn't it protecting the Luo family?" Luo Hong said drunkenly. "Then why did you choose Luo Xin, not me, the Luo family? I am the eldest son." "Is it because I am the first emperor and the old minister?" "After all, the emperor still looks down on our old ministers." "Very respected, but now that Pang Yukan is the chief minister of the cabinet." Reconciliation. Chapter 1003. Suspicion. What's the answer? Whose is this world? Do you still need your consent for the emperor to appoint the cabinet chief? Don't forget what the emperor said, we can only get what he gives us, and we can't grab what he doesn't give us. Luo Quan blew his beard and stared. This Luo Hong is his son, and this Luo Xin is also his son. The palms and backs of his hands are full of meat. But even though the empire has been reformed so far, the concept of the concubine and concubine has not changed much. They are characters from the era of Xiao and Xuan, and it is even more difficult for them to easily let go of the concepts that affect their lives. The ideas promoted by the empire are still accepted relatively quickly by children who have just entered the novice school. Luo Hong stood up swayingly, his eyes reddened. "Father." From Chang'an to Qingzhou, the boy followed Wang Wei, Yan Wang, and Zhao Wang all the way. Even if there is no credit, this hard work is always there. So Zhu Sansi had any credit, so he hit Yaksa. "Do you think the child cannot be succumbed?" This year, the child is more than 40 years old, and now he cannot be promoted to the commander of the military region, so his career will end. Luo Quan opened his mouth to say something, and finally he sighed. He said, "This is all my father's fault. You should be sent to Qingzhou back then." In this way, the commander of the military region belongs to you. Father Luo, father indeed owes you too much. Luo Hong was stunned. He woke up mostly drunk, lowered his head and pondered for a while. He sighed deeply. "Father, shouldn't this matter be stopped? If so, wouldn't the courtiers headed by Pang Yukan become less and less? We have it in our eyes." Luo Quan frowned. He was wary. "Then what do you want to do?" A few days ago, Tong had been drinking with his son. During the period he mentioned that his eldest son was not yet married. He meant to marry our Luo family. The son thought that his daughter Sisa would also have 16 this year. "When it is time, it will be a beautiful thing," Luo Hong said loudly. "Ftong, are you talking about Pavilion's nephew, Ftong?" "Exactly. If the Luo family and the family marry, with the power of the two families, the emperor will have to pay attention to us, father. This is also for the sake of our descendants of the Luo family. It was good for us to fight with the emperor in the past and work together, but now that the country is stable, it is time to think about it. Even if the emperor is nostalgic, Pang Yukan and others may not be able to tolerate us." Luo Hong continued to say that Luo Quan is old, and the position of the head of the Luo family will be his soon. Now he is thinking with the Luo family's thinking. Luo Quan hesitated. He knew very well that Xiao Ming was not Xiao Wenxuan, not even as easy to figure out as any king in history. He is also not sure what response this will cause, but throughout the ages, the family has always been right. The Luo family's heirs can't take an ordinary people's daughter as his wife. There seems to be nothing wrong with marrying the family. Seeing Luo Quan hesitated, Luo Hong said directly, "What is his father still hesitating?" "This Pang Shufu is much smarter than his father. It is said that he intends to let his son marry General Nu Ben's granddaughter." Hearing this, Liu Quan closed his eyes, and knew Ben said everything that was happening now. Because of this, the two of them would choose to retire at this juncture and stop worrying about the affairs of the court. In fact, he knew very well that sooner or later the conflicts in the court would erupt, and the more stable the country, the faster it would erupt, especially after the defeat of the barbarians. The deep-rooted threat to the north was gone. But at the same time, the will of everyone to unite to fight the country is gone. What is left is the contradiction that has been concealed in the rapid development of the past decade. Now every important official is now looking for his own position, whether he is neutral, or he chooses to hold a group to make fire, or walk alone. The position of the head of the Liu family is yours. You should choose how to choose yourself. But there is one thing. The court is a field of interest. It is excusable to fight for your favor for your benefit. The emperor is also happy to see the ministers fighting, so that his throne will become more stable. But there is one thing. You must not do things that touch the imperial power. Liu Quan said sharply. Father, Haiya doesn't have the courage. This military commander can't do it. Isn't it possible for Haiya to find a good place for her daughter? Liu Hong took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and started vomiting after lighting one. Liu Quan frowned when he saw this, and his power was enough to change a person. Now these words are deeply reflected in Liu Hong. He understands that his eldest son is a person who likes to be bullshit, and he is especially obsessed with rights. Over the years, he fought south and north in order to catch up with his younger brother, but in the end his efforts came to nothing. Perhaps this was what he lost. Root cause. From this point, he seemed to understand why the emperor chose Liu Xin instead of Liu Hong as the commander of the military region. The secret guards around the emperor are scattered all over the country, and it is impossible to have no understanding of important generals. Perhaps Liu Hong's dedication to power made Xiaoming choose Liu Xin. Thinking of this, he glanced at Liu Hong again and said, "Remember, you are responsible for the lives of thousands of people in the Liu family. Don't harm others because of your own gains or losses." After all, he turned and left. Now he belongs to the world of young people, and old people like him should also give up their positions. After all, he can't accompany these young people on the way. Yush Hufang. Xiaoming was reading a telegram, and since the cable telegram appeared, he deliberately left a telegram room in the side hall next to the imperial study room. In this way, the secret guard's intelligence can be passed to him at any time. During this period of time, the laying speed of cable telegrams is very fast. Now Kingzi reaches Dengzi in the east, Yaozi in the south, Chizi in the west, and Gzuzi in the south. You can get a telegram. Of course. He handed it over to the secret guard in the first place for this convenient information transmission system. The emperor, and this, now the 6 military commanders are in Luf's residence. Qian Fu sent a translated telegram to Xiaoming. These guys don't know how to keep a low profile. It is estimated that someone will impeach them soon. Xiaoming said helplessly. Qian Fu agrees. Yes. 6 military commanders are together, but others think they are going to rebel? That's not true. Zhu Sanxi happened to be passing by. Xiaoming picked up another telegram, which was very clear. Then he picked up another telegram. It says that Zhu Sanxi and Liu Xin have a verbal conflict. It seems that I chose Zhu Sanxi to be right. Aren't there 5 people? Qian Fu asked. Tao. Xiaoming laughed. That's right. It's not normal for them to get together, and it means that they cooperate in tacit understanding if they don't get together. Chapter 1004 Morning Assembly. This old slave is confused. Qian Fu scratched his head, really puzzled. Xiaoming explained indifferently, gathering together and drinking in broad daylight shows that they are open-hearted, there are no scruples, and there is no interest entanglement. If they are like strangers, it would be difficult to predict. The emperor's words are reasonable, so that Eldaf has a ghost in his heart. General Liu Quan came back this time. He didn't even visit. Qian Fu put another telegram on the table. He naturally has a guilty conscience. His nephew's family wants to marry Liu Hong. If he didn't instruct him, who would believe it? Xiaoming curled his lips. In the former Dau country, intermarriage between family members was almost a common practice. the Fiji family can stand upright. On the one hand, the Fiji family does not participate in party disputes. On the other hand, it is because the Fiji family has some vision in marriage. It is enough to see this from Fiji's insistence on marrying his daughter to him. But even maintaining neutrality requires strength. Obviously, Fiji is constantly strengthening the Fiji family's power network. It can be said that this is a habit inherited from the Fiji family. As for the marriage between subordinates, he naturally couldn't manage it as an emperor. After all, it was a family affair, and forcible intervention would only cause dissatisfaction. No emperor in the past did this. This is also impossible, and Pang Shufu can't avoid the vulgarity. After all, this cause and fate are all right, Qian Fu said with a smile. Xiaoming nodded slightly. In fact, he has now accepted this fact. Standing on a high place, he can see the changes of the times more clearly. The demise of a generation of princes and generals is only exchanged for another generation of princes and generals, and the outcome of history is always the same. Since the birth of private ownership, the imbalance of wealth has made equality impossible. The so-called change of dynasties is nothing more than the redistribution of benefits after the serious inequality between the rich and the poor. The people of the empire now support him so much because he allows most people to get the benefits they want. But with development, he understands that wealth will be unbalanced again, and no one can change this. And this also made him discover how difficult it is for Bai to maintain a country. The people who used to fight with him may become enemies of destroying the country in an instant, and he is becoming more and more like a lonely man. After reviewing the entire contents of the telegram, Xiaoming basically grasped the reaction caused by the military reform. Among them, Luo Hong is the one who is most dissatisfied with his decision. This is what he expected in advance, but the governance of the country cannot consider whose interests are harmed, but can only consider the side that is most beneficial to the stability of the country. Luo Hong was dissatisfied. The generals under his command were naturally out of nostrils. After all, most of these generals followed him from Qian. Regarding this issue, he decided to adopt a strategy of differentiation, promoting a part, suppressing a part, and minimizing the impact of this military reform. With this in mind, he drew up a list of whoever rises and who descends is on this list. After preparing for a day, Xiaoming came to Zhengde Guinkming Hall early the next day. Today, there are no civil officials in the court, but generals from all over the empire. In addition to military reforms, he also announced the tasks of military reforms for the army. At 8 o'clock, 320 generals in green uniforms arrived one after another. This is the main general in the empire's army today. Among them, the commander of the 6 military regions at the front on the left is the commander of the 6 military regions, and the 6 at the front on the right are the military commanders. Long live my emperor, long live, long live. With Qian Fu's announcement of the official start of the court meeting, the generals shouted 3 long live, free gift. Xiaoming's eyes swept across the generals, and he went on to say, today the mainstays of the imperial generals are gathered together, and you must be clear about what they are doing. With all kinds of weapons on the battlefield, the line soldiers have already become the past. In order to adapt to the next tactics, I decided to change the army to enhance the combat effectiveness of the imperial army, which includes the 6 military regions. In the face of a group of generals, General Xiaoming divided his military districts, and all appointments were announced in the hall, and then he waited for the general's response. As soon as his words fell, a general bowed and said, "The Emperor, the other 5 military commanders and generals have no objection, but the commander of the Eastern Military Region is really dissatisfied, and now the generals in the court are listed as generals. Most of them went to the north and south with the Emperor 12 years ago. Many of the generals were captains and captains at that time. Zhusansi was just an ordinary soldier at the time, not to mention that he did not have much military exploits. Even in terms of seniority, Zhusansi is not in the turn, and I really can't figure it out." Xiaoming looked at the generals who were in the queue. He was no stranger to this general. His name was Mark Sudong. He was also the first general of the King's Zhu army. He was also a captain when Zhusansi was enlisted. Finally will second. Finally will second. As soon as Mark Sudong's voice fell, more than 30 generals in a row came out to agree with Mark Sudong's statement. There were generals from various armies. Xiaoming had long anticipated such a result. Luf and the others had deep qualifications and no one dared to overrule them, but Zhusansi's prestige was too low, so the commander of the Eastern Military Region became the only position that could be moved. There is some sweetness in this military reform. The crowd. Liu Ohong's mouth showed a smile. He looked at Zhusansi to see how he accepted the move today. Zhusansi, who stood in the first row, looked a little embarrassed. He took the initiative to say, "The Emperor loves him so that he will take the post of commander of the eastern part of the general. It's just that the general will take the post of superficial qualifications. How can he take the secondary position? Kami hope the Emperor will take his life back." Xiaoming's expression was always calm as water. He didn't mean to blame these generals. Sometimes it's better to vent your dissatisfaction than hold back. He groaned for a while and said, "In this case, you should first listen to what the Eastern Military Region is, and it will not be too late." Luf, Liuxin, Thunder, Qi Guanyi, and Yikinyan's 5 military regions basically all currently belong to the Great Yu Kingdom. After the division, the extra Eastern Military Region basically has no troops. It is said that Zhusansi is a commander, but in fact he is just a division commander. Furthermore, there are 6 states in Qingzhou in the coastal area where there are central military garrisons. Why an Eastern Military Region? So the Eastern Military Region is divided according to its responsibilities after its establishment. The main purpose is to expedition to Alaska, along Alaska for the Empire to open up colonies in North America. North America. So far, is this different from exile? No wonder it is handed over to Zhusansi. Others are not happy. The generals talked about it, and the generals who were out of the queue couldn't wait to retreat. They didn't want to be a polished commander and go so far. Chapter 1005 North American Strategy. In a blink of an eye, the court hall was filled with whispers. Xiaoming carefully observed the expressions of the generals. When everyone stopped talking, he said loudly, "Since you guys think Zhusansi can't serve as the commander of the East, who is willing to take on this post?" The court fell into a dead silence and was silent for a while. Mark Sudong said, "Back to the Emperor, Zhusansi is young and promising. The expedition to Yaksa must have accumulated rich expedition experience. The commander of the Eastern Military Region is indeed very suitable for him." "So, you have no objections?" No. Mark Sudong sweated on his forehead. "What about the others?" Xiaoming looked around. His eyes swept over the generals one by one, and each general he saw lowered his head. With a sneer, he continued, "Since there is no objection, the position of commander in the East has been set, and the matter is over. If anyone dares to chew his tongue afterwards, don't blame me for being rude." Xiaoming's tone revealed sullen anger, and the generals could hear it, and they understood that this was the Emperor's wild dissatisfaction with them. Liu Ohong's expression also returned to normal. He didn't want to be sent to North America. No one opposed. Xiaoming asked Qian Defu to read the imperial decree and formally appointed the commander of the 6 military regions. Then Xiaoming set the history of each military region. Although the army has repeatedly changed, the position of Chengxi has remained the same. It is precisely because of the existence of these long histories that the army has not become the private soldiers of the generals and has always been loyal to his emperor. Therefore, after the military reform, he paid more and more attention to the position of Changxi, and in order to prevent Changxi and the chief military officer from confuse, Changxi had to be changed every 2 years. The appointment of generals came to an end, and Xiaoming continued to talk about the issue of army building, which was the top priority of military reform. According to his plan, the 6 military regions should all be independent and have all types of arms, and be able to stand alone in wars, and even when necessary, Great Yu can fight a 6-line war at the same time. After this military reform, Yu commanders must rationally build the services of their respective military districts, cavalry, infantry with mainly Chinese rifles, machine gun squad mainly with long flat machine guns, scouts in charge of investigation, and logistics personnel in charge of food and transportation. The artillery, mine-laying troops, and engineering troops must be well established. Only when all these are completed can the military reform be considered a success. Xiaoming said word by word. At the same time, he asked them to hand over the brand new rules for military construction to the 6 chief generals of Luft. These regulations have clear details, and it is enough to follow the above. The reason for this is that he doesn't want to make the generals take a detour. It is better to just walk on the right path. This is the same as the technological development and industrial and commercial development of the current empire. He now begins to formulate plans, whether it is a 5-year plan or a 10-year plan. Everyone and every part will be implemented in accordance with the plan he made. In this way, the empire he ruled truly achieved curve overtaking. A court meeting on military reform lasted all morning. The generals lost their thoughts about the position of commander and began to focus on the details of military reform. The rest of the time he specifically answered the questions raised by the generals. At the end of the court meeting, at noon, he set a banquet in the palace to entertain the generals. The generals returned one after another when they were full of wine and food. At this time, he asked Qiandafu to call Zhusanzi into the imperial study room. Emperor Zhusanzi looked a little worried. He was uncomfortable at today's meeting. Xiaoming smiled and said directly, "Let you be a polished commander, you won't blame me." "How dare you at the end?" Zhusanzi said. Xiaoming has always held a lofty position in his heart because he, like the people in King Zhu, has truly felt the change from poverty to wealth. They can only be grateful for Xiaoming who brought them out of suffering. Xiaoming nodded softly. "No way, if you don't do this, your position as commander will not be kept. Although I am the emperor, I cannot be absolutely dictatorial. I must always consider most of my ideas, otherwise if they are dissatisfied, you won't do things for me in the first place." The final general understands the troubles of the emperor, and sometimes he encounters this situation when he appoints a lieutenant general. Xiaoming is so approachable. Zhusanzi's spirit has also relaxed. Well, it's good for you to understand. Now they have reasons to oppose you. Therefore, after the establishment of the Eastern Military Region, you have to work hard. When you are full of wings, naturally you will no longer question your ability. While speaking, Xiaoming led Zhusanzi to the map of North America, and he continued, "Are you willing to go to North America? What I said at the court is not a joke. What the Emperor Jianfeng points to is what the minister is waiting for. The Emperor wants North America, and the final general will take it down for the Emperor," Zhusanzi said loudly. Xiaoming glanced at Zhusanzi and said, "Actually, I have been investigating you for a long time. The Battle of Yaksa is just a little trial. It turns out that my vision is correct. This North America is the place of heaven. I leave it to those thoughts. The impure generals are not at ease, so I finally decided to let you serve as the commander of the Eastern Military Region. The chosen place?" Zhusanzi didn't understand. Xiaoming explained, "Compared with the countless countries surrounding the empire, North America has a superior geographical location and has almost no natural enemies. Once there is a stable country here, within 100 years, this country will benefit from the country's geographic advantages and become a nation, a powerful country, and now, such a country has been established, but fortunately, this country is currently only 13 colonies connected together. Most areas are still landless. I need you to seize it in advance these areas." Zhusanzi looked at the standard colonial spot on the map and nodded. After a pause, he continued, "After you gain a foothold in North America, I will encourage emigration. You will be responsible for building our colonial state, gradually encroaching on North America, and eventually driving the Europeans from this land back to them home." For Zhusanzi, this has to be said to be a difficult task. He knows nothing about this place, but here is a country with the same level of civilization as Europe. Seeing Zhusanzi's concern, Xiaoming said, "Don't worry too much. We have left behind the European firearms. This time I will equip you with machine guns. The first place you will go is Alaska. After you arrive here, if you want to build a stronghold, Call it Syracuse. The word machine gun made Zusansi's expression relaxed. At least his equipment in the Eastern Military Region would not be bad. However, he was aware of a problem at the same time. It is naturally impossible for the number of troops to go to such a far place, because supply is a big problem. He can only continue to expand the army from the immigrants by continuously establishing colonies. Chapter 1006 Anglo-French messenger out of the palace. Zusansi looked up at the blue sky. To him, everything that is happening now is like a dream. Although he is the commander of the Eastern Military Region is equivalent to a polished commander, and his subordinates are just the foundation of the Northern March, he is already grateful to the Emperor. In the Imperial Study Room, the Emperor had already made it very clear. It was up to him whether he, the commander of the Eastern Region, could finally be equal to the other 5 military regions. Outside the palace gate, Gao Yingfeng and a group of generals were waiting for him. Seeing him coming out, all of them looked excited. Gao Yingfeng shouted excitedly, "Your Excellency Commander, congratulations! 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 Congratulations!" The other generals were equally excited. Zusansi gave a wry smile. The imperial decree has been issued. This military area appointment is no secret. It is not surprising that Gao Yingfeng and others learned of this from the collars of other generals. He said, "Don't be happy one by one. The hard days are still to come. Now you go back and prepare to receive a batch of machine guns. Before long, we will go to Alaska." Whether our Eastern Military District can grow bigger depends on whether it can be in North America. Take root. North America. Gao Yingfeng and others looked dumbfounded. Zusansi nodded, and told his subordinates what Xiao Ming had said to him. These people are his family and will be the backbone of the Eastern Military Region. When he finished speaking, everyone was relieved. Gao Yingfeng said, "It's so strange that the commander of the Eastern Military District can fall on the head of the division commander. This is a chore, but this yaksa is gone. We don't care what Alaska is going to. That is, we all crawled out of the same pile of dead people. We have to eat with the sufferings, and we share the blessings. Master, wherever you go, we will go with you." The generals yelled one by one, and the Battle of Yaksa made their relationship closer. Zusansi nodded, moved. With such a group of brothers, he is not afraid of anything. Everyone was talking. At this time, a luxurious carriage slowly approached, and a person with similar eyebrows and eyes like Zusansi jumped from the carriage. Zusansi smiled at the people who came, who was his brother Zhu Liu. "Brother, I've been waiting for you for a while, and my father and mother are waiting for you to go back to eat at home." Zhu Liu said. He now reminds that he is slightly fat, which has not changed much from his previous skinny appearance. Zusansi hasn't returned home for more than a year, and he misses his home very much. He said to Gao Yingfeng, "You will also go back and gather with your family this time. We will gather in the army in 2 days." Gao Yingfeng glanced at Zhu Liu. This Zhu Liu is now famous in Qingzhou. From building roads in Qingzhou city to establishing his own Zhu family chamber of commerce, Zhu Liu is now one of the top businessmen. Looking enviously at the two brothers Zusansi, Gao Yingfeng led a group of generals to leave. Zhu Liu smiled at this moment and said, "Brother, congratulations on your promotion to the commander of the Eastern Military Region. It seems that I can't match you in my life. You know that." Zusansi was taken aback, frowning. "Ha ha ha, there is a saying that being rich can make ghosts grind. Let's not hide it from you. My Chamber of Commerce has a military food factory, and many of the canned foods of the Northern Expedition are produced by this military food factory. Naturally, your brother and the quartermaster of the general staff also had a bit of contact. He just came out of the palace and told me this good news when he passed by." Zhu Liu looked smug. Zusansi's brows deepened. He looked at his younger brother and felt that the person in front of him was suddenly a little strange. He who was once unpretentious now looked sophisticated and thoughtful. 56. "You forgot what I said to you. The bigger your business now, the more you have to constrain. Why are you not obedient at all?" Zusansi rebuked. Zhu Liu laughed, and he said, "Brother, why are you nervous? We are just a business relationship. We just talked casually. And you are the commander now." He took the initiative to curry favor with our Zhu family, and it was not me?" asked. Zusansi's expression eased a little, and now he couldn't see that Zhou Liu's words were true or those words were false. Sighing, he got into the carriage and went home with Zhou Liu. After 2 days of rest at home, Zusansi returned to the army to formally set up the Eastern Military Region, and at the same time vigorous military reforms were also implemented. On the 3rd day of the military reform meeting, the commander of the military region and Chang Shi returned to their respective military regions to reform their troops in accordance with the regulations. At the same time, the military industry system was gradually improved under the supervision of Yang Cheng'ai, and the military factories worked overtime to produce weapons for the major military regions. In half a year, 3,000 machine guns and 2,000 guard artillery were assigned to the 6 military regions. At the same time, Qi Guanyi's lancers also completed the equipment update. With such results, Xiaoming is naturally very satisfied. For him, the advancement of the military reform is perfect. The next step for the empire is to expand abroad. But just as he was about to beat the drums of war, news came from Dengzhou that the British and French missions had arrived in Dengzhou, and they requested to enter Kingzhou for a visit. They still have the face to come to Kingzhou to meet them. They are so shameless. The emperor, in the opinion of the old officials, it is better not to see. Pang Yukan blows his beard and stares. The combined fleet was wiped out for more than a year, but the effects of the war remained in the hearts of every empire. Xiaoming shook his head. It's easy to get rid of the missions between countries, but some problems can't be resolved at the negotiating table, and wars hurt people and money and slow down economic development. After the 3 major tribes of the barbarians were destroyed, the minister's great power mentality swelled a lot, and they frequently clamored for war. They were quite a model of contemporary American emperors, but he was not at least confused. Although the country is big, he always keeps in mind the truth that belligerent will die. Is the emperor going to talk to them? Pang Yukan was a little surprised. Sometimes he couldn't understand Xiaoming's thoughts. After all, sometimes Xiaoming was like a war mad, and sometimes he was strangely calm, and he became more unable to guess his thoughts. 10 years ago, he still had some contempt for Xiaoming, always thinking that his talents and learning could hold him in his hands, but now he is often afraid of Xiaoming. Talk. It won't be too late if we can't agree, and I want to take this opportunity to let the enter Europe and obtain real information. We can't believe what the Dutch said, Xiaoming said. Pang Yukan nodded. If so, the old minister will ask the Foreign Affairs Department to prepare and take them to Kingzhou. Xiaoming nodded. His eyes rolled, and he continued, also, let Luft dispatch 1,000 elite from the Central Army to line up at the gate of the city tomorrow, demonstrating the mighty military power of the empire. 8. Chapter 1007 questioned the scenery outside the window passed by with the steam locomotive. Both Brooke and Henry had complex expressions on their faces. Although rumors about steam locomotives have already existed in Europe, they were shocked by what they saw with their own eyes. Woo! The sirens of the train sounded, which meant that the steam locomotive was about to enter the station. This locomotive had stopped at 2 platforms on the road, and this was the 3rd one. Glancing at each other, Brooke and Henry looked out the window at the same time. At this time, the trees on both sides of the railway gradually became all, and the locomotive entered the outside of a city. Here, black smoke columns rose into the sky, with black smoke or white smoke, and the noisy sound of the steam engine could be heard clearly even when he was sitting in the carriage. They understood that this was the industrial area of Dayu State, a special area full of factories. They also saw similar areas in the 2 cities they came to. It's horrible. The industrial development of Dayu country is too fast. It is said that a few years ago the factories were only distributed in Kingzhou. Now it seems that every city has its own industrial zone. Brooke said that he was ordered by the Queen of England to come to Dayu. Henry, who was sitting across from Brooke, was from France and came to Dayu on behalf of France. He said, We got on the car from Dengzhou, and we haven't arrived in Qingzhou 5 hours later. This is the most terrifying thing. If this car, the locomotive, is in France, we have already crossed France. What you see now is only 3 cities. You can imagine how many such cities are on this land. Fighting against such a country, our country is crazy. Brooke was still arrogant before coming to Qingzhou, but now he suddenly felt inferior. Sighing, he said, I hope we can reach an agreement with the Emperor of the Kingdom of Dao this time, otherwise it will really be a disaster. Unlike Brooke, Henry was born in the army and was a soldier before he came here. He said, this may be a good thing for France. André's stupid policy is bringing France into the abyss. Now someone should make him sober. When the two were chatting, the locomotive had already added coal and water. The steam whistle sounded again, and the steam locomotive rumbling forward. They would go to Qingzhou, the bottom station of the steam locomotive. Tang Wenji sat on the left side of Brooke and Henry across the sidewalk. Although the conversation between the two was very quiet, some words still fell into his ears. For him, who is proficient in European languages, he can easily determine the general meaning of the two. Xinji said heartily, the things that make you afraid are still behind. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the steam locomotive slowly entered the Qingzhou battle. This time the locomotive did not stop at the platform in the city, but stopped at the new station outside Qingzhou City, Qingzhou East Station. With more and more stations connected to Qingzhou, the old Qingzhou station could no longer handle the huge number of locomotives, so the railway department established a larger platform, and the old station only stops a few trains. Compared with the industrial zone on the road, Brooke and Henry really opened their eyes this time. Compared with the industrial zone in Qingzhou, other cities are simply insignificant. An industrial zone outside Qingzhou City is connected to an industrial zone, which surrounds the entire Qingzhou City. The two envoys are leading your people to come with me. Don't walk around, otherwise it will be very troublesome to be caught by the guards. Tang Wenji seemed to remind, but in fact frightened. Although Qingzhou's prosperous industry can't hide it, he still wants these people to know less about it. Brooke and Henry dare not care, they belong to the defeated. It is wise to be honest, otherwise their improper words and deeds will only bring disaster to the country. Yibu also tended to follow Tang Wenji, and a group of people walked along the spacious concrete road towards Qingzhou City. On the road, the two of them looked at the road under their feet from time to time, and stared at the bicycles and tricycles passing by. Everything here is so magical that they are overwhelmed, and when they were about to reach the gate of the city, the two of them were at ease, because there were soldiers on both sides of the gate lined up on the roadside. These soldiers were wearing dark green uniforms, with helmets on their heads, one hand placed vertically on their legs, and the other hand placed the bayonet-mounted musket vertically on the ground. In the middle of the team, there are 6 field guns with weird shapes, but their horrible lethality can be seen from their appearance. Henry and Brooke suddenly felt a chill behind their backs. This is because Dao country is showing them its powerful military power, and they are also clearing what these soldiers represent. It is crazy to fight against such a powerful empire in Asia, the continent furthest from Europe. Tang Wenji noticed the look of the two of them, and he was very satisfied with it. They hadn't shown all the things yet. As for whether to use the things that were not shown, it depends on their sincerity. Entering Qingzhou City, Tang Wenji arranged the two in the inn of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. At 3:30, he led them to the palace. Xiaoming is already waiting for the two in the upright hall of light. For him, sending envoys from Europe is undoubtedly a low profile. They are beginning to realize that they need to reduce the frontal conflict. Brooke, Henry see the respectable Emperor of the Kingdom of Yu. When they arrived in the hall, Brooke and Henry saluted them one after another. Then the two took out the gift list and read out the names of a lot of luxurious items, such as pearls, golden statues, gems and the like. Not interested in these, Xiaoming. You reading www.yuukanzu.com is just listening. After all, no amount of gems is as real to him as a colony. The two-person ceremony list is finished. Xiaoming solemnly said, your combined fleet attacked Dengzhou, killed my people, and destroyed my ships. Do you think that only a few treasures can send me away? If you are not sincere, take these things back. In addition, the Kingdom of Great Chu has officially changed its name to the Empire of China, and the Kingdom of Great Chu has passed. Brooke and Henry's hearts tightened. The Emperor of the Great Chu Kingdom was so aggressive as soon as he spoke. This made them very nervous, but who made them defeated? There is nothing wrong with the Emperor speaking as a victor. Brooke had been prepared for a long time. He said, "Your Majesty, this is the reason why we are here. The matter of the joint fleet this time is completely because we have listened to the enchantment of the Spaniards that caused this misunderstanding, but the consequences have already been caused. We just want to heal the mistakes committed this time, and hope that His Majesty can calm down his anger." Xiaoming sneered, "And it is always customary to push the fault to the weaker party. This time Spain has lost all its colonies in Asia, and they can betray without any scruples." 8. Chapter 1008 Bargain. It's nonsense. Do you think I am as stupid as you? I am giving you a note for the sinister activities you have done in Britain and France over the years. He slapped the table in front of him repeatedly, and Xiaoming suddenly flew into a rage. Brooke's lies were vulnerable to him. Spain did not have such a great energy. In Europe, Brooke and Henry trembled in fright. Obviously, the Emperor was extremely clever and was not easy to fool. The atmosphere in the hall became tense, and Brooke's eyes turned around looking for countermeasures. It seemed that if proper measures were not taken decisively, this negotiation would probably end without a problem, and what they would have to endure next was the country of Dau. Anger. His Majesty. Brooke hesitated for a while and decided to be honest. He said, "Of course, some of our British politicians also made stupid mistakes that led to this unpleasant battle. Her Majesty punished these politicians, and let me bring her greetings, hoping that your Majesty can clear up the past with Britain and develop trade between the two countries." Upon hearing this, Xiaoming snorted coldly. Although he knew that Brooke's words were still mixed with lies, at least he admitted that they were the British actively participating. As for whether it is some British politician or the Queen, it doesn't really matter, because he has no evidence to prove who is leading the war. With Brooke's lessons learned, Henry said directly, "We have failed in France in this war, but we still hope to develop relations between the two countries with the Chinese Empire and hope that your Majesty will allow it." As soon as the two voices fell, Pang Yukan suddenly reprimanded, "You and other barbarians have deceived people too much. Now that you come to King Zhu, you do not reflect on your faults or mention the compensation after the defeat. Now you are brazen but want to develop the same. The relationship between the Chinese Empire is nothing more than the science and technology of Great Chu. What you think is really beautiful." Every time Pang Yukan said a sentence, the translator translated it, and Brooke and Henry's faces gradually became ugly. They avoided the important in the light, and in the end they were unable to bypass the fate of the defeated country. "His Majesty, we came to the Chinese Empire this time with full sincerity, and we are willing to compensate for the losses in this war," Brooke said. "Before coming here, the House of Representatives discussed for a long time the issue of dealing with this country's difficulties, and he also obtained full autonomy, but he still has some bottom lines to hold on some issues." Xiaoming glanced at Brooke, and then signaled Qian Defu to let the delegation headed by Henry go to the side hall and wait. After all, it is inappropriate for another country to be present in the negotiations between countries. Upon receiving the order, Qian Defu led Henry and his party to the side hall to wait, and Xiaoming said straightforwardly, "Before the negotiation, I want to tell you a piece of news. Dick and Wilson are still alive and are now being held in the mine as coolies. If you are willing to redeem them, you will pay the price. If you don't, they will always. It's okay to stay here." Dick and Wilson. Brooke was pleasantly surprised. Many people believed that the two were dead. They didn't expect them to be alive. They also discussed this issue when he came. If the two are alive, they must be two. People redeemed it, otherwise, it would hurt the loyalty of the British aristocracy a lot. "Your Majesty, we are willing to exchange £8,000 for Dick and General Wilson." Brooke first threw a very low price. Tusk. Xiaoming's voice was ironic. "It seems that I should tell them the price you paid to let them know how much I am worth." During the exchanges with Dick, Xiaoming had a basic understanding of the current economic level of the UK, and he also knew exactly what the pound sterling represented. According to Dick, his family built a castle for £30,000, while the Crystal Palace built for the Queen cost £360,000. In the United Kingdom, £1 is equal to 20 shillings and 1 shilling is equal to 12 pence. The income of an average worker in the UK is about £30 to £50 a year. This value seems to be about the same as the income of the imperial workers, but the gold content of the pound sterling is almost 5 times that of the dragon coin, and the gap is also caused by this. Brooke looked a little embarrassed. The price of £8,000 can only redeem low-level officers on the European battlefield, far from Dick and Wilson's grade. Sweat dripped from his forehead. Brooke decided not to play with his cleverness. He obviously couldn't play with the young emperor in front of him. Perhaps £200,000 would be more appropriate. This is our bottom line. Your Majesty is so smart, I dare not hide it anymore, Brooke said. Xiaoming nodded slightly. The price is not too excessive. £200,000 is equivalent to 1 million dragon coins. The amount is not small, but as a victorious country, how can it be so easy for Britain to pass? He said, after you go back, ask your queen to prepare a ransom of £400,000. In addition to Dick, you have hundreds of soldiers and officers here, and they are packaged and sold to you. Ignoring the issue of ransom, he continued, but these are all minor issues. You still need to meet these conditions before you want to establish diplomatic relations with the Chinese Empire. First, the King's Navy's ammunition and battleship losses during the war require you to compensate for 1 million. The British pound ceded the 3 colonies of Australia, Indonesia, and India at the same time. In addition, London served as a trading port with the Chinese Empire. Brooke listened, but he always felt that this method became more and more familiar. When he arrived at the trade port, he finally recalled that the Emperor was using a similar method to sign with them a quality treaty. His Majesty, your appetite is too great. The issue of compensation may not be a problem, but the colonies and trade ports have touched our bottom line in Britain. When we came here, we had already learned that your Majesty's army occupied in Malacca. This originally belonged to the United Kingdom. In order to make up for your country's war losses, we can admit that Singapore belongs to your country. But Australia, Malaysia and India will not be traded. In Brooke's view, negotiations are not blindly showing weakness, and sometimes they have to show determination to intimidate opponents. Since your colony is so precious, it seems that I can only use the army to get it back. The corner of Xiaoming's mouth raised, but behind his smile was naked murderous intent. Brooke frowned. The Emperor's attitude was also determined, which made the problem very troublesome, but the council did not give him much authority on the land. They were willing to cede a small part of the colony at most. But the current Chinese Empire, what you want is all the colonies, and this means that British forces will completely withdraw from Asia. Chapter 1009. Expel the sunlight in the Zhengde Guangming Hall was blocked by a dark cloud in the sky, which made the main hall appear slightly dark. Brooke's face is not very clear in this light, but everyone can feel his tension. In fact, Brooke's nervous heart was trembling now, and the conditions proposed by the Emperor almost all exceeded the bottom line he had drawn up before coming here. But Queen Vidomia and the house did not figure out a problem. This time the negotiations were not negotiating with any European country. They were facing a distant Eastern Empire. In his opinion, the strength of this empire is even better than that of Britain. In this negotiation, they have no license. His Majesty, I can't agree to any of these requests, because it exceeds all the bottom lines we provide, and I hope that your Majesty can make reasonable suggestions. Brooke's expression became more and more serious. Reasonable suggestion? Xiaoming smiled playfully. Allowing you British to establish diplomatic relations with the Chinese Empire, and to exchange information on what is needed, is the greatest kindness I have given you. As for Nanyang, it is not something Europeans can get involved. I urge you to accept the current conditions, otherwise I can only drive you out of the Southeast Asian countries by myself. His Majesty, Brooke is desperate. He has only arrived here for more than half a year, but now I am afraid he will return without success. Your Majesty, please allow me to go back and relay these conditions to the British House and the Queen. I think we will be able to establish a stable relationship. Xiaoming was a little disappointed. It seemed impossible for him to take down the Southeast Asian colonies by negotiation, so he said coldly, "Of course, but remember, the Chinese Empire and the United Kingdom are in a position before the negotiation has yielded results." State of war. Brooks' face became completely dark, and the Emperor's words just now had obvious threats, because any offensive actions taken by a country in a state of war were taken for granted. Perhaps this time around, the British colonies have all been in the hands of the Chinese Empire. In that case, I'm leaving. Brooke was helpless. He didn't have the right to betray the colony. Watching Brooke and his party walk out of the hall, Zhang Xingcheng said, "This negotiation with Britain and France will probably come to an end." The most effective way for these extraterritorial countries to recognize reality is war. Yang Cheng'ai said, "The purpose of their coming this time is just to truce with us to win more preparation time. The two can exchange what is needed, and they can get our technology. These Europeans are really good at fighting." Good abacus. Xiaoming nodded slightly. He said, "Old Yang said that it is precisely because of this that I put forward these conditions. But since we can't get what we want through negotiation, we can only solve it by war. The military reform has been completed, and now is a good time to use troops." Fiji squeezed his beard and smiled softly. Pang Yukan said, "The talks in Britain are broken, and it is estimated that France will not be any better." As the Emperor said, it is still a long time for Britain and France to completely soften in Asia. Xiaoming was non-committal. He then asked Qian Defu to call Henry into the palace and they made a similar request. Like Brooke, Henry chose to refuse, and he was even more straightforward than Brooke. Within an hour, the envoys of Britain and France left one after another, and the negotiations finally ended in failure. Get ready for war. In the Palace of Light, Xiaoming made a decision. Outside the palace gate, Brooke is waiting for Henry. Seeing Henry come out with a sullen face, he said, "It seems that the result of your negotiation is not much better." That said, "It seems you must be talking badly." Henry judged Brooke's situation from Brooke's tone. Nodding, Brooke said directly, "Failed. This greedy emperor is asking too much, which is unacceptable for Britain. Mine is the same, but this is the result I need." Henry smiled mysteriously. "France seems to be strong now, but in fact it is full of internal contradictions. The army has already criticized André's rule. If the war in Asia fails, public opinion will make André roll down sooner. They need a stronger leader." Brooke obviously couldn't understand Henry's meaning. He said, "This is really a strange sentence. Maybe we should talk about cooperation now. Are you so ready to lose your colony?" A fragmented Europe cannot fight the Chinese Empire. Only when the entire Europe is bathed in the glory of France can we have the possibility of victory," Henry said coldly. Brooke froze for a moment. He suddenly felt a little uneasy. Combined with the news he had received, all terrible changes seem to be happening in France now. This change goes against the purpose of the French Revolution and wanders the ghost of the restoration of the empire. He was about to ask, when Tang Wenji came out from the palace gate to the two of them. "My emperor has ordered that British and French envoys are not allowed to stay in Qingzhou and leave the borders of the Chinese Empire quickly." Tang Wenji looked like an official business. Brooke sighed. He was also going to stay in Qingzhou for a while to observe here. Now this possibility has been completely eliminated. Obviously, the emperor did not leave them any face. With a sigh, Henry and Brooke led the mission staff to the station with Tang Wenji. They will return under Tang Wenji's supervision. At the same time that Brooke and Henry were deported, Xiaoming returned to the imperial study room, and then he summoned Kui Shannon, the chief officer of the staff. Nu Ben and Liu Oquan formally requested him to retreat during the military reform, and he also agreed to their request. After that, the military aircraft department was cancelled, but the General Staff Headquarters was retained. Kui Shannon, who was formerly Liu Oquan's adjutant in the General Staff Headquarters, was promoted by him. Through this military reform, The functions of the General Staff Headquarters have also been refined. First, his orders will go directly to the various military regions through the General Staff Headquarters. Second, the General Staff Headquarters set up the Logistics Department and the Equipment Department, and the third is responsible for drafting combat plans. In general, after the military reform, he will lead the army more directly. Emperor Kui Chang'an looked a little excited in front of Xiaoming. Just a year ago, he was still depressed. He did not expect that he first entered the general staff from the King's army at the time, and now suddenly became the chief officer of the general staff. Many officials regard Kui Shannon's gain as a check and balance of the emperor's family. After all, Kui Shannon is the elder brother of the current imperial concubine, and there are also rumors that it is the emperor's acquaintance. But no matter what the reason is, Kui Shannon is quite proud now. Chapter 1010 Wang Xuan's intelligence. Xiaoming signed the order to attack the British and French colonies, and the imperial decree was used without any major reason. For some trivial orders, he is still used to signing documents. Looking at Kui Shannon, he said, "How does it feel to be the chief of the general staff?" "Thanks to the Emperor's grace, all of this is the Emperor's gift." The honored general's feeling is naturally grateful to Dade. Kui Shannon organized the language. Xiaoming smiled. "We are a family, so you are still my brother-in-law, so you don't have to say polite words." Kui Shannon's heart was immediately sweet as if he was pouring honey. For him, there is nothing more serious than this sentence. He was at a loss and said, "The Emperor." "Ha ha ha, don't be nervous. Today I am looking for you to formulate a Nanyang war plan and overall arrangements for the war." He handed a plan he had drawn to Kui Shannon. Kui Shannon suppressed his excitement and took a look at Nanyang's plan. He wrote the general attack direction on this paper, and more details still need to be improved by them. After all, an emperor who governs a huge country needs to deal with a lot. In government affairs, nothing can be done without details. "When I will go back, I will organize the staff to formulate a combat plan and deploy materials and equipment." Kui Shannon said seriously. He cherishes his current position and dare not make any negligence. Xiaoming nodded in satisfaction. He had actually considered the use of Kui Shannon for a long time, and observed it for a long time. In fact, the suppression of Kui Shannon in the past few years was deliberate. He was just to see Kui Shannon's temperament. The result was satisfactory to him. Although Kui Shannon was a little frustrated because of this, he was still responsible and did not rely on his own Huainan country to provoke disputes. After all, although the reduction of the fan was successful, if Kui Shannon had any instructions, a large number of people would respond. In the specific position, Kui Shannon is also conscientious, so after the measurement, he promoted Kui Shannon, but the General Staff Department looks very bluff. In fact, it is just his secretary in the army. Kui Shannon became his close minister, but he still has no military power in his hands, so there is no need to worry about it. In addition, the internal fighting in the court is becoming more and more fierce. He is not willing to promote people recommended by Pan Yu-kun. Nor is he willing to promote people recommended by Fiji people. Only Kui Shannon is the most suitable. After all, Kui Shannon is also a relative of the emperor and has participated in the crusade against King Yan. King Zhao has made great achievements, and others can't say anything. "That's right, there is this." Xiaoming took another signed order. "This is for Chi Guanyi, commander of the Northwest Military Region. Now that the Lancers have taken shape, let him quickly enter and destroy the barbarians' golden account." "Yes, the Emperor." Kui Shannon gave a military salute. Xiaoming nodded, and then asked, "Is King Huainan doing well recently? I haven't seen him for a while." Speaking of this Kui Shannon, he was suddenly a little embarrassed. He said, "My father has always been in good health, but he has been fascinated by drama recently. He went to the theater to listen to the drama in his spare time. I hate it. The Huainan king is strong, and his skills are not diminished back then. I heard about this, and I hit it right." Xiaoming smiled. Yesterday he just received a discount. The content of the discount is to accuse the Huainan king of beating people. Since becoming the emperor, Xiaoming can no longer believe in memorials. As Zenf said, the most unreliable memorials in the world are memorials. The emperor was sitting in the palace, and this world affairs was left to the official memorial, so he sent someone to investigate it. Sure enough, King Huainan had beaten people. However, there was a reason for the incident. The official's son was openly molesting the girl in the theater, which caused King Huainan to act. Kui Shannon lightly breathed a sigh of relief, and he knew that someone would make a mistake. Mentioned this matter, Xiaoming asked Kui Shannon to go back. Over the years, he had been looking at the South and North wars, but his team had more and more problems. He has to admit that this is a sequel of his rapid development. In 10 years, the country of Greater has developed from a cold weapon country to an industrial country. This kind of growth rate is too fast, and generally speaking, the faster you grow, the more problems are ignored. Simply put, people's thinking in this era lags behind the speed of national development, or the quality of the people has not kept up with the development. And this caused the people to enjoy the advanced material while still living in the old thinking. After all, the promotion of new Confucianism is most effective for those who have not yet accepted traditional ideas, and there is limited change for those who have been polluted by old ideas. This is the same way that people in their 70s and 80s cannot accept that young people cannot play with their mobile phones all day. This belongs to the generation gap of the times. It is precisely because of this that the idea of official status is still strong in the empire, and official aristocracy has always existed. The rampant dominance of some officials' children is not just because of the incident exposed by King Huainan. This is the case in King Zhu, but the whole country does not know how many children of such officials remain. It's just that now his attack is only a temporary solution, because nearly 80% of the officials in the empire are old officials from the Great Yu Kingdom, especially in the south, which accepts such a huge area, and the School of Political Affairs is a drop in the bucket. Now he can only wait for a new generation that is growing up to replace them. Before that, he can only suppress them with all his strength to prevent these people from causing a worse impact. Thinking of this, he deliberately instructed the guard department to arrest the child of the rioting official. According to the truth, he was a ridiculous emperor in charge of such a small fact, but in order to remind the officials, he could only intervene in person. As he was about to give orders to the guards, a rich man suddenly walked in and said, "The emperor, Wang Xuan begs to see you." "Let him in." Xiaoming said Wang Xuan has been building intelligence systems in Korea and WAG during this period in order to deepen his control over these two areas. Qian Defu responded and turned to go out. After a while, Wang Xuan walked in. After bowing and saluting, Wang Xuan said, "The emperor, there have been some subtle changes in the Japanese kingdom, which made the lower officials a little uneasy, so I came to report to the emperor." "Tell me." After pondering for a while, Wang Xuan said, "The current Japanese civil unrest is getting worse and worse, and now the rebels composed of peasants, merchants, and samurai have put forward the slogan of reform, asking Yamada Nobunaga to learn from the empire." "Reform?" Xiaoming frowned. After Wago signed the surrender letter, the civil strife in Wago has never stopped. Nobunaga Yamada has been suppressing the rebellion, and he has not paid much attention to it. After all, there are many famous Wago and wars are commonplace. But now the rebels actually put forward a slogan similar to the national reform, which is problematic, quite similar to the Meiji Restoration. Chapter 1011 Japanese Change. How about Yamada Nobunaga? For Xiaoming, the changes in the Japanese kingdom were reasonable and unexpected. In contemporary times, the Meiji Restoration took place immediately after Wakuni was knocked open by Western naval guns. What is different now is that he knocked on Wakuni's door with strong ships, and since ancient times, when the Central Plains dynasty was strong, the Wa country always learned from the Central Plains dynasty. Now it is not surprising that they came up with this idea after being beaten up to fine teeth. Yamada Nobunaga is struggling to deal with it now. Several armies have been defeated by the rebels, including an 8,000-man team equipped with flintlocks. According to the lower officials, Nobunaga Yamada seems to be unable to hold on for long. The daimyo, the warriors, The merchants and the common people have all turned away from him. This is the status quo of the Japanese country, Wang Xuan said with a serious face. This is really a hassle. Xiaoming had some worries for him. He didn't want to see this kind of change in the Japanese kingdom. He knew what he did after the contemporary Japanese reform. Wang Xuan sighed. This matter is indeed very tricky. If Yamada Nobunaga is defeated, the documents we signed with the Japanese country will probably all become invalid. This will damage our interests in the Japanese country, but Yamada Nobunaga cannot help. Adahu got up. To continue to support him is tantamount to giving equipment to the rebels. How much do you know about the rebels? Xiaoming continued to ask. At this time, Wang Xuan took out a document and put it on the table, saying, "This is the information currently collected by the secret guards. These rebels are very mixed. There are 37 large and small, and 3 of them are the most influential. They are Yoshida Goyang, Takasugi Takashi, and Nishigo Pine." Xiaoming flipped through the file, and it was all the information on the rebels. The 3 of them focused on it. These 3 seem to be the nobles of the Japanese nation. Yes, the emperor. It is said that they have been in and out of other daimyo's residences many times and want to win other daimyo's support for this rebellion. Putting down the file, Xiaoming squeezed his brows. These 3 people are just little people to him. He has never heard of them, but history is sometimes disturbed by some little people. These rebels are not terrible to him. The terrible thing is their propaganda thinking. Even if he asks Yikinyan to help Yamada Nobunaga defeat the rebels, it will not be long before successors will come back, and this will make him involved in the endless Japanese civil war. This is like the Western powers once helped the Qing dynasty destroy the Tanping Heavenly Kingdom, but the Qing dynasty is still replaced by an effect. But at least the initiative is still in his hands. He has the final say on what the war country can learn and how much it learns, so he said, "Whether Yamada Nobunaga can rule the war country is actually not important. I only need to guarantee the empire's interests in the country. You send people to contact the rebels in advance. If they accept the conditions of the surrender, we will not intervene in the civil war between them. If they do not accept, we will help Yamada Nobunaga train the army to destroy them." Wang Xuan nodded. Xiaoming's thoughts coincided with him. The first thing they had to ensure was their interests in the Japanese country. As for who ruled, it didn't matter, and now Yamada Nobunaga's decline was obvious. They must prepare early. At the same time, Yamada Nobunaga is nearly 60 years old, and I am afraid that there is not much time to live. And I am afraid that his power will soon fall apart after his death. In addition to making preparations in advance, you have to investigate further. I always feel that this matter is a bit weird. Nobunaga Yamada should not lose to the rebels in this way. I am worried that this is a bureau set up by Nobunaga Yamada. Whoever we support, we will win the country in the end. Xiaoming said in deep thought. Wang Xuan's eyes rolled, and he said, "The emperor means that the rebellion is a bitter trick by Yamada Nobunaga and Waguni, and the purpose is to make money from us. It's possible, so let them continue to fight for a while for now." Xiaoming said lightly. "Yes, the emperor. The next official will start an in-depth investigation when he returns." Wang Xuan responded and turned and left. Watching Wang Xuan leave, Xiaoming picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea, closing his eyes and thinking. This Nanyang Raiders has just begun, and the War Kingdom has now given him such a trick, but he is not too worried, because no matter how the War Kingdom changes dynasties, he has the ability to destroy its ruler. His garrison in the Japanese country is not just to protect the businessmen of his own country, he will order him to take action once the development of the Japanese country shows signs of getting out of control. In Nagasaki, Nobunaga Yamada was practicing chopping in the courtyard. At this time, a samurai came to the courtyard and saluted him. He said, "Daimyo, Yoshida-kun is here." Hearing this, Yamada Nobunaga stopped and said, "Let him in quickly." The samurai left, and soon a man in black concealed in a cloak arrived in the courtyard. When he saw Nobunaga Yamada, the man in black bowed and said, "Daimyo Yamada." Yamada Nobunaga nodded. He said, "This time I let you come here for the next battle. We have planned for so long and we must not fail. The emperor of the kingdom of Great Yu is an extremely shrewd man. It is likely to suspect that we are playing a bitter trick. The news came from my eyeliner that Wang Xuanzhen, the secret guard leader of the Great Yu state, returned to the Great Yu state a few days ago. He is likely to report the information here to the Emperor of Great Yu state. We will inevitably increase our investigation. In order to prevent things from being exposed, we must take risks. I am ready to die for the country. After returning this time, you will act according to your plan and complete our plan. The man in black lifted up the cloth covering his face to reveal a young face. This person is one of the 3 outstanding rebels, Yoshida Koyo. He suddenly knelt down in front of Nobunaga Yamada and said, "Yamada Daming, is there really no second way to go?" Nobunaga Yamada nodded. "When I signed the letter of surrender, I understood that the Great Yu Kingdom wanted us to be slaves forever, so, in order to confuse the Great Yu Kingdom, I signed it for today's plan. Yoshida, it's the person I value most. Don't have the benevolence of women. If this move is successful, we will not only be able to unify the divided Japanese country, but also gain industrial capabilities from Great Chongqing. Even if we can't compete with Great Chongqing, at least Britain also has its own colony in the world, not as a colony of Great Chongqing." Yoshida nodded fiercely when he heard this. He said, "Daimyo, we won't let you down." Yamada Nobunaga nodded. What he can get to where he is today depends on forbearance, choosing to take action to destroy the enemy at the most appropriate time, and what he is still asking is his survival philosophy. After speaking some words with Yoshida, Yoshida left under the protection of the samurai, and a sharp stern flashed in Yamada Nobunaga's eyes. "The old sin is Malay, yours, hers, Fwao, surrounds the barbarians, is it? Your eldest brother hooks, and kills the ears of the end of the year?" Chapter 1012 Prince in the Imperial Garden. Xiao Ming is checking Xiao Yi's homework. As his eldest son, Xiao Yi is now 9 years old. He is a third-grade elementary school student in modern times, and in this age when he can get married at the age of 13. His age is not young for anyone. Therefore, whether it is few ear or he pays more and more attention to Xiao Yi's education, whether it is mathematics, physics or literary history, both of them carefully teach, especially with the subtle help of technology spar. Xiao Yi masters things better than other peers of the same age. There are so many children. Australia is located in the South Pacific and consists of an independent continent. It is rich in mineral resources. Among them, the reserves of bauxite are the largest in the world, followed by lead, tantalum, gold, iron ore, anthracite, lithium, manganese ore, nickel, silver, uranium, zinc and other metals are also extremely rich. It can be said that it is a continent sitting on a mine. Australia now belongs to the United Kingdom in name. It used to be a place of exile in the United Kingdom. But since the first free people moved here, the United Kingdom, there was the first colony here, called Wales. Facing Xiao Ming, Xiao Yi read the situation of Australia in detail, and then he read some other countries' geography. "Well, you have a good grasp. But you can't be proud." After Xiao Yi proficiently read out the geographical profiles of 16 countries, Xiao Ming smiled. After Wang Xuan left, he went back to the harem and ran into Xiao Yi, who had just come out of Fua. He thought that he hadn't supervised his homework for a long time, so he called Xiao Yi to come over and review it. "Xi father praises, he dare not slack." Xiao Yi breathed lightly. In fact, every time he saw Xiao Ming he was a little worried, because for him, Xiao Ming always gave him a serious picture. The face is not as comfortable as Fu Er's gentle smile. Xiao Ming nodded slightly. He could see the awe of his father with a smile. As the old saying goes, Micah is kind and fatherly. Only when one of them sings red face and the other sings white face can the child not be too spoiled. Besides, Xiao Yi is his son. If there is a deviation in education, the people in the country of Dau will be harmed. Satisfied with the inspection, Xiao Ming was about to let Xiao Yi go back. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that Xiao Yi had been carrying his hands on his back. He frowned and said, "Put your hands to the front." Xiao Yi's face suddenly became pale, and his movements hesitated. but in Xiaoming's stern eyes, he still put his hands in front and spread them out. "Father, this sparrow was injured and picked up by the child. The child is just I want to take it back to bandage him, and let it go after the wound is healed." Startled for a moment, Xiaoming glanced at the sparrow in Xiao Yi's hand, and then at Xiao Yi, who was a little nervous. He finally said, "You go back, but you are fun and always remember your homework." When Xiao Yi heard the words, he bowed as if he had received an amnesty. He disappeared for a while, for fear of being called back by Xiaoming. Shaking his head helplessly, Xiaoming walked through the imperial garden to Fue's queen's palace. At this time, Fue was correcting some documents sent by the women's college. Seeing Xiaoming, Fue looked up and smiled. "Did the emperor see ya just now?" Encountered. Xiaoming responded indifferently. Fue felt that Xiaoming's tone was a little wrong. He put aside the things at hand and asked, "What's wrong?" "The emperor. Did ya make you angry?" "No, ya is not only studious, but also has a kind personality. He is a rare good boy," Xiaoming said, after hesitating. He continued, "It's just that he grew up in the palace since he was a child, and there is always some for the benevolence of a woman. I thought it was better to let him enter the Eastern Palace." "East Palace? The emperor wants to make ya the prince?" Fue said in surprise. Looking at Fue's expression, Xiaoming felt a bit bitter in her heart. Even if Fue knows more and is virtuous, she is selfish in the matter of her son becoming the prince. He said, "The crown prince is the foundation of the country. In case of any accident, at least he can stabilize the country so that the empire I have worked so hard to build will not fall apart." "Emperor, what kind of bad words are you talking about? People all over the world are counting on you. Long live, long live, long live." Fue gently took Xiaoming's hand. With a sigh, Xiaoming said, "The empires in ancient times are all called long live, but who can live for 100 years? This year one have more than 30 years. How many 30 years are left? Now I am really worried about the empire. In the future, if I drive to the west, ya will be able to support this huge empire." During this period of time, the problems within the empire became prominent, and various factions were slowly growing in the bud. When Xiao Yi was able to inherit the throne, I didn't know what it would be like. Once he loses his pressure, he is very worried that his children will not be able to save their lives. Because of this, he now wants Xiao Yi to understand the evils of politics from a young age in order to survive the drastic changes that may occur in the empire in the future. Fue held Xiaoming's hand tighter. She said, "The emperor, ya will definitely live in peace." Nodding lightly, Xiaoming smiled. Since he is determined to let Xiao Yi enter the Eastern Palace, he must focus on training him in government affairs. Whether he can control this empire in the future depends on his own good fortune. As for his future, there are still many uncertainties. In fact, he has been thinking about the issue of technology spa over the years. One thing is certain is that the technology spa is closely related to his journey. In his opinion, the energy body of the technology crystal is him. Where the soul is, the technology spa is it, and his soul is there. If this problem is verified, there may be miracles in the future, but this is all possible, and no one can predict what the future will be. The matter of establishing a crown prince was decided, and the next day he raised it to the officials in the court hall. As he expected, no one in the court hall objected. After all, Xiao Yi's talent is as well known today. Plus he is the eldest son. He is not too young now, and there is no reason to oppose him. The emperor, the prince has been established, the country has been established, and the empire has been as stable as Mount Tai. Fiji was excited in tears. He mentioned the matter of the princely several times, but Xiaoming slapped him sloppily. This made him very worried. Now that this matter is set, he is completely relieved, because it means that if Xiaoming suddenly has an accident, the empire, at least it will not fall into warlord melee because the country has no prince. In fact, Pang Yukan always wanted Xiaoming to establish a prince, but every time Fiji mentioned Xiaoming, he ignored him, so he simply didn't mention following Xiaoming's meaning, because he understood that he could not control Xiaoming's thoughts. Now that Xiaoming took the initiative to propose, He also enjoyed it. Chapter 1013 Australia Princess House. She let out a sigh of relief when she heard that Xiao Yi had entered the main East Palace. The Xiao family was also relieved like her. The emperor has never established a prince in recent years. The palace has always worried that the emperor intends to learn from the Western countries. Now that Yaya enters the East Palace, it is finally relieved. Picking up the teacup and taking a breath, Princess Pinyang smiled. Sitting across from Princess Pinyang were Emperor Yong, Song Guogong, Tang Guogong and other imperial family members. Hearing this, King Yong said, "Pinyang is too worried. No matter how stupid the emperor is, he will never give up his own situation to others. During this period of time, I often have contact with Westerners in business. The set they play is actually very good. Inferior, in the final analysis. It is just that the aristocracy is dissatisfied with the emperor's authority to rebel and restrict the emperor's rights so that they can formulate national policies. As for the so-called democratic election, as long as they are willing to spend money, there are as many votes as they want." As soon as his voice fell, everyone burst into laughter. Tang Guogong said, "No, if that's the case, those wealthy businessmen will really turn into phoenixes. What they have is money. Then they can be elected as Lising by just spending a little money in a village, and spending a little more money as the county magistrate. Isn't it that the governor can also be a rich man?" "Yes, it's ridiculous. We can't let the emperor make such mistakes," Tang Guogong said. "This world belongs to our Xiao family. Others want to get involved. We don't agree." After hearing this, everyone nodded. The eyes of Princess Pinyang turned, and now the battle between Pan Yukon and Fiji in the court was lively, and the power of private capital was constantly growing, but everyone seemed to ignore the staunch imperial power of the Xiao family. For them, nothing is more important than keeping the Xiao family. After drinking a sip of tea, Princess Pinyang said, "Anyway, what the emperor does, we will support whatever, who makes us a family. And the emperor treats us not badly, although the emperor no longer depends on monthly money to live, but the emperor provides convenience, has made us all richer and richer, and there are some tribesmen who are equally famous in the army, which is also shining for our royal family." Song Guogong couldn't help but nodded. When the royal family was deducted from the monthly money and sent to the factory to work, he was quite complaining, but now that he has made a fortune through the Chamber of Commerce, his life is more moist than before, and his dissatisfaction with Xiaoming is natural. "It disappeared," Tang Guogong said with emotion. "More than that, the emperor seems to be paying more attention to our royal family now." Inutsi Xiaoyu was just transferred to the Department of Electricity by the cabinet yesterday, and he is going to Jinling City to supervise the construction of the thermal power plant. He. Others showed a trace of envy. Even a fool could see the prospects of the electricity department. The railway department is still so profitable, not to mention the electricity that the whole country needs in the future. "My son is the commander in the army." "What's so great about this?" "My son is in the Chamber of Commerce, so there is so much oil and water." Tang Guogong's words seemed to make everyone open the chatterbox. One by one began to compare their own children. The smile on Princess Pinyang's face is getting thicker and thicker. Today, because of the prince's affairs, everyone gathered here, which shows that the royal family is the firm royal power. It is estimated that seeing this point, Xiaoming will appropriately enhance the influence of the royal family. While the royal family celebrated it, the matter of the prince was also announced to the world through newspapers. For a time, the streets and alleys, and the remaining after dinner were all topics about the Prince of the East. However, the enthusiasm about the prince was replaced by another heavy news only 3 days later, and the commander of the Southeast Military Region Thunder was assigned to attack the British South Ocean. The first battle plan was to capture Australia. Below this news is a brief introduction about Australia, as well as Australia's mineral resources and natural advantages. For a time, all the people's attention was focused on this area called the Upper Continent of the Mine. Kian's Mining. This is a building located in the center of Kingzhu's business district. After the newspaper published news about Australia, Kian's Mining suddenly became lively. Kingzhu is full of mine shopkeepers, big and small, with faces and faces. The treasurer of the money, what exactly is the anthracite and bauxite mentioned in this paper? In the innermost room of Kiane's mining, businessmen asked with flattering smiles that this Kiane's mining is private and has only been established for 5 years. However, within 5 years, Kiane's mining has become the top 5 mining company in Kingsu, and the first 4 mining companies have royal backgrounds. Because of this, the growth of Kiane's mining has attracted the attention of other businessmen. After some searching, they realized that the treasurer of Kiane's mining is Kiane Defu's distant relative. And who is Kiane Defu? That was the celebrity in front of the emperor, and Kiane's mining's reputation immediately spread, and the facts soon proved that Kiane's mining was well informed. Where there are any mines and the quality of the mines, Kiane's mining always has first-hand information. So every time there is a major news, many people will come to take a look. This anthracite coal is a hard, dense and high-gloss coal variety. Among all coal varieties, anthracite has a lower calorific value, but has the highest carbon content and the least impurity content. It is mainly used for nitrogen fertilizer production and forging. Pulverized coal is mainly used for smelting in the metallurgical industry, which can improve the quality of steel. In addition, anthracite can also be used in the treatment of tap water. Qian Liang has no reservations about the merchant's inquiries, as the merchants guessed this Kiane's mining industry is indeed related to Kiane Defu, but this matter was agreed by the emperor as a reward to Kiane Defu. A little bonus. Although Kiane's mining is not a government-run company, Kiane's mining basically fulfills the same obligations as an official company at the request of Kiane Defu. It is precisely because of this willingness that Kiane's mining can grow so rapidly. So many functions. It seems that the value is very high. A businessman surprised. Another businessman asked, "What is bauxite?" Qian Liang replied again, "This thing is amazing." It is said that the Institute of Chemistry has mastered the technology of electrolytic aluminum. This thing is used to extract aluminum. It is said that aluminum is a material that is very important to industry and can replace copper in wires. It greatly reduces the cost of laying electric wires. If these bauxite ore are transported back, there is no need to worry about selling them. The businessman's eyes were immediately straightened. Because of the restrictions on transportation conditions and mining efficiency, the government-run mines could not meet the imperial ore needs, so private mines appeared and made up for the mechanical requirements through manpower. If the Southeast Military Region can successfully occupy Australia, it can be said that the mining of the mines here is inevitable. And this is also the reason for the excitement of the merchants. Ask for leave. The leaks in the house happen to rain in the night. Misfortunes never come singly, and good fortune comes. This is happening for the snail. The child's affairs were still unresolved. The mother twisted her leg on the way back with the snail to Shanghai to treat her child. Her leg hurts for half a month. I thought it was just a sprain, but I didn't expect an MRI to detect any meniscus injury. If it is serious, it will even require surgery. The snail is in a terrible mood now, his mind is messed up, and the code word is unintentional. Tonight, he can only brazenly ask for leave again. The snail knows that he owes too much debt, and he has no face to ask for forgiveness. Chapter 1014 Wales Linen. The former capital of Chu State. Since the fall of Chu State and the disintegration of the Merchant Council, this place has been a different style under the rule of the court for several years. Different from the prosperity in the past, now linen's prosperity reveals the atmosphere of industry everywhere. In recent years, local businessmen in linen have gone to Kingsu to purchase machinery, equipment and technology. In a short period of time, most of Kingsu's goods can be produced independently here, and there are more industrial products on the market. Riesling, the third division has assembled and is ready to go anytime. On the linen pier, the Southeast Military Commander Shi Liu Hongzhi delivered a military salute to Ming and at the same time reported the situation of the Army Assembly. 5 days ago, they received an order from the General Staff, asking them to go south to attack Australia, followed by other maritime island nations in the South Ocean. With this order, the entire army of the Southeast Military Region is in high spirits. This is the first time that the Empire has used foreign troops after the military reform. The generals all want to make their mark in this war. In addition, the equipment of the machine gun also gave the generals confidence. Bored, Ming looked at the warships in Linen Port and said loudly, "This time the general staff has given full power to the Nanyang warfare." He dared not be careless. After all, the national chaos has been settled now, and the southeast military region he is responsible for is even more leisurely. He fought the battlefield, and was most impatient with this leisure, so he decided to let Chang Shi Liu Hongzhi state to deal with the debris and lead the soldiers himself. Go south, all boarding. As soon as the thunderous voice fell, the generals quickly conveyed it, wearing steel helmets and carrying hand-style rifles, and soldiers carrying machine guns boarded the ship. Before the soldiers boarded the ship, 120 guard artillery had been hoisted onto the ship. Thundering eyes swept across the soldiers who boarded the ship, with strong pride in their eyes. This 3rd Division was an elite of the Southeast Military Region and had made great achievements in the Kanto War. Because of this, he allocated most of the hand-style rifles, machine guns and guard artillery that were allocated to the Southeast Military Region to this division. And in order to go south this time, he specially strengthened the 3rd Division. The original 10,000 people were expanded to 12,000. These soldiers use the latest equipment, which can be described as the elite of his hands. After stopping and watching for a while, Thunder and the officer who was going to Australia boarded the battleship. After 6 days of sailing amidst the roar of the steam battleship's whistle, the fleet including 8 battleships and 20 troop carriers arrived in Wales, Australia. Offshore, on the battleship, Thunder is looking at the beach ahead through binoculars. The appearance of the Imperial fleet has attracted the attention of the British. There are already British troops in red uniforms running back and forth on the beach, apparently preparing to deal with them. According to the information we have obtained, this Australia was just a place where British prisoners were exiled. Most of the people living here are the offspring of criminals and some free people. Moreover, the United Kingdom has always paid little attention to Australia, because the indigenous people here are scarce. They provide sufficient economic profits. Shi Yanjun, the commander of the 3rd Division, was reading information about Australia. Ming has already learned about Australia. There are almost 100,000 British people living here, and there is only one garrison with a number of 3,000. It's a little overkill for the 3rd Division to deal with such an enemy, but their purpose is not only to destroy the British Army, but more importantly, they wanted the people from the Minerals Department to find minerals here. They will not invest too much in wars without interest. Thought. Login. After thinking about it for a moment, Thunder gave the order to sail for so many days at sea, and the supplies on the ship consumed a huge amount, and conditions did not allow him to wait at sea. What's more, being afraid of the head and tail is not his thunderous style. In the Battle of Kanto, his command has always been known for being fierce. Boom boom boom. The order was issued, and the 8 warships immediately opened fire on the beach. Before landing, they had to destroy the British fort on the beach as much as possible. As they fired their cannons, the British turrets also began to counterattack. One after another, black artillery shells flew towards their battleship group. The black artillery shells fell into the sea and exploded, splashing waves several meters high. Flower bomb. Seeing the thunder of the shells exploded and frowned deeply. It was obvious that the British, who had suffered a loss in the Dengzu naval battle, quickly equipped shells that could quickly sink the warship. Shi Yanjun's face was also a little ugly. He said to the captain, "Now retreat immediately. The safety of the Riesling is the most important thing." Fart. I have not withdrawn from the battlefield by Ming, so keep fighting for me, Ming exclaimed, his eyes sharp, and the scene in front of him once again ignited his passion on the battlefield. Shi Yanjun was scolded with a grey head and face, and his thunderous and fanatical eyes made him helpless. Once on the battlefield, his boss seemed to be a different person. On the coast, the British were secretly crying out. After the Battle of Dengzu, the British troops stationed in Australia have been in fear for fear that the Congress will come over. After the British sent a batch of special ammunition from homeland, their worries became even stronger. People in Wales are living in a panic, and what worries them today finally happened. Lieutenant Alden, I have brought you all the best boys in Wales. In any case, we must keep our city." Kenneth, wearing a black suit and top hat, dang his pipe and said loudly. Said a blonde officer, "Your Excellency, I will surround Wales with my life. This is our home." Alden pulled out his sword. "I will let the yellow-skinned pigs of Dayu understand that our white people are noble race. They only deserve to be defeated by us." "Very good." Kenneth laughed loudly. "We in Wales have only 100,000 people, but everyone's blood is flowing with brave blood. The politicians in London say that we are the offspring of crime, but only the brave people will defeating the law. Right, lads, there will be no law today. Let you kill these yellow-skinned pigs from Great U country. Send them to the guillotine. Cut off their heads, hang them and hang their bodies on the tree to feed the crows." The Welsh people behind Kenneth became noisy. They were wearing ordinary British blouses, and they had 5-piece weapons in their hands, but their faces were fierce. During this period of time, they have been rehearsing the offensive situation of Great Chongqing. When the Great Chongqing warship appeared, more than 8,000 young men immediately assembled, and 3,000 regular troops formed the entire force of Wales. Chapter 1015 Machine Gun Flare. They are a group of brave boys. Very well, Charlie, take them to the back, and when these people from Great Yugoslavia land, let them learn about our British redshirts. Alden said happily. More than 8,000 people eased his nervousness a bit. While the British were organizing a counterattack, small boats began to be laid down on the Imperial warships at sea, and the soldiers sat on the boats and started rowing to the shore. After a while, the entire sea was filled with small boats for soldiers. Seeing this, the faces of Alden and Kenneth changed a bit. They did not expect that the Great U Congress would invest so much force in attacking Australia. God bless. Kenneth drew a cross on his chest. Shell the boat on the sea, hurry up. Alden didn't have time to pray to God now. He yelled for the soldiers to attack. Only the 30-gun emplacements that were urgently built were half destroyed by the battleships of Dayu State in a short period of time. Of course, they were not without gain. One shell hit one of the battleships. At this time, the warship was burning with raging fire. "Lieutenant, we have no bullets," a soldier called. "What?" Alden's eyes went dark, when he suddenly became angry and cursed. "Damn the British Navy, why don't they give us more cannonballs, bastards, bastards." After yelling, he said with red eyes, "Now, use solid bullets immediately." Kenneth was desperate. A while ago, 3 British warships had docked in Wales. These bombs were provided by them. According to the Navy, these bombs were very expensive. The price of one shell was enough to make 50 or 60 solid shells, bullets. So such shells are still supplied in proportion. Even the Navy is 90% solid ammunition and 10% flour ammunition. At sea, the soldiers were using sea water to extinguish the burning deck. A hole was blown out by the British flowering bomb. After the flame was extinguished, the repairmen immediately used nails and wooden boards to repair the damaged area. Ming took a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. If the warship he led was hit, he would undoubtedly be left with a stain in the war to attack Australia, and this was something he couldn't bear. Putting away the binoculars, Thunder looked at the boats one after the other and said, "Let the machine gun crew calm down and don't open fire before going ashore. This will startle the snake." "Yes." Shi Yanjun immediately asked the semaphore to wave the flag in his hand to issue an order. The machine gun was their secret weapon in this battle and must be used at the end. His order was given, and there was another volley of fire from the fort on the shore. Shi Yanjun was taken aback. He immediately protected the Thunder, but the black shells fell on the deck and the sawdust flew without exploding. "This is a solid bullet." "As we expected, they really don't have enough blooming bullets." Ming picked up the cannonball on the deck and smiled, feeling relieved. Without the threat of flash bombs, the threat to the Imperial soldiers suddenly dropped. Hundreds of disembarked ships were bombarded with solid bombs and arrived ashore in half an hour. Machine gun ready. Stepping on the soft sand, Chang Yuzu calmly gave orders. He was the commander of the 5th Regiment of the 3rd Division. As a forward, they first reached the coast. At the same time as they landed, The British redshirts were also gathering. As they predicted, the British troops who had not seen machine guns still used the old line tactics. With a wicked smile, Chang Yazu also asked the soldiers to use inline tactics to confuse the opponent. But secretly, he hid the machine gunner in the line, preparing for an unexpected attack. Boom boom boom. The British turrets are still spewing artillery shells. But now the target is the Imperial soldiers who have landed ashore. Looking at the surrounding turrets, San Yazu divided a pair of skirmishers to suppress these turrets. Boom boom. The hand-style rifle made a crisp sound, and a British army on a turret was about to reload. Suddenly fell into a pool of blood, and the metal bullet instantly pierced his chest. The British troops on the other turrets were not good. The hand-style rifles had a precise and long range, and the artillery on the turret was only 300 meters away from them, all within the range of the hand-style rifles. In addition, the skirmish line is composed of excellent soldiers, and the British troops on the fort have lost a lot of time. While rifles and artillery were clashing, the 4 British arrays walked slowly toward the shore. According to Alden's plan, they would take advantage of the attack when the soldiers of the country were only halfway shore, because this would achieve the best results. Therefore, in addition to putting all his regular army into the battlefield, he also put the temporarily organized militia into the battlefield. More than 11,000 people formed a dense line on the open beach to approach the great Chongqing army. On the edge of the beach, the array of San Yazu was completed. In these arrays, there were machine guns every 5 meters. In order to conquer Australia, 100 machine guns were put on the battlefield. These machine guns were enough for the British to drink a pot. Standing on one side of the array, San Yazu led the soldiers to walk forward, while the machine gun team pushed the machine guns behind the array. The dong-dong-dong drum sound came from the British array, with a full sense of rhythm, but the British would not think that every step they took was toward death. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. The distance is getting closer and closer. The British did not shoot. San Yazu lightly breathed a sigh of relief. According to the information they learned from Western businessmen, the British redshirts are generally in the shot was fired at a distance of 50 meters, and the enemy was defeated in one wave. The British are now confirming this. However, Chang Yazu would not give the British a chance to enter 50 meters. Following his order, the soldiers fired at a distance of 90 meters. After the intensive gunfire, the soldiers in the front row of the British array suddenly fell down almost a row, but the British soldiers in the British array did not panic, and the soldiers behind immediately made up for the front vacancies. Seemed to be strictly disciplined. Machine gun. The discipline of British soldiers surprised Chang Yazu. They rarely encountered such a disciplined army during the 10-year war. But this made him excited. As the order was issued, the soldiers immediately stopped advancing to make way for the machine gunners, and the machine gunmen in the back row immediately pushed the machine guns to the forefront. The main shooter held the gun, and the deputy shooter quickly mounted the bullet belt. At this time, the distance between the two armies was only 60 meters. Fire! Everything was ready. Chang Yazu shouted that the British had reached 50 meters by this time, and the British soldiers stopped and raised their flintlocks to take aim. Da. Before the British soldiers pulled the trigger, the first batch of 20 machine guns came ashore, spit out flames, and the bullets flew towards the British soldiers like a chain of bullets, and the densely packed British soldiers fell one after another. Chapter 1016. Sweep. Alden looked at the picture in horror. Looking from the height, his soldiers are suffering unprecedented casualties at this time. In the gap of the Great U Country array, 20 peculiarly shaped firearms are continuously spitting flames, and beams of light are pouring from this firearm. Out, a tight net was formed to cover the soldiers on the line, and with the passage of time, the number of such terrifying firearms on the battlefield is increasing. 30, 40, 50. The increasingly dense firepower net accelerated the speed of harvesting lives. In the time he hadn't reacted, all 3,000 regular soldiers fell in a pool of blood, and none of them survived. Retreat! Retreat! Alden screamed, and his deep fear completely destroyed his will. He had never seen such a terrible murder weapon. In the face of the attack of the army of Great Chongqing, their soldiers seemed vulnerable. It's just that he reminded it too late. Although the militiamen were not within 50 meters at this time, they were all within the attack range relative to the range of the machine gun. Shooting the regular army in red uniform, the machine gun immediately turned its muzzle and fired at the line of 8,000 militiamen. Within 1 minute, a rain of bullets formed by more than 30,000 bullets rushed into the line of dense formations, and the militia began to encounter the same treatment as the regular army. This is a slaughter. Alden, this world must be crazy. Kenneth's face was pale as paper, and his lips trembled. In the panic, he turned around and headed towards the governor's mansion without looking back. Now he wants to leave here desperately. Alden also fell into despair. For him, this was not a war, but a massacre against them. Faced with such an enemy, they had no power to fight back, and no matter how much troops they put in now, it was in vain. He could no longer take into account the militias still on the battlefield, and when he got on his horse, he also went in the direction of the government house. Before that, they had secretly prepared. If the war fails, they will hide in the bay 30 miles south of Wales. The merchant ship escaped. As for the offspring of these criminals and free people, who cares? On the beach, Sanyazu looked at the corpses of the British soldiers covering the entire beach in surprise. Although they had fully understood the performance of the machine guns, they had never expected the effect achieved for the first time on the battlefield. After the machine gun fired, the war actually lasted only 10 minutes, but within these 10 minutes, the war became one-sided. The unprepared British army adopted the most advantageous line for machine guns, which made it easy to harvest the enemy. The blood dyed the white beach red, and Sanyazu smelled the smell of blood in the air and issued an order again: go forward to Wales, and the resistors will kill you. Yes, the soldiers roared loudly, and the success of the battle boosted their morale. They carried a Chinese-style rifle equipped with a bayonet across the body of the British army, and in front of them, a small British-style town appeared in front of them. At the same time, news of the defeat of the war swept across Wales like a plague along with the spread of the disintegrated soldiers. The nobles from the British mainland fled with Governor Kenneth with their wealth, while the free people who came to migrate for free land were tremblingly waiting for an unknown destiny. They did not have as much retreat as the nobles. The exiled criminals broke free from the supervision of the soldiers. They robbed and killed people everywhere in Wales to vent their dissatisfaction with being exiled to Australia. Papa. In the chaos, Sanyazu took the soldiers across the beach and approached Wales. At this time, the imperial soldiers no longer used the line formation, but adopted the skirmish line. The soldiers looked at the surrounding environment vigilantly with Chinese rifles, while shooting and killing the British who were still resisting. And when they entered the Welsh city, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. There were no British people on the street, but through the windows of the rooms, the soldiers could still see pairs of horrified eyes looking at them. Ming had already landed at this time. He and his division commander Shi Yanjun went to the center of Wales under the protection of soldiers. Although there were some episodes in this war, overall it went smoothly. They wiped out all of Australia's military power in just a short time. Report to the commander: we have eliminated the stubborn British soldiers in the city and controlled the whole city. Chang Yazu delivered a military salute to Ming and reported loudly. Very good, Ming said happily. Now I will give you another task to gather all the British people here. I want to announce to them that from now on, this place belongs to the Chinese Empire. Chang Yazu responded and said to his generals, don't let any family go, drive them all to the wild outside the city, hurry up. After all, Chang Yazu rushed into the residents' homes with tiger wolf-like soldiers, and the British were expelled from the room one by one. Shi Yanjun looked at this exotic city, and said to Ming, Commander, this city is not small. How do you plan to deal with the residents here and kill them? It's a shame to kill. Since most of the people living here are criminals and their offspring, let them continue to do coolies here. Anyway, their own country treats them the same way, so why should we have mercy? Ming said lightly. Before coming to Australia, He had a general understanding of Australia. In short, there are three types of people in Australia now. The first type is mainly prisoners and the offspring of prisoners. Heavy hard work, under the watchfulness of the soldiers, they do everything. The second category is the free people who migrated from the UK. Since claiming that Australia belongs to the UK, the British government has declared that all land in Australia can be obtained for free. So some British people who dream of having their own ranch venture to come here to herd their sheep. Because of the prosperity of the UK industry needs large quantities of wool, and the unlimited pastures here are very suitable for grazing. The third category is British aristocrats, including governors, military officers, and greedy aristocratic merchants appointed by the British House. They use their powers to occupy large areas of high-quality land while allowing prisoners to serve as labourers and obtain a lot of wealth. Now that he has occupied Australia, he naturally wants to make full use of the first two types of people. After all, this is a lot of labour. As for the nobles, they fled with their wealth when the war was lost. Although he wanted to arrest them all, but these people had already run away completely, and they didn't understand the geographical environment here and couldn't hunt down at all. Chapter 1017. Victor's rights. With the dead grass in his mouth, Marcus followed the crowd to the pasture south of Wales. The owner of this ranch is Governor Kenneth, the notorious black-hearted businessman in Britain. He also doesn't know how Kenneth became the governor of Australia, but in his opinion, this Kenneth must have escaped here on his own armed merchant ship a long time ago. After all, this is not his first escape, and he is very good at such things. Oh, what should we do now? Will these people of Dau kill us like natives? Marcus was next to a blond boy. At this time, the boy was scared to death, his body trembling slightly. After chewing the dead grass in his mouth, Marcus said, "Mike, if they want to kill us, they won't wait until now. And it's even less cost-effective for them to come here from the distant Great U country to kill us." "Are you sure?" Mike asked. Marcus nodded. He and Mike were exiled to Australia 2 years ago. Mike was arrested in the UK for stealing a nobleman's purse. His crime is much heavier than Mike. He killed one to try to bully. His wife's soldiers were arrested and imprisoned. While speaking, the crowd gradually gathered on the ranch, and at this time they saw a general from the country of Great U standing on a high platform in the middle of the ranch. And this high platform used to be the place where death row prisoners were executed. This scene made the atmosphere of the crowd even more tense. Thundering condescendingly looked at the crowded crowd in front of him. In front of him, thousands of soldiers separated the crowd from him to avoid accidents. At the same time, the soldiers pointed their guns at the British. All the people waiting for Wales arrived, and an interpreter arrived in front of Thunder. At this time, Ming said, "Unfortunately, I will tell you the news that Britain and the Chinese Empire, the Great U Kingdom you used to call, are in a state of war. I stand here today to show that you have lost this war. From now on, the entire Australia will belong to the Chinese Empire, and you will be the private property of the Empire." When his speech was over, the translator picked up the iron hollow loudspeaker tube and interpreted the thunderous words loudly. "Private property. What does this mean?" Mike asked in the crowd. Marcus said calmly, "When we British came to Australia for the first time, we also declared this to the indigenous people here." "So, are we all slaves now?" Mike said pessimistically. "I'm afraid it is." Marcus loosened his shoulders. "It seems that nothing has changed for people like us. They are all slaves." "I'm not going to be a humble slave like you." A red-nosed man suddenly snorted, "I am a freedman in Britain. This Chinese Empire does not have the right to declare me a slave." After speaking, the red-nosed man pushed Marcus away and walked forward, while dozens of freedmen walked forward with him. "You don't have the right to do this. We are free citizens from the UK, not the same as these criminals," Red Nose shouted. Thunder stopped the soldiers who tried to stop these people, but signaled the translator to translate. After understanding the intentions of these people, Ming said, "You don't seem to understand one thing now. Now you are defeated. As the victor, I have the right to deal with everything in Wales, including making you surrender to the Chinese Empire." "It's impossible. We are British and won't surrender to you yellow-skinned pigs." The red nose stared angrily with a contemptuous look. There is still a faint smile on Thunder's face. In the Conquest War, he will always meet some foolish men who don't know much about it. He said, "You made a mistake. The pig's skin is as white as you, so the white pig is more relevant." Then he said, "And now I am not discussing with you, but announcing the fact that now you have only two ways, surrender or die." The translator translated Thunder's words out, and the Englishman below suddenly fell silent. With a sneer, Lyman continued, "Then it is time to make a choice. Those who are willing to surrender kneel down." Following his order, the British under the high platform hesitated for a while, and then another British began to kneel on one knee, put his right hand on his chest, and lowered his head. In a short while, there were only more than 3,000 Englishmen standing on the ranch. Machine gun preparation. Thunder gave orders coldly. Obviously there are still a lot of thorns. If these British people cannot be deterred, how can he maintain the rule here? The machine gunner got the order and immediately pointed the gun at the red nose in front and the person who came out with him. This person seemed to have some influence here. Everything was ready to continue. Thundering nodded gently. Da-da-da. The blast of the machine gun screamed out, and the troublemaker including the red nose immediately fell into a pool of blood. Lying on the ground, Red Nose still had an expression of disbelief. From beginning to end, he couldn't believe that Daewoo Kingdom would really shoot them. After all, Britain is now the world hegemon, and any country must consider the consequences. The cruel scene happened right in front of us. The weapons fired by Daewoo State stunned all the British at this time. The Red Nose died, and the British who stood up immediately chose to kneel. "I can't see the coffin without weeping." Thunder curled his lips. Then he said, "Now we still need some volunteers to help us manage Wales, so who wants to?" "Sir, I am willing. I have always served the nobles in the governor's mansion, and I know everything here." Marcus raised his hand. "Very good." Thunder nodded in satisfaction. "Let Marcus go to the front," and he asked the translator to issue a temporary decree, requiring every Welsh resident to provide accommodation and food for a soldier. If this soldier is murdered in a resident's home, 10 nearby residents will be implicated. At the same time, all wealth in Wales will belong to the Chinese Empire. After reading the decree, Thunder allowed the residents of Wales to disperse. This decree will solve the supply and personal safety of the imperial soldiers. After getting off the high platform, he then asked Shi Yanjun to form a temporary security patrol team to receive the wealth here and establish a preliminary ruling order. And Marcus did understand the governor's affairs as he said. With his cooperation, they quickly accepted the governor's mansion and other noble houses. The soldiers were also assigned to every home in Wales before the night fell. They will have dinner with the defeated in their homes. Chapter 1018 Slave Act. When the afterglow of the setting sun disappeared completely, Welsh City became quiet. Unlike the peaceful atmosphere of the past, the Welsh air today seems to be filled with the smell of tension. Under the requirements of the interim decree, the residents of Wales had to afford a soldier's food. Although they were unhappy in their hearts, no one dared to resist. The cruel scenes during the day scared them out of their guts, and no one wanted to risk losing their lives to refuse. "Sir, this is bread, jerky, cheese and red wine. Please use it slowly." In a seemingly wealthy family, Chang Yasu lay down at the table and waited for the owner of the house to deliver food. For them who traveled a long distance, they needed a dinner too much now. And before the next batch of supplies arrives, they can only use Wales' own resources to feed themselves. Obtaining supplies from the defeated is a necessary ability. "Not bad, more abundant than I expected." Chang Yazu looked at the food on the table and swept his eyes on the owner of the house. This is a fat middle-aged man who seems to be living well all the time, but because he didn't understand the English language, he didn't bother to communicate with them. While Chang Yazu was eating, the imperial soldiers on the streets of Wales were acting in class units. They were assigned to different areas, each with 12 households. A squad of 12 people in groups of 3, divided into 4 groups to eat. Each time a soldier enters the house to eat, the other 2 are responsible for safety. They took the same approach to protect their safety during their breaks. After all, to the British, they are enemies, and they must always be vigilant when staying in the enemy's home. In addition, Ming also issued a curfew order and arranged for patrols to patrol Wales. Any British who appeared on the streets at night would be shot and killed. The machine gunners, who are the key protection targets, are arranged in the governor's mansion. They and their equipment are here, and the logistics soldiers accompanying the army are responsible for their meals. Commander, this is the document we found in the governor's mansion. It records all the information about Wales. Shi Yanjun held a summary of the information. Read. Ming took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took out one and lit it. Like many generals, it is difficult for him to quit with this thing. After all, for those fighting on the battlefield, there are few things that can relax their spirits. However, this kind of cigarette is very expensive, and there is only one manufacturer in the empire. As for who invented it, of course it is their emperor. According to the data, there are 9,000 freedmen who have migrated from Wales today, with a population of about 35,000, and there are 20,000 offspring of offenders with a population of about 68,000. The rest are a total of 7,000 criminals have been sent from Britain in the past 3 years. After a pause, Shi Yanjun continued, in recent years, they have opened up many pastures and farms outside Wales. Among them, the number of farms is 33,320, and the divided pastures are 600 large and small. These pastures are mainly beef cattle and sheep used to produce wool, while the farms mainly grow wheat, barley, oilseeds, cotton, and sugar cane. Hearing the words of thunder, he suddenly laughed heartily. He said, "This time the occupation of Australia is really a lucrative business. The British have been operating here for so many years. Now these results are ours, whether it is cattle, sheep or cotton. These are all ready-made, we just need to enjoy the ready-made." Shi Yanjun agreed with a smile, who said no. With so many ready-made farms and pastures, as long as all the ready-made farms and pastures are received, the soldiers stationed in Australia will have nothing to worry about. However, there are still too many British people in Wales. If these people riot against it is a great trouble for us, and it will also hinder our continued offensive pace. The thunderous expression sank. Shi Yanjun was worried about what he was thinking. He knew very well that these British people were only afraid of their force, and psychologically they could not surrender. After all, Britain already had its own national concept. To the British, they are foreigners and enemies. It is impossible for them to get along with them physically or psychologically. So now there are two things before him. The first is to adopt a cruel policy to completely turn the residents of Wales into slaves. The second is to treat the residents here gently and collect taxes from them. The disadvantage of the former is that this will cause intense conflicts for a while the disadvantage of the latter is that sooner or later, the ruling of such a group of seemingly alien races will cause chaos. However, Ming had a decisive heart after fighting on the battlefield for more than 10 years. He asked Shi Yanjun, if the identities were exchanged, how would you say these British people would treat us? Commander, is this still necessary? They will definitely turn us into slaves and sell us to other colonies as coolies. And they do exactly that. That's it. Ming's eyes sharpened. How we deal with the barbarians, how we deal with them. Shi Yanjun nodded in excitement. If these people were not handcuffed, he would not be able to sleep well at night. Then I now order the generals to be prepared, and I will officially announce the slavery bill in these 2 days. To bring these defeated all become slaves. Ming nodded. In addition, we will send someone back as soon as possible. We can't stay here all the time. Shi Yanjun answered yes, and then he hesitated and said, Commander, soldiers bathed in blood. It's a pity to fight to get here without getting any oil or water. You see, this Wales is just a small place on the Australian mainland, and there are boundless fertile land besides it. Isn't it wasteful to be empty? Thunder's eyes narrowed. Leading the army to war is actually a difficult task. Soldiers are also humans, and they have their own lusts. So once the generals indulge the soldiers, these soldiers will become bandits. Generals also often adopt this method to let the soldiers release the depressed emotions in their hearts. The discipline of the Imperial Army is very strict, but this strict distance and the morale of the battle are two different things. Because of this, The Imperial Army's incentive policy for foreign operations has continued, and for 3 years in the army, wealth and wealth have become a folk proverb. Why, it seems that you have a good impression of here. Wu Ming laughed. Shi Yanjun said, Commander, compared to the cold in Kanto, according to the British, it is warm and humid throughout the year. It is precisely because of this that the United Kingdom will look at this place. Since we are ordered to occupy this place, we always have to get close to the water. Chapter 1019. Carve up in the dim light. The look of thunder changed with the light. Standing up and looking at the dark night outside, he said, I was planning to announce this matter tomorrow. Since you mentioned it tonight, I will just say it. This attack on the Australian Emperor still gave us some benefits. If you want to turn your profit from this war into land, I can promise you. Shi Yanjun was overjoyed and said loudly, Long live my emperor, long live, Commander. You want to give me a piece of fertile land? Of course, but there is one item. The Australian Land Cabinet has already set a price. If the land you want is too big, you may have to fill it in with some money in addition to the money distributed this time. Of course this is fine. Shi Yanjun happily said that in the last Kanto War, he allocated a piece of land of 300 acres and bought slaves to cultivate this piece of land. In these years, he has earned a total of 300 golden dragons from the land. Now he was going to sell the land in Guangdong and take out all his savings to buy manor and ranch here. He took a fancy to this place when he was sorting out the information because he found the profit of wool in it. Now with the development of the imperial industry, the demand for wool is also increasing. It is important to take the lead. Looking at Shi Yanjun's excited face, Wu Ming frowned and reminded, the Emperor has given us full favors, but this does not mean that we can do whatever we want. It is because the generals are worried that the military generals will use their private power to do things in the occupied areas. We have opened up a little power to us, and the Emperor's requirements have not changed. Generals and officials are not allowed to do business. It is our duty to fight, so you should not waste too much energy on this matter, understand? Shi Yanjun regained his integrity. He said, Commander, don't worry, I won't do anything wrong. Well, you go back and prepare to enact slavery in Wales, Wu Ming said. Watching Shi Yanjun leave, Wu Ming squeezed his brows. At his position, he was thinking about not just fighting issues, but also the building of the army. Although the imperial court stipulates that generals and officials cannot do business, it is no way to restrict their families and relatives from doing business. After all, they cannot starve to death because one person becomes an official and the other 7 aunts and 8 aunts. Therefore, in the face of this situation, the cabinet can only issue regulations to restrict relatives from doing business and minimize the participation of generals and officials. There are only policies at the top and countermeasures at the bottom. In the development of the empire in these years, it is inevitable that officials and generals used their influence to make the people around them rich. In the military, there are many such phenomena, such as the Kanto War. After occupying this huge piece of land, the imperial court urgently needed the people in the Guan to move over to actually control the Guangdong, so it adopted a large number of rewards for meritorious officials. As a result, many generals and soldiers obtained a large amount of land in Kanto, and they bought slaves to manage these lands, which allowed Kanto to gradually prosper in just a few years. Although this was exactly the result the court wanted, it was inevitable that generals would use their rights to obtain fertile land during this process. For this reason, the court specially dealt with a group of people. Now the Australian meat falls on the head of the Southeast Military Region, which is a piece of fat for the generals, but as the commander of the military region, it is tantamount to a trouble for him. For one thing, he may be caught because of improper handling, impeachment of political opponents. Now, everyone in the empire is now staring at him. After all, many people want to pull him from the position of commander. Hey, I really want to go back to the time when I was a big soldier. Wu Ming sighed. The warning he had just given to Shi Yanjun was also for his own good. He didn't want to make mistakes with his brother who fought in the north and south. But this time he didn't say anything to death, because the emperor gave him a very loose order and gave him full rights to allocate land. Australia is too big for the empire. Therefore, He is also thinking about whether to be more relaxed this time. Shi Yanjun's character he understands, and he took the initiative to suggest that there must be other generals behind the scenes. If this involves the interests of most people, he has to weigh it. While he was thinking, Shi Yanjun also returned to his residence. As soon as he entered the door, the brigade commander, regiment commander, and camp tents surrounded him. "Master, what did the commander say?" Brigadier Commander Gao Xunye asked. "The emperor seems to have given the commander some authority. This time everyone should be able to taste the sweetness," Shi Yanjun said with a smile. When the generals heard this, Gao Xunye said, "Master, you have to take care of your brothers this time." When in Kanto, Riesling gave all the favors to Liu Oxin, but they divided most of the fertile fields. "We are all crooked melons and split dates. This time our southeast military region has occupied the whole of Australia. Don't give this fertilizer to outsiders." "I can't count this. The commander warned me just now and asked me to converge a little. I guess I can see everyone's thoughts. Our commander is from a humble background. He is not the one who followed the emperor from the beginning like the ruse. If Liu Oxin has a backstage like that, you should make less trouble for the commander." After a pause, he continued, "The commander won't hurt us anymore. You still put your heart in your stomach. What should be yours is yours, not yours. It's useless if you stretch your neck." Gao Xunye was a little dissatisfied. He said, "The commander is too courageous. I am afraid of something. If anyone dares to make irresponsible remarks on this matter and wear small shoes for us, I took someone to shoot him." Shi Yanjun's expression changed, and he said, "Shut up. If you let the commander know, you will have to peel off your skin if you don't die. From now on, no one will mention the land, otherwise don't blame me for turning my face and denying people." The generals sighed, but in Shi Yanjun's stern eyes, they still turned around and went back. Shi Yanjun breathed a sigh of relief when he sent away his subordinates. In fact, he was also very embarrassed. In this battle, the generals and soldiers were very brave. The biggest motivation for them was the ability to divide the first batch quality land in Australia. Because of this, the generals will come to ask him after the war is over. If this matter is not handled properly in the end, it will be a blow to the soldiers' confidence. "Riesling, you are an excellent general, but you don't understand people's minds." Shi Yanjun sighed slightly. If the interests of his generals are not safeguarded, who would be willing to die? Looking at the governor's mansion, which was still lit, Shi Yanjun sat down at the table, then took out a pen and began to enact slavery. Now they have occupied Australia, but it will take a long time before the court-appointed officials to come here, and they can only manage it during this time. Early the next morning, Shi Yanjun handed the slavery bill that had been prepared for most of the night to Ming. Scanning the content above, Thunder nodded. "Instead of mentioning the slaves," he said, "I thought about it all night and decided to give you a piece of fertile land." Shi Yanjun was dumbfounded when he heard the words. Did his commander finally get the hang of it? Chapter 1020 Butcher Knife Riesling. Is this true? Shi Yanjun couldn't believe his ears. He was indeed surprised that the iron-blooded Thunder would made this choice. Nodded. Wu Ming said, "Although Australia has been conquered, it will take some time before the real rule is achieved. And according to the Emperor's dictum, the court is likely to attract immigrants through the free land policy in the early stage like the United Kingdom. It's free, so there is no such thing as a fly-by-play dog." "Commander, you are really talking about the routes. Australia's land is very broad. But how many people are willing to travel across the oceans to come here? They are unable to cultivate their own land and have no desire to migrate here. That is those of us who dare to defend the empire and expand its territory outside." Shi Yanjun lied. The other generals all laughed when they heard the words. All of them were elated. "You don't want to get cheap and sell well." "Even so, the distribution of land needs to be submitted to the court. Whether it is approved or not depends on the emperor's meaning. If the emperor does not approve, I have no way." A gleam of light flashed in Thundering's eyes. He was indeed truthless, but he had learned some tricks in the army over the years. The general held his head and fought him north and south. He, the commander, had to take care of their interests in order to let them work faithfully for themselves. In order not to leave the opponent with a handle, he decided to add this matter to the report. As soon as he came back, he withdrew. The commander's consideration for us has made me so grateful. If the emperor refuses, I have nothing to say, Gao Shunia said loudly. In the hearts of every general, Xiaoming, wearing a yellow robe, is the supreme existence in their hearts. The bonus of this war was originally given by the emperor, and the emperor had no temper if he did not give them. Well, in that case, we will discuss some land distribution after the Australian Temporary Slave Act is promulgated today. Lu Jing sighed lightly, and the emperor's name was still easy to use at the critical moment. Everyone was talking, and suddenly there was a gunshot from the south of Wales. Lu Ming and Shi Yanjun looked at each other, and the two got on their horses and ran in the direction where the gunfire came from. These horses were all seized in Wales. Unlike the horses of Dayu, these horses are tall and suitable for cavalry mounts. The sudden gunfire made the atmosphere in Wales tense, and the imperial soldiers quickly reinforced to the south. In a short while, Lu Ming and Shi Yanjun arrived at the checkpoint set up on the road in southern Wales. At this time, the soldiers were examining the corpses lying on the ground. Chang Yazu had arrived early, and he said, "Report to the commander that a group of British people tried to the weapons of the soldiers at the level. Now they have all been killed. At the end of the day, the soldiers will be found on them. They are likely to be the ruined British hidden in the city army soldier." Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the words. He said, "You have dealt with it decisively. If the hand-style rifle is lost, we will bear serious consequences." Chang Yazu also squeezed a cold sweat, and the soldiers guarding the checkpoint were his soldiers. "These British people have stolen our artillery shells and squad gun technology, and now they want to repeat the same trick to steal our hand-style rifle technology, which is simply whimsical." Shi Yanjun said coldly. After a pause, he went on to say, "Commander, let these free British people live in Australia. This situation will continue to happen. The slave bill seems to need to be strictly enforced. Finally, it is proposed to establish a special camp to protect the Welsh. All the British rushed to live in the camp and managed it in a unified manner." Thunder's eyes fell on an imperial soldier who was stabbed in the abdomen by a dagger in the conflict just now, and the medical officer was bandaging him. This scene made Thunder's eyes red. The compassion in the war was nothing but irresponsibility for the soldiers' lives. He said, "Just do what you said, add this to the slave bill, and implement it immediately." Shi Yanjun responded, and ordered the 36 British corpses to be dragged to the execution platform, and at the same time he asked the soldiers to gather the residents of Wales again. Facing the dense crowd, Shi Yanjun said, "We gave you a chance to be free, but you let us down just this morning. These 36 people tried to our weapons and injured our soldiers. Now you no longer have the right to freedom, but to live like the slaves you traded in, and this is your punishment." Angrily venting his dissatisfaction, Shi Yanjun asked Gao Shunia to read out the slave bill one by one. The most important article in the bill is that the residents of Wales will lose their freedom and become slaves. When this article was read, the whole crowd boiled. "This is impossible. We come from a civilized society, and you have no right to make us slaves like natives. You invaders, yellow pigs, you have no right to do this. I would rather die than be a slave to you yellow pigs." Noisy voices continued to be heard from the crowd, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense, and some people began to try to rush the imperial soldiers. The following scenes were fully visible by the Thunder on the high platform, and he said at this moment, "Kill anyone who dares to resist." Shi Yanjun's courage became bolder with Thunder's order. He calmly observed the development of the situation. The gathering of 100,000 people is still very spectacular, and it is because of the large number of people that there are more and more angry British people. And when these angry British rushed to him, he gave the final order, "Fire!" Da. Pa. The shooting sounds of machine guns and Chinese rifles were intertwined on the ranch at the same time. The gradually out-of-control scene gave Shi Yanjun no choice. If the situation continued to deteriorate, their soldiers would suffer heavy casualties. To protect the soldiers, he had to give this order. The intense firepower instantly covered the rushing British, and charging in front of the machine gun was tantamount to suicide. The hell-like picture was once again presented to the British. Waves of British people fell in front of machine guns, and more corpses piled up on the ground. Faced with such a horrible scene, the remaining British were finally afraid. They raised their hands and knelt down, begging for mercy. When Shi Yanjun saw this, he ordered to stop shooting. He believed that this shock was enough to make the British completely honest and live according to the rules they set. Ming nodded in satisfaction. Then he turned around and handed over the following affairs to Shi Yanjun, and he wanted to write what happened here and send it back to King Zhu. Chapter 1021 Pearl Chain Strategy. King Zhu. 1 month after Thunder's expedition to Australia, the first battle report was finally sent to Xiaoming. As he expected, the fighting went smoothly, and the British army was vulnerable to the machine guns sweeping the line tactics. The Emperor, Thunder is a great achievement in taking Australia, but it is a bit wrong to distribute Australian land to the generals in private. Fiji looks serious in the Imperial Library. The cabinet has been planning Australia's land these days, but now he was suddenly kicked in by Thunder, and he was a little unhappy. Pang Yukun sneered. Old Fiji's eyes seem to be a bit bad. The thunderous report on this battle report clearly stated that it was for the Emperor to review it. How could it be private? It was Eldorf who was thinking of bringing Australia to Australia before the war in Australia was settled. It's not right to leave the high-quality land to one's own talents. Nonsense. Fiji was choked and furious. Enough. Xiaoming was in a good mood. The quarrel between the two suddenly made him a little unhappy. After the victory, too many people wanted to divide the cake, and maintaining a relatively fair distribution was more difficult for him as an emperor than war. Glancing at the two men sternly, he continued, Australia is only the first battle of the colonial war. Next, North America, South America, Siberia, Southeast Asia, and Africa will all have our interests. There will be a lot of land in the future, and you will not bother in the end. What's the urgency? So the most urgent thing is not your little abacus, but the big abacus of the empire now. After all, Xiaoming threw a document in front of the two of them. This is the merit law I thought of in January. From now on, no matter it is officials, people, or generals who perform meritorious services, they will receive meritorious services based on actual conditions. Points. People with meritorious service who want to obtain the land of the colony will use merit points in exchange. Different geographical locations, land size, and the merits of the land require different merit points. Those who do not have meritorious credits want to get land. Real money in exchange. Pang Yukun and Fiji were stunned. And then the two picked up the document and glanced at it. The document was full of more than 30 pages. It listed in detail the number of merits obtained by different merits, whether it is domestic land or colonial land. The price is clearly marked with merit numbers and dragon coins. In addition, the property in the colony is also listed here. Simply put, when this meritorious service order is launched, the officials' right to allocate land will be officially recovered, and everything will be handled in accordance with the rules. The punishment for violating the Meritorious Act is also very cruel. The severe ones are too late, and the light ones are exiled to Siberia. The expressions of Pang Yukun and Fiji changed, and both of them had a chill in their hearts. In his opinion, Xiaoming was an important step in strengthening the rule of law. Perhaps the chaos in the country during this period has reached an unbearable level. The important matter of the country should be used heavily. Meritorious methods. The distribution of this land will no longer dispute. Fiji bowed and said. Xiaoming nodded. In this era when human civilization has just started and people's hearts are still barbaric, it is necessary to use strict criminal laws to regulate individual behavior. So the reply to Ming this time is this meritorious deed. On the merits, he can allocate land to his generals in accordance with meritorious deeds, and we also need someone to migrate here to achieve complete control over Australia. After you go back, you will formally promulgate the Meritorious Act, which will open the authority to the people to exchange Australian land. Xiaoming said lightly. Yes. The Emperor, Pang Yukun and Fiji said simultaneously. After dealing with this matter, Xiaoming asked the two to go back, as filming's temporary slave bill in Wales. He did not discuss it. Perhaps in the contemporary times there will be a virgin who accused him of this behavior, but it is only the 18th century, and it hasn't been long since mankind has struggled from the wilderness of civilization. Barbarism is still synonymous with this era, and slavery in Europe is developing to its peak. This kind of indifferent kindness will only invite jokes. What's more, even during World War II, there was basically no difference between captives and slaves, but they changed their name to a high-sounding name. Sending off the two, Qui Shannon, who was waiting outside the Imperial study room, came in, and when he received the battle report, he asked Qui Shannon to come over. The Emperor. Qui Shannon appeared cautious. Just now Xiaoming was a little unhappy because of the quarrel between the two patrons. He didn't want to be in trouble now. Taking a look at Qui Shannon, Xiaoming said, "I asked you to come here today for a very important thing. Now that Australia has been conquered, the Empire's Southeast Asia strategy has a good start, but it is still far from the Empire's current needs. Now Britain can navigate all the seas in the world by not only sailing warships, but the most important thing is the port." Before coming to the map, Xiaoming pointed to a series of British ports marked on the world map from the United Kingdom to the Americas, Africa, and then to Asia. "I see. This is the foundation for Britain to maintain its maritime hegemony and economic interests. If these ports were not available, they can't put in military power at all. Does the Emperor mean that we also want to build our port?" Qui Shannon had cares in his heart. "Yes, we want to destroy the European ports while establishing our own ports. As long as we control the ports, the world's economic hegemony is in our hands. This strategy I call the Pearl Chain Project. It took Europe 200 years. I hope that the results I have achieved can be realized in a short time." Xiaoming said solemnly, "With the development of the imperial industry, the required market is getting bigger and bigger. A Goryeo and a Japanese country simply cannot meet the current domestic market demand. If you can't find the next market, the Empire's industry will gradually shrink due to lack of profit. Therefore, he now continues to export goods to Southeast Asia, India, Ottoman, America, Africa, and even Europe to make profits. But contrary to this wish is the news brought by the Dutch 3 days ago. The impact of the breakdown of the negotiations with Britain and France was that the British and French missions ordered the coastal colonial commercial ports to be closed to the Chinese Empire on their way back, and no longer allowed any Chinese Empire's merchant ships and warships to dock. If the mission returns to Europe, Britain and France are likely to jointly pressure the Netherlands to make the Netherlands make decisions that are not good for the Chinese Empire. Because of this news from Rod, he was determined to launch this Pearl Chain strategy to break Europe's arrogance. However, it is not easy to realize this plan. After all, there is only one way to realize this plan, that is, global projected forces to occupy European colonies. Qui Shannon nodded and said, "If this is the case, we need to increase our investment in the Navy and build an invincible fleet that crosses the sea." Chapter 1022 Internal Combustion Engine. The vast world map is full of endless reverie. Xiaoming said slowly, "Workers must first sharpen their tools if they want to do their jobs well. This is what I want to say. The foundation of the Pearl Chain strategy is the Navy. From now on, sailing warships should not be built. Technology needs to build a brand new battleship." Qui Shannon was excited. The first-generation steam engine armored battleship was already very powerful. You can imagine the horror of the second-generation armored battleship. If the latest rear-mounted rifled guns are used on these warships, the European navies will be completely targets at sea. However, relatively speaking, the construction process of ironclad ships is slower than sailing warships. The construction of a warship often takes 1 year or even 2 years. Because of this, it is necessary to cut-sail battleships and let the shipyard fully invest in the construction of the iron-armored ships. Yes, the Emperor. The next official will supervise this matter when he goes back. Qui Shannon bowed his orders. Xiaoming nodded slightly, and then the two of them talked about some details before ending the conversation. Watching Qui Shannon leave, Xiaoming sighed slightly. Although he wanted the Chinese empire he ruled to be worshipped by the world, the realization of technology was still the biggest limitation. After all, it is easy for him to come up with technology, but it takes a long time to realize the technology, such as the construction of this ironclad ship. And this is just one of them. The infrastructure such as thermal power plants, bridges, railways, and water conservancy projects are not built overnight. However, despite this, the empire is always flourishing under his leadership. The main problem now is not once resisting aliens, but competing with Western powers for sphere of influence. He was thinking. At this time, Qian Defu hurriedly trot all the way. When he arrived at the imperial study room, he smiled and said, "The Emperor, Lin Wentao's telegram. The internal combustion engine is very impressive." Since the telegram, the transmission of information has been much faster, and many things can be solved with only one telegram, which has made Xiaoming and the officials a lot easier. Especially the time of scientific researchers like Lin Wentao is very precious, so he gave Lin Wentao and others the privilege to send him a telegram directly. Today is the double happiness. Xiaoming laughed. The development of this internal combustion engine has long been on the agenda. After all, there is no pressure to manufacture internal combustion engines with the current industrial capacity of King Zhu. Stretching, he said to Qian Defu, "Let's go. How about Lin Wentao's internal combustion engine?" "Good." Qian Defu smiled and walked towards the palace gate with Xiaoming. At this time, in the King's Machinery Research Department, Lin Wentao was discussing gasoline and diesel with Lu Tong. In the process of developing the internal combustion engine, because of the lack of two combustion oils, gasoline and diesel, Lin Wentao actually first used the gas combustion method to test the combustion performance of the internal combustion engine. It was not until these 2 days that he obtained real gasoline from Lu Tong. To test the first 4-stroke internal combustion engine manufactured, it was verified that the engine speed had reached 800 revolutions per minute. The compression ratio had also reached 3:1, and it was running smoothly. Only then did he officially send a telegram to Mecca. "This thing is much stronger and more powerful than a steam engine." Lu Tong said that the internal combustion engine was powerful in the test just now, and the most important thing is that the internal combustion engine is small in size. According to Lin Wentao, the internal combustion engine will make a tremendous change in domestic transportation. Lin Wentao sighed. "No matter how good you are, you have to have oil. You simply don't have enough oil." When Lu Tong heard the words, he spread his hands. He said, "This is the result we have collected in Kanto for 3 months. Unless the Minerals Division officially drills the oil well, no one can do anything about large-scale oil." The two were talking gossip. After a while, Xiaoming and Qian Defu arrived at the research department. Seeing Xiaoming, everyone stopped their work. "Emperor, this is a 4-stroke internal combustion engine." Lin Wentao pointed to the machine in front of him and said to Xiaoming. The horizontal machine in front of Xiaoming was seated on the ground, roughly like a worker type. At this time, the connecting rod and crankshaft were reciprocating to drive a pair of wheels to spin idly. This scene made Xiaoming smile with satisfaction. He said, "It seems that the internal combustion engine is very successful. The Emperor has won awards, all relying on the technical information provided by the Emperor. This 4-stroke internal combustion engine is no longer a problem. The next official is going to study 6-stroke internal combustion engines." Lin Wentao is confident. If he didn't dare to say this big talk before, but now it is different. The appearance of electric motors has given King's industry a qualitative leap, and conditions allow him to boldly develop internal combustion engines. After all the necessary conditions are available. The only thing lacking was gasoline, so he said, "The Emperor, this internal combustion engine is no problem, but this gasoline is a problem." Xiaoguan and Lu Tong were talking about this problem just now. Lu Tong echoed, "The method of preparing gasoline and diesel by distillation has been mastered by the official chemical institute. As long as there is a large amount of crude oil, the official can provide gasoline and diesel." All the questions were concentrated on the issue of oil extraction. He smiled. Although he wanted to transport oil directly from the Middle East, It might be difficult at this stage, and he couldn't wait to open up business. Therefore, under consideration, he placed his hope in the Guangdong. After all, the contemporary Darking oil field is located in the Songdan plain of Heilongjiang, and this layout has already begun when Zhusanzi went north. After Yaksa was occupied, the Minerals Department sent personnel to the Songdan plain to find the location of the oil field. During this time, they basically figured out the specific location, because they found floating black oil in some springs in these places. Novel. These black oils proved to be petroleum. And this method is not proof that it is unfounded. There is a record in Shenkuo's Mengxai Baitan in the Song dynasty. There is a kind of oil in Yanzhou. This oil is produced by the water and mixed with sand and spring water. It flows out from time to time, so local residents dipped it with pheasant tail hair and collected it in an earthen jar. This kind of thing is the oil brought up by the groundwater. And they also discovered this situation when the Minerals Department was searching for oil. It used to be impossible, but now we have it. The most critical part of the drilling equipment is already there, Xiaoming said, pointing to the internal combustion engine. In the early days, the driving force for drilling was mainly diesel engines. Electricity was not used until modern times. After all, oil is generally in shortage. In the countryside, electricity is difficult to reach. Lin Wentao and Lu Tong glanced at each other and both laughed. They did not expect that the fuel and the internal combustion engine would complement each other. He said, if this is the case, the next official will let the machinery factory try to produce a set of drilling equipment. Xiaoming nodded. Now the industrial standard of King Zhu has reached the level of the end of the 19th century. It is time for the application of petroleum and internal combustion engines. Chapter 1023 The Golden Account of Nishiyama. At sunset the roar of electrical machinery rotation resounded through the machinery factory. Through the glass windows of the research department, Xiaoming looked towards the workshop where all kinds of machinery were being assembled in full swing. After Lin Wentao had finished speaking, he said, since the technology of internal combustion engines is thoroughly understood, this matter is left to other people in the research department to open up the matter. But now you have one more important thing. Please. The Emperor. Lin Wentao vaguely guessed something. Steam turbine, Xiaoming said sternly. Although the emergence of electricity is a huge technological advancement, the steam engine has not been eliminated in modern times, and the technology is becoming more and more sophisticated. This is the power of the era of thermal power plants and cannon giants. Source steam turbine. This is a rotary power machine that converts the energy of steam into mechanical work. The most important thing is that it is used as a prime mover for power generation and can directly drive the propeller of a ship. The triple expansion steam engine used in ironclad ships is basically compared with the above is the difference between children and adults. And if you want the era of the cannon giant ship to come, this is indispensable, because the 3-expansion steam engine has gradually been unable to meet the power needs of the ironclad ship. Lin Wentao nodded emphatically. With the increase in his knowledge, he is no longer interested in superficial techniques, because looking back now, the previous technique is like a child's play. So he said, there is no problem with this. The lower officials have been waiting for a long time. Nodded in satisfaction, Xiaoming discussed the technical problems with everyone for a while, and then he and Qian Defu went to the machinery factory for a round of inspections. Before you know it, the advent of electricity has changed the shotguns of King Zhu factories, as evidenced by the power-driven lathes in the machinery factory. Although the function of the lathe remains unchanged, the stability of the motor still enhances the stability of the lathe a lot. Looking at these roaring machinery, Xiaoming showed a satisfied look. In fact, the electrical transformation of the entire machinery factory was independently completed by Lin Wentao's research department. He just occasionally asked, after all, more than 10 years of education has brought together a large number of King Zhu talent. Sometimes he only needs to give an order to achieve something, and these talents with professional skills will make it a reality. What he needs to focus on is only the most cutting-edge technology, and the corners are enough to hand over to graduate students. Leaving the machinery factory, Xiaoming and Qian Fu went back along the cement avenue in the industrial zone, until the crowded traffic at the gate of the city blocked the road into the city. Frowning, he said, "This city wall used to be a barrier to protect the city. But now it has become an obstacle to the flow of goods." "Fu, you will go to the cabinet later and let Pang Yukun tear down unnecessary walls according to the plan." "Right." "The Emperor, is it really going to be demolished?" Qian Fu was a little worried. "Barbarians. The barbarians will soon become history." Xiaoming's eyes were firm. At the same time as the war in Australia, the war on the grasslands did not stop. According to the battle report, Qi Guanyi has now moved towards the Golden Tent after clearing the tribes outside the Golden Tent. In the vast grassland, the lancers led by Qi Guanyi were grilling cattle and sheep in front of the bonfire. These livestock were the spoils of their elimination of the tribe. After receiving an order from the general staff a month ago, they marched towards the grassland. In the battle of the three tribes, they basically annihilated the main force of the barbarian cavalry. Now the Golden Horde is nothing more than an old man at dusk. Just as he thought, the barbarian tribes basically lost their cavalry. They attacked along the way and basically did not receive resistance, but the barbarian tribes chose to surrender after seeing them. "Commander, General Nu Ben is really a godman. The last slaughter in Rosa really worked. Now the barbarian tribe sees us like rabbits and wolves." Northwest Military Commander Shi Feng Dongjin said loudly. Qi Guanyi took a leg of lamb and gnawed it with gusto. He said, "General Nu has fought against the barbarians for many years. To understand the nature of the barbarians, and to treat this barbaric group in a more brutal way than they are. Otherwise they will only regard our kindness as weakness." The commander's words are too right. It doesn't work with what etiquette they teach. They only know the butcher knife. A teacher agreed. Everyone was joking and laughing. At this time, a cavalry came from a distance to Qi Guanyi, dismounted, and the cavalry said, "Commander, when we were investigating, we encountered a group of barbarian cavalry, and the general led by the general asked to see you." "Oh?" Qi Guanyi rolled his eyes and said, "Where are they?" "It's on the top of the mountain in front." The cavalryman pointed to the emerald green hill in front, which was the holy land of the barbarian Tanshan. Qi Guanyi stood up at this time and said, "If they are sincere, let them come over and talk. If they are not sincere, let them leave." Now that the strengths and weaknesses have changed, Qi Guanyi's attitude has gradually become tough. In response, the cavalry galloped towards the Tanshan mountains. Feng Dongjin glanced at Tanshan's direction and said, "What kind of horrible idea is this barbarian making?" In the face of absolute strength, conspiracy and trickery are nothing but a piece of paper. "Since they are here, it doesn't matter what they say," Qi Guanyi said lightly. Everyone nodded when they heard the words. After waiting for a while, the cavalry took a group of 20 barbarian cavalry to the temporary resting place of the lancers. After searching and removing all the weapons on his body, Qi Guanyi saw the incoming person. "Dear General Qi, my name is Gubat, and I am honored to be able to meet you." After bowing to Qi Guanyi, Gubat showed a humble expression. "Gut? This name seems to be familiar. You are not the Gut who led the soldiers to attack Yaksa." Qi Guanyi's expression suddenly became severe. Gubat was a little embarrassed. He said, "Exactly, but all these mistakes have to be attributed to the hateful Dolgo. He forced me to do this." Qi Guanyi frowned. "Then what do you want from meeting in private?" Gubat sighed in his heart. He said, "I know the westward journey of the Golden Account, and I have the ability to serve as your internal response, but I hope that after this is done, my tribe will be able to live on this grassland as citizens of the country of Dau. I can't agree to your request. This matter must be played on the saint," Qi Guanyi said. After destroying the tribe in the east of the Tanshan Mountains, he has been looking for the location of the Golden Tent, but the barbarians' Golden Tent has been moving, unable to determine the specific location. Now Gubat came suddenly, which gave them a chance to destroy the Golden Account. "In that case, please General Qi tell your majesty my request, before Dolgo arrives in St. Petersburg, You still have a chance. Chapter 1024 Disturbing News. The Emperor. This is news from Jinzu. Qian Fu entered the imperial study room and placed a telegram in front of Xiaoming. Scanning the contents of the telegram, Xiaoming frowned. This telegram was sent by Qi Guanyi, but the time of the incident was already 5 days ago. The telegraph line has been laid in Jinzu. Xiaoming pondered the content of the telegram and asked Qian Fu about the laying of the telegraph. Now Qian Fu has become his secretary. Return to the Emperor. It has arrived. This is the first telegram sent from Jinzu, Qian Fu said with a smile. Besides, Qian in the west and Jinling City in the south have all been telegrams now. Many transfer stations have also been built. Xiaoming was slightly satisfied with the laying of telegraph lines. Although war is now the main theme of the country, the development of technology, industry and commerce in China has never stopped. Especially for King's University, the division of majors is becoming more and more detailed. Nowadays, corresponding research laboratories have been established in various colleges, such as bridge construction, civil engineering, applied chemistry, materials science, mineral exploration, mechanical physics, clinical medicine, etc. Wait. From the last year of the 17th century to the 13th year of the 18th century, in 14 years, he finally established a complete scientific system of the middle and late 19th century with his huge scientific and technological library. And more than 10 years ago, the level of science and technology in Europe was equivalent to the middle and late 18th century, which was 100 years more advanced than that of Great Chongqing at that time. But now even if he obtained some of his technology through despicable means, European technology is still far behind. Well, the progress is pretty good. He praised the progress of the construction, and only then did he seriously consider the content of the telegram. According to Qi Guanyi, the barbarian flag leader Gubat is ready to secretly cooperate with them, provided that his tribe becomes the citizens of the empire and can live on the grasslands. If it were before, Xiaoming would naturally not agree to this condition, because he could not tolerate the existence of grassland tribes that could threaten the frontier. But now it's different. The appearance of the machine gun brought the era of cavalry to an end. The modern barbarian is just a harmless little white rabbit to him. The only thing he needs is for the barbarian to surrender to him and be honestly on the grassland, shed his horses and sheep and raise cattle. It's just that under Dolgo's rule, this thing could not be realized. After all, his sons died under his front. In addition, he also couldn't stand Dolgo taking the tribe to join Tsarist Russia, because this undoubtedly strengthens Tsarist Russia. Therefore, he even wanted to wipe out Dolgo at the foot of the Tanshan Mountains to prevent him from fleeing to the Eastern European steppes. Thinking of this, he drafted a battle report for Qian Fu to send to Jinzu, and then pass it from Jinzu to Qi Guanyi. At the same time, he asked Qi Guanyi to be more vigilant in the battle report, because the Tanshan Mountains straddle contemporary southern Xinjiang and Kazakh in Central Asia, and here's Tsarist Russia getting closer. 5 days later, his order came to Qi Guanyi. The emperor meant to cooperate with Ge to eliminate the remnants of Dolgo's golden account. Qi Guanyi said with Feng Dongjin after receiving the telegram. Nodding lightly, Feng Dongjin said, "This Gubat is a shrewd man. I didn't expect to guess the emperor's mind." Yes, this Get is very good at seeing the situation. And he knows how to work, but he is also a clumsy. But now that the empire is strong, he can only fall to us. Qi Guanyi said lightly. In that case, immediately sent people to contact Gubat. This time we must annihilate the Golden Tent Cavalry. Feng Dongjin still hesitated. He asked, "What if there is a fraud?" "We have to leave a hand to the barbarians." When his voice fell, the soldiers suddenly became noisy, and the two looked west. At this time, a large number of black spots appeared directly in front of them. Qi Guanyi took a binoculars to look, and his heart sank. The black spots were the barbarian cavalry. He immediately shouted, "Ready to fight." When his order was given, the soldiers immediately mounted their horses, and their guns were aimed at the cavalry that came in. What surprised them was that these cavalry all stopped when they were 500 meters away, and the 3 barbarian cavalry came from the middle of the cavalry. Come out directly to them. Chi Guanyi saw the person's face through the binoculars, and said in surprise, "It's Gubat's cavalry." Feng Dongjin also saw the incoming person clearly, and he also showed a surprised look. Upon seeing this, the two waited for a while before the battle, and soon Gubat arrived in front of them. Seeing it again, Chi Guanyi and Feng Dongjin were a little surprised. Gut at this time still had the appearance of a barbarian flag leader, completely like a defeated general. At this time, his tattered armor was stained with solidified blood, and within half a step he could smell an odor. Behind him are the soldiers and tribesmen who are still in shock. All of them look tired, with free fear in their eyes, and even some wounded soldiers are moaning on the bullock cart. All this tells them, Gubat, it seems that there has been a major change. The head of the Cuban flag, what is going on? Chi Guanyi asked sternly. The Adam's apple turned up and down, and Gubat sighed. He turned over and dismounted and said in a hoarse voice, "General Chi, Feng Chengshi, the big thing is not good." Chi Guanyi and Feng Dong looked at each other. He did not let the soldiers relax their vigilance, and the two of them dismounted and went to Gut. Standing opposite, Gubat said with some shame, "Two generals, the plan has changed, and now our tribe is unable to protect itself." "Why is this?" Chi Guanyi asked in confusion. Gubat is a bit sad and angry. He said, "Everything went smoothly, but I didn't expect that my tribe had a traitor and revealed my plan to Dolgo." Dolgo was angry personally. "The leader attacked my tribe." After a pause, he continued, "I wasn't afraid of him at first. I would fight to lose both. But I didn't expect the 30,000 Cossack cavalry of the Tsarist Russians to suddenly come." West fled, but Cossacks' army was still chasing him. "If it weren't for my generals to resist desperately, I wouldn't be able to escape to this place." Cossack. Gubat's words made Chi Guanyi and Feng Dongjin suddenly solemn. "It's true. It's the Cossack cavalry of Tsarist Russia. These cavalry are also equipped with firearms. We are not opponents at all." Gubat looked desperate. It was fortunate that he could escape this time, but 2/3 of his tribe died under the strangulation of Dolgo and Cossack. Chi Guanyi's eyes turned. In fact, he had this kind of worry during the westward journey. After all, the closer he went to the west, the closer he was to the Eastern European prairie, which was the birthplace of the Cossack cavalry. 8. Chapter 1025 Cossack Cavalry. The Emperor really has foresight. Chi Guanyi thought of the warning in the telegram with emotion. Feng Dongjin looked weird. Sometimes he really felt that the current saint was all-knowing and omnipotent. "Commander, what should I do now?" Dolgo is right in front of him. Did he just give up like that? Gubat paled when he heard that, and now he can't go back. If Chi Guanyi and they also leave, he will only have a dead end. Looking at the remnants of the tribe behind him, Gubat suddenly knelt on the ground and said, "General Chi, I beg you to save us. A Cossack cavalry is chasing after us. If they catch up, our tribe is all over." "A Cossack cavalry is chasing you?" Chi Guanyi was a little disbelief. He said, "Dolgo can't help but knows that we are near Tanshan Mountain. Is he not afraid to meet us?" Gubat was a little helpless. He said, "I betrayed Tsarist Russian officers during the Battle of Yaksa. They must hate me now. It is for this reason that Dolgo has always treated me since I returned from Yaksa. I am dissatisfied, and this is why I decided to help you." This time Tsarist Russia personally sent one Cossack cavalry to help Dolgo, and the other is probably to get rid of me, because Tsarist Russia has always been cruel to defectors. Chi Guanyi's eyes rolled, and then exchanged glances with Feng Dongjin. He asked, "Where is the Cossack army now?" He had also heard of the name Cossack, and he was also interested in the cavalry who could scare the barbarians. This time he said he must not fight the Cossack cavalry. Compared with Chi Guanyi's high fighting spirit, Feng Dongjin's thoughts are more careful. He asked again, "It may be a reason to get rid of you, but the Cossack cavalry must not be stupid. There is no reason to continue chasing you here." Gubat shook his head. He said, "You don't understand Cossack. They are pure hussars. They come and go very quickly. Even if they meet you, they are fully capable of fleeing easily." Chi Guanyi nodded, which is the same as what he understood. After pondering for a moment, he said, "If this is the case, We will meet them, Feng Dong said. While the Cossack army does not know that we can hit them by surprise before we are here, it would be more perfect if there is a suitable ambush location. There is a location for the ambush, Gut said excitedly. What he is most afraid of now is that Qi Guanyi doesn't care about him. He actively said, there is a wide valley in the southwest with woods on both sides of the valley, which is very suitable for ambushes. At this time, the captain of the hunting cavalry in charge of the investigation said, yes, there is such a place. If Gubat leads them into this valley, they can fight an ambush. Hearing letting himself be the bait, Gubat's face changed, but after a moment of thought, he bit and said, to prove that I really want to take refuge, I will now gather the remaining cavalry to fight. Gubat has already understood that he has no other choice. After losing the asylum of the Empire, he is really a bereaved dog. Very good. We are now discussing the countermeasures. Gut is responsible for leading the troops to introduce the Cossack army into the ambush, and our army will ambush them there, attack them in the woods with carbine and grenades, and then we will attack them back and forth in one fell swoop to annihilate the Cossack army that came after it. Gubat smiled and said, this is really a perfect plan. Qi Guanyi and Feng Dongjin smiled and said, you will be responsible for harvesting their heads then. After agreeing on this matter, I took a short break. Cuba's characteristics were that the soldiers and horses marched in the direction they had come. Qi Guanyi and Feng Dongjin led the lancers to the ambush valley. The valley in the mouth of the cavalry was a narrow valley with a length of more than 10 miles and a width of more than 300 meters, and this was just one of the uplift valleys of the Tanshan Mountains. After arriving in the valley, Feng Dongjin said, Commander, the cavalry is handed over to you. I led some soldiers to dismount and hide in an ambush on both sides of the woods. Okay, I took the cavalry in ambush on the other side of the mountain. After that, Qi Guanyi took the cavalry to the other side of the valley, and more than 20,000 cavalry quietly waited for the war to come. Seeing Qi Guanyi leaving, Feng Dongjin searched the valley with his eyes, trying to find a place that was conducive to the soldiers' carbine shooting. Then he assigned tens of thousands of soldiers to positions with a good view, waiting for Gubat's arrival. At the same time, Gubat quickly encountered the Cossack cavalry who had been chasing after him. Thinking of his tribe who died tragically, he felt hatred and annoyed. Kill! An angry shout came from Gut, and the 2-year cavalry rushed to the royal court at a neat pace. Defeating is also a technical job. Pretending to be less likely to make the enemy suspicious, an accidental fraud can even cause it become a real defeat. So Gubat was extremely nervous, but he could no longer tolerate the thought of Cossack soldiers wantonly slaughtering the people. The Cossack soldiers obviously did not expect that Gubat would take the initiative to run back, and fled around in a brief panic. But the barbarian cavalry on horses was faster, and a blood burst into the sky, but Gubat cut through a Cossack with a single knife. The throat of a special soldier. Kill! The barbarian cavalry soldiers rushed to the Cossack cavalry. Horses and horses collided, people collided, and unexpected attacks made the Cossacks unexpectedly. For a while, only the Cossack cavalry was left. Cool. But this kind of unilateral massacre did not last for a long time. The Cossack cavalry behind quickly readjusted their formation and drew out their sabers to rush towards the Gubat cavalry. At the same time, the continuous sound of gunfire continued, and the Cossack cavalry drew out their short-barreled muskets and started shooting. The casualties of the Gubats began to increase. The head of the flag, it's time to go now. At this time, a general reminded Gubat. No. We have to fight them, otherwise they will be suspicious with Cossacks' cunning. This time the leader of the Cossack army was named Kasarov. After fighting with him, Gubat found that Kasarov was very cautious, and a simple defeat would definitely arouse his suspicion. Hooray! Gubat ordered. After the charge, he led the cavalry and quickly adjusted the formation. At this time, a Cossack cavalry was also realigning, and it was Kasarov who was in charge of the command. Kill! Gut shouted, and the cavalry immediately rushed towards Cossacks' army like a tide. At this moment, they were enemies and they were extremely jealous, but he still remembered the plan he had discussed and rushed in. In Cossacks' army, Gubat fought again, and after really showing signs of decline, he turned and left. 8. Chapter 1026 Soaring Blood Chase. Looking at the sun rising in the east, Kasparov did not hesitate for too long before giving the order to pursue it. This time he was ordered by the Queen to join Dolgo. In addition to urging Dolgo to go to St. Petersburg, another task was to get rid of Dolgo, who defected in the Battle of Yaksa. Because betrayal is intolerable for the Empress, and the Tsarist nobles blamed Yaksa's failure on Gut. And before coming here, he promised to kill the traitor Gubat. That's why he kept biting Gubat. Although it may be a trap in my mind, the contact just now caused Gubat to lose 1/3 of the people. No one would risk sacrificing so many people to lure the enemy. In his opinion, Gubat may be to ensure that the children and women in the tribe escape. But even if this is a trap, he has to break through. Gubat is right in front of him, and this is his guarantee to the Queen. Not to mention that the adventure is integrated into every Cossack bloodline, and he is confident that he can easily escape with the Cossack cavalry. At Kasarov's order, the Cossack cavalry rushed to Gut and rolled up a large swath of smoke on the grassland. In the valley, Feng Dongjin was waiting for Gubat's arrival. He was not disappointed. An hour later, he saw Gubat coming galloping forward. Behind Gubat was a group of cavalry with black bucket hats, green uniforms and black pants. These cavalry are tall, and most of them have raised beards and look fierce. This is the Cossack cavalry. Feng Dongjin looked solemnly. These Cossack cavalry wore uniforms. Obviously, this was a cavalry that had received strict training, which was beyond the barbarian's ability. He finally understood why the arrogant Golden Horde Congress chose to bow to Tsarist Russia. They must have been defeated by the disciplined Cossack cavalry. Watching the Cossacks' army step by step into the trap, Feng Dongjin beckoned at this time, ready to shoot. Upon receiving the order, the dismounted soldiers immediately aimed their guns at the valley. In order to conceal their existence, they all lay on the ground to hide in the bushes. Looking at them from the valley, it was impossible to find a trace. Gubat turned his head and looked at the Cossack cavalry, and then searched for a while in the woods in the valleys on both sides. What surprised him was that he found nothing. His heart sank, and an idea that worries him rose in his heart. He suspected that Chi Guanyi and Feng Dongjin had betrayed him, and killed him by Cossack's hand. He felt desperate when he thought of this. But he still had a glimmer of hope, so he fled to another part of the valley like a life-death. After all, according to the negotiated plan, once he rushed into the valley with the cavalry. After confirming that all the Cossack troops had entered the valley, Chi Guanyi and the others would launch an offensive. At that time, he could turn the horse's head and kill the carbine. Kasparov saw Gubat and his cavalry in a panic, and he became more convinced that Gubat was just a dying struggle. He led the cavalry to speed up to Gubat. But when he was halfway through the valley, countless black spots flew out of the woods on both sides. Gut, who was galloping, looked back and saw this scene. He shouted, "Push the horse's ears." The barbarian cavalry naturally understood what Gubat meant, and also understood what these black things were. When they covered the ears of their mounts, there was a burst of bins behind them. In the woods, after all the Cossacks' troops entered the valley, Feng Dongjin stopped the army from disguising. On both sides of the woods, the muzzles of 20,000 black holes were aimed at the Cossacks' cavalry. With an order, they shot one after another. "It's horrible. It's hit." Kasarov's face was pale. He kept paying attention to the sides as he entered the valley, but he found nothing. But now they saw it. As soon as these soldiers appeared, he understood that they were soldiers of the Dayu Kingdom, because only they were wearing regular uniforms in this area, and it was impossible for other tribes to have them. Thinking of Dolgo's description of the battles of the three tribes, his heart was tense. But at this moment, there was a sudden boom. An explosion sounded not far from him, followed by constant explosions, just like thunder in the sky. The entire valley seemed to burst into countless flowers of flames in an instant. Hiss, hiss. With such a loud noise, the horses on which the cavalry was sitting moved around uneasy. Some horses even ran uncontrollably, and the cavalry near the side of the valley was chaotic. They hadn't seen what was going on. There were hundreds of them. The cavalry was blown to pieces, and the blood was scattered to the ground. These Cossack cavalry have never encountered such a horrible scene before. They used to torture and kill other tribes, and the cavalry panicked for a while. But after all, they are a disciplined cavalry. After a brief panic, they are ready to leave the battlefield under the command of the officer. It's just that they just wanted to look back when they saw countless cavalrymen copying from the back. These cavalrymen shot before they got close. When they got closer, they pulled out their sabers and plunged into their army like a sharp sword, shouting and killing all around. Gubat was also shocked at the beginning. Although he was somewhat prepared, the loud sound of the grenade explosion still made people feel a kind of natural fear. But soon he stabilized and looked at the Cossack army that had lost control. Looking overjoyed, "My brothers, it's time for us to take revenge. Come with me and kill." With a loud shout, the Cuban express horse rushed towards Kasparov. It was this demon who slaughtered his people. In this battle, he will kill him under the horse. He will use actual actions to humiliate Tsarist Russia. Emperors, kill. The lancers officially took action, and the soldiers under Gubat were also shocked. This group of lancers are so well equipped and well trained, they are definitely the Tiger and Wolf divisions. But now only for a moment. They have caused the Cossacks' army to be in chaos. In the woods, Feng Dongjin looked at the battle in front of him. Now the Cossacks' army was being flanked back and forth, and the soldiers on both sides were constantly shooting the middle of the Cossack cavalry. This made the formation of the Cossacks' army chaotic, and it was impossible for the Cossacks to show their combat effectiveness when nestled together. Moreover, the Cossacks didn't know enough about them. Obviously, they did not anticipate the frightening effect of the grenade on the horses. After all, these explosions were in the middle of the horses. Now even though the Cossacks are well trained, the horses are frightened and out of control. It can be said that they are now fighting a group of headless flies. Chapter 1027 Fierce in the mountains and forests. Feng Dongjin was watching carefully with a telescope. It didn't take long for him to find a figure in the center of the Cossack army that looked like a general who was directing the army to adjust its formation, and the soldiers around him did not dare to disobey the order. What is particularly striking is that this man's uniform is also different from other Tsarist Russian officers. This person's prestige in the army is very high. So he turned his head and said to a group leader next to him, "Order your person to aim at the one with golden stripes on his shoulders and kill him." Feng Dongjin was pointing at Kurslav, and he was protected by his soldiers in the middle of the chaos, so that he could avoid the shooting on both sides and the fighting on both ends. After the basic guarantee of safety, he immediately began to organize a counterattack. In any case, he could not imagine that the Cossack army, which had always been invincible, would be ambushed here, and he would be beaten without fighting back. When the order was being hysterically issued, a neat gunfire suddenly sounded, and soldiers around him screamed and fell. A cold sweat broke out from behind Kasparov. What he had just planned was to attack the mountains on both sides, focusing on breaking through the barbarian cavalry of Gut. This scene made him dare not delay any more. He shouted, "Rush into the woods and kill the Dau people inside." Following his orders, the cavalry stuck in the middle suddenly divided into two parts, one rushing to the east forest and the other to the west forest. He rushed to the woods like crazy. A distance of 100 meters was enough for the cavalry to accelerate, and the Cossack cavalry rushed into the woods with a saber waving like lightning. Feng Dongjin was shocked. He somewhat underestimated the ferocity of these Cossack cavalry. Fortunately, they were hiding in the woods. If they were hit by them on the plain, they would suffer heavy casualties. And now at least trees can become an obstacle to their cavalry charge. Allah! The moment they entered the woods, the Cossack cavalry shouted in unison. They swept across with their sabers waving their hands. The imperial soldiers evaded immediately when they saw this. They were both cavalry, and of course they knew the consequences of being hit by a galloping horse. It's just that the Cossack cavalry came very quickly, and there were still some imperial soldiers who were too late to avoid being hit by the galloping horses or being slashed by the saber brandishing. After a brief contact, the lancers began to suffer casualties. "Kill them!" Feng Dongjin drew out the short spear from his waist and shot the Cossack cavalry over. The Cossack cavalry who was hit fell off his horse with a scream, and rolled on the ground several times without a sound. At the same time, the momentum of the rushing Cossack cavalry was blocked by the tree, and the horse stopped before hitting the tree. The cavalry who lost the impact advantage is no longer terrible. The Imperial soldiers reloaded and fired calmly, and the Cossack cavalry on horses fell off their horses. However, the Cossack cavalry also showed unusual sturdiness. Some cavalry directly turned over and dismounted, or also drew out short-barreled muskets to shoot at each other, or brandished sabers to directly rush towards the Imperial soldiers for melee. For a time, the entire woods and shouts of killing resounded across the sky. At the same time as the woods fell into a deadly battle, Kasparov was anxiously directing the army to attack Agit's army to try to open the gap, because the cavalry of the Great U State who blocked their back is even more terrifying. Now some of these trained cavalry are violently killing his soldiers. Once they are stuck by them, they can't go anymore. Attack forward! Kasparov yelled again. At the same time, there was a continuous loud noise. Kasparov turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound, and saw countless black sticks facing directly. He comes. At this moment, Kasparov's heart almost stopped beating, because the dense explosives did not leave him any escape space at all, and the falling speed made him unable to dodge. At the last moment, Kasparov only saw his body rise into the air, and the soldier beside him flew up like him, and the blood turned into the rain of blood and spread all over the ground. Seeing the death of the Tsarist Russian general, Feng Dongjin heaved a sigh of relief. Although the Cossack cavalry charged them into chaos, he never forgot the Tsarist Russian officer. Capture the thief first, capture the king. He led 1,000 soldiers to break through the layers of the Cossacks, and finally solved him with dense grenades. After the death of the Tsarist Russian officer, he continued to observe the situation on the battlefield. Sure enough, after the death of the general, the chaos in the Cossacks' army increased. Although there are still Tsarist Russian officers controlling their forces, there is no single command. Seeing this opportunity, Feng Dongjin immediately shouted, "Your Lord General is dead, don't surrender soon." Hearing Feng Dongjin's shout, the Lancer soldiers followed and shouted, "Your Lord General is dead, don't hurry to surrender. The Lord is dead, quickly surrender." More people shouted, their voices resounding through the valley. At the southern end of the valley, Qi Guanyi was observing the entire battlefield from a high place. He smiled slightly when he heard this voice. It is a compulsory course to learn some simple vocabulary from other countries in the military academy, especially the spoken language of surrendering immediately, disarming and not killing. Your lord will be dead. These spoken words cover many countries, of course, including Tsarist Russia, and in the army, their soldiers will be ordered to learn this, all for the purpose of fighting on the battlefield. Full attack. The voice echoing in the valley told him that the Tsarist leader was dead, and that the Tsarist cavalry who lost their unified command would inevitably be in chaos. As he thought, some Cossack cavalry dropped their weapons and stopped fighting at this time, and those stubborn Cossack cavalry could hardly resist the attack of lancers and Gubat. Soon the battle in the valley then present a one-sided state. From 10 o'clock in the morning to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the gunfire on the battlefield finally stopped. The battle lasted for 4 hours. Most of the Cossacks were annihilated, and only a few chose to surrender. The horse came to the center of the battlefield. At this time, Qi Guanyi saw Gubat coming oncomingly. At this time, Gubat came off the horse with a scimitar. His body was stained red with blood. Standing on Kasparov's corpse, Gubat took the knife and cut off his head and raised it high. He hated him and said, "It's a pity that there is no such thief." Qi Guanyi looked to the west. He said lightly, "But you still have a chance to kill Dolgo." Gubat's eyes lit up and he said, "Yes, there is also Dolgo, General Qi. Now Dolgo must be waiting for Kasparov to return." "That's right, so we are going to launch a raid when he can't see the human face in the twilight. Now let's change into the clothes of the Cossack cavalry and give him dinner." Chapter 1028. Belated doom. Dolgo paced restlessly in the golden tent. The cavalry led by Kasparov has been chasing it all day, and there is no news from them so far, which makes him very uneasy. Kasparov is too big. The cavalry of Dayu is in the east. Who he thinks he is? Angel said dissatisfiedly. As the leader of the Golden Tent Guard, it is him who protects Dolgo's safety. The first responsibility of the Tsarist, but now the Tsarist's arrogance has delayed their plan to go to St. Petersburg. Dolgo stopped in front of Angel, and a strong resentment flashed in his eyes. Every time the name of Dayu Kingdom rang in his ears, there would always be endless hatred in his heart. Dreaming back in the middle of the night, he always blamed himself for not following Bshan's suggestion to attack Dayu State in advance, so that Dayu State had a chance to breathe. Can't accompany Kozlov on any more adventures. This idiot now only wants to please the queen, but we have blood and deep hatred on our backs. Only when we arrive safely in St. Petersburg, we will have a chance to revenge in the future. Looking at the sunset in the sky to the west, he said, "Let the people clean up, let's go on the road overnight tonight." Angel nodded and turned around to get out of the golden tent, but when he raised his head, he suddenly saw a dense blurred figure not far away, which made him nervous immediately. At this moment, he immediately picked up the monoculars around his waist and looked at it, but as the setting sun subsided and the light dimmed, he could no longer see the faces of the people who came. The only thing that stood out was that these soldiers carried the characteristics of Cossack cavalry. Cylinder top hat. Seeing this dress, Angel felt relieved. He said to Dolgo in the golden tent, "Khan, Kasparov is back." Dolgo was overjoyed when he heard the words. He came out from the golden tent and looked east. Sure enough, a large cavalry came towards them. From the clothing of these people, it could be seen that they were Cossack cavalry. "This Kasparov has some ability. I didn't expect to come back safely, but I don't know if they killed Gubat. Let's go and see together." After all, Dolgo took Angel and other golden tent guards through one camp after another to the grass in front. What he never expected was that these disguised soldiers were not Cossacks but Chiguinyai and Gubat who were going to kill him. After the end of the battle in the valley, he immediately organized the soldiers to change clothes in order to launch the Twilight Offensive. After thinking about it, he put the lancers in all their Tsarist Russian uniforms, and let the cavalry led by Gubat follow behind them and act as forwards when they attacked. Feng Dongjin was left by him to clean the battlefield to guard the Cossack prisoners. Brothers are ready to go to war. Feng Qingxi is already preparing fragrant roasted whole lamb. After this battle, we will go back to eat meat and drink as much as we can. Chi Guinyai shouted as he saw the barbarian camp getting closer and closer. The answer to him was cheers of excitement, and then the soldiers prepared their hand carbines as planned. 500 meters, 400 meters, when the distance was only 300 meters. The lancers suddenly urged their horses to accelerate. The short distance of 300 meters is only a dozen seconds for the horses. The lancers fired one after another. When they were only 50 meters away from the camp, they did not directly slam into the camp. They suddenly turned the horse's head. The entire cavalry team separated from both sides as if the current met a rock. As a hand-to-hand combatant, Gubat led the cavalry of the tribe, brandishing a scimitar and rushing to the entire golden tent. When Dolgo saw the horse on the opposite side speed up, his heart felt like a cold winter, and the gunshots that followed immediately confirmed his anxiety. The guards of the Golden Horde who accompanied him to meet Kasparov suffered heavy losses in the first round of shooting, and then he saw a traitor from the Golden Horde, Gubat, rushing towards him like a murderous god. Due to the panic, Dolgo's body stiffened, but he quickly reacted and turned and ran towards the golden tent. But everything was too late. The good cavalry ran over the barracks like a torrent, and the golden tent cavalry who was still waiting for the Cossacks in comfort were often beheaded by the Guts before they could react. At the same time, Chi Guinyai was not idle. He ordered the soldiers to attack freely. At this time, the soldiers began to shoot at the barbarian cavalry in the camp. Some soldiers with strong arms even threw grenades into the camp, which accelerated the chaos of the golden cavalry. Suddenly attacked, 60,000 golden tents cavalry crashed everywhere like headless flies, unable to organize effective resistance. After completing the encirclement, Chi Guinyai led the cavalry to attack from the outside to the inside. Boom boom boom. Gunshots and explosions appeared unusually bright in the gradually dark space, but this was a nightmare for the golden tent cavalry. The name Lancers has made them scared enough, and now with the crazy vengeful Gubat, the Golden Tent cavalry collapsed completely after an hour, and the barbarians who were going to migrate with the Golden Tent were trembling with fright. Dare not have any resistance. Under the protection of the Golden Tent guards, Dolgo rushed from left to right, but whenever he went to a place, he would always find the Great State Lancer. Facing the impenetrable encirclement, he gradually fell into madness, but when attacking westward, he suddenly found that the place was unusually quiet, and it seemed that Dayu had forgotten the line of defense here. Upon seeing this, Dolgo was overjoyed, and he led the guards of the Golden Tent to flee west. Chi Guanyi is looking at the barbarian tribal camp illuminated by burning tents in the dark. Compared with the camps of the three tribes, the scale here is not much larger. According to his estimation, there are at least 700,000 people preparing to follow Dolgo. Transfer. Among these 700,000 people, 60,000 are Golden Tent cavalry guarding the Golden Tent. Under their sudden attack, these cavalry have now completely lost their combat effectiveness, and the remaining barbarians may still dare to fight with them, but a group of toothless wolves are not their opponents to the tooth-armed wolves. Every barbarian who took up a weapon was shot without distinction. "Commander, there is a cavalry here," the guard beside Chi Guanyi said. Hearing this, Chi Guanyi looked into the flames, and indeed there was a cavalry coming towards them. But they obviously did not find them in the dark. After all, the burning flames can only stay within the range of the light. It was precisely by using this feature of vision that he deliberately laid down this trap, and it was not the first time he used this tactic. Shooting, facing the cavalry rushing over, Chi Guanyi issued a combat order. Amid the intense gunfire, the barbarian cavalry who wanted to escape were shot and fell. Dolgo was also shot and fell to the ground. The last picture he saw was the countless flames that lit up in the dark. Chapter 1029 Extinction. He is Dolgo. In the dim light of dawn, Gubat pointed helplessly at Dolgo's body. In a fierce battle overnight, they completely controlled the tribal camp. Most of the Golden Tent cavalry died in the battle, and the remaining cavalry chose to surrender. The barbarians who were going to migrate with the Golden Tent also chose to surrender. The fact that the three tribes were slaughtered for resistance has spread throughout the grasslands. Now Dayu Kingdom is not a weak sheep in their eyes, but a chilling hungry wolf. Some barbarians even use Nuben's name to scare disobedient children. It is in this fear that the barbarians choose to surrender obediently. Even becoming a slave is better than losing a life. It's true. I recognize him even when he turned to ashes. Gubat swore to himself. After the battle, they began to look for Dolgo. After searching, they found Dolgo dead on the west line of defense. It's a pity to die like this, Chi Guanyi said in a cold tone. He was also planning to take Dolgo's credit. After all, this is a great achievement. But even so, Dolgo was dead after all, which meant that the border troubles that threatened the northern part of the empire for 100 years were finally solved. Gubat looked at the dead Dolgo for a while with deep weakness. He is now very grateful that he has made the decision to surrender to the Great Chongqing. If he took a wrong step, he might be among the people lying with Dolgo. He is the only one. And now, he and his tribe may usher in a different future. Thinking so nervously, Chi Guanyi suddenly issued an order. "Gut, there are too many captives. Let your people cooperate with us to drive these captives to Rozut." Now the Kanto area needs people to build railways, telegraphs, and thermal power plants. So much labor cannot be wasted. Gubat smiled cautiously. He did not dare to defy. After all, his fate still depends on him. "Yes, General Chi Guanyi, this matter is left to us." After all, he asked the soldiers under his command to rush the captives to move east. At the same time, Feng Dongjin was anxiously awaiting news from Chi Guanyi. Although this battle could be unexpected, the number of barbarians was huge, and there was still a great risk. However, his worries disappeared in the afternoon. He saw the green uniform through the telescope, and the cavalry was followed by prisoners who could not see his head. It seemed that this time it was indeed reward. When Chi Guanyi returned to Daying, he immediately stepped forward and congratulated him. "Commander, it seems that I have gained a lot this time." While talking, He looked at the numerous prisoners. Qi Guanyi smiled and said, "This time I finally did not disappoint." Most of the barbarians in this golden account surrendered. More than 600,000 people are enough to alleviate the shortage of labor resources in Kanto, Feng Dongjin said with a smile. Then I am really worried. It seems that these barbarians have finally learned to be afraid. Qi Guanyi also laughed when he heard the words, "This is their purpose, otherwise, how could they shock Xiao Xiao?" The two chatted casually. Feng Dongjin thought of something. He said, "I have prepared some food." Taking advantage of this big victory, we will drink once. How about? Okay. This is what you're waiting for. Dolgo is dead, and the barbarian trouble has been completely resolved, and now he can finally relax. After getting off the horse, Qi Guanyi walked to the bonfire. At this time, he saw a somewhat unnatural gut, and he said, "The good leader, let's have a drink together." This battle is the biggest contribution to the flag leader. I will return to Rao State. I will show the Emperor the credit of the head of the flag. General Qi, no, Commander Qi, thank you very much, Gut said with a fist. His heart was agitated, and that was what he was waiting for. With Qi Guanyi's invitation, Cuba had the courage to go to the bonfire with the two, and the soldiers were also assigned to eat in front of their respective bonfires. Raising the wine glass and drinking a drink at the same time, Gubat said, "Thank you for your trust. The two are about to return home in triumph. Can you pass this reduction to the Emperor?" Qi Guanyi took over the list. Obviously, in order to take refuge in the Empire, Gut had been preparing for more than a day. He said, "This is no problem. This big victory. The overall situation in the north has been decided. As long as the good leader can serve the Empire and raise livestock, the Emperor will be very happy. This is natural. As long as the Emperor needs it, Cuba will definitely go all out. We are the best at herding, and we will definitely be able to provide the Emperor with a large number of cattle and sheep," Gut said. Feng Dongjin and Qi Guanyi glanced at each other, with a smile in their eyes. Although they didn't like the barbarian Gut, they were after all someone appointed by the Emperor to stay. After talking with Gubat, he also gradually understood the Emperor's meaning. Although Gubat was happy to kill, but what good was it for the people's livelihood of the Empire? Rather than that, it is better to keep him, let him obey the Empire like Cossacks serving Tsarist Russia, to herd the Empire and provide cavalry for the Empire. In this way, the Empire can control the vast grasslands at the least cost without worrying about being eaten away by other grassland tribes. While drinking, while chatting, after 3 rounds of drinking, the 3 people dispersed separately, and Qi Guanyi and Gubat needed a rest during the night of fighting. But Feng Dongjin's things increased all at once. So many prisoners were not so easy to manage. After a day's rest, Feng Dongjin and Qi Guanyi got up early the next morning, and the rectified army pressed the prisoners and marched towards Rozu. The golden tent was destroyed, and they didn't need to stay in the grassland. After all, staying on the grassland for a day would put a lot of pressure on the logistics, so they decided to go back as soon as possible, and at the same time spread the good news to King Zhu. King Zhu, after waiting for half a month, a battle report from the grassland completely ignited the atmosphere of King Zhu City. For so many years, the barbarians have been a nightmare in the hearts of the people, and now after more than 10 years of war, the barbarians have finally been brought down by the Empire. From then on, they will never worry about being awakened by the horses of the barbarians in their sleep. In this battle, the Northwest Army not only defeated the Cossack cavalry, but also gained a lot. With the captive cavalry, a total of 640,000 people were captured in this battle. If we count the large and small tribes during this period, the barbarians we captured, there are about 1 million people, which is not a small number. Pang Yukun was both happy and worried. Xiaoming understood what Pang Yukun meant. He was worried that so many barbarians would multiply from generation to generation and become a huge ethnic group. He said, Pang Shufu's worry is superfluous. There are a lot of them, but they are gone. Since there are so many captives this time, they will migrate 300,000 to Siberia and another 300,000 to Australia. The most important point is that these captive women are not allowed to intermarry with the same race, but can only intermarry with imperial men, and the captive men must not intermarry with imperial women. Fiji glanced at Xiao Ming upon hearing this, and had to say that this scheme was very vicious, and it was an absolute scheme. Chapter 1031. Wave is not flat, one wave rises again. The blood-colored dusk illuminates the land of King Zu, putting everything in a red coat. After a brief silence in the imperial study room, Fiji asked worriedly, if this is the case, what should Get do? The official thought he would not accept this condition. He didn't need to accept this condition, because I still need him to take care of the grassland. Xiao Ming said lightly, this decree is only aimed at barbarians who are going to Siberia and Australia. After all, I don't want the land that I have been struggling to win. As for the place where they thrived, as for Gubat, no matter how hard he tossed, a dilapidated tribe would not be able to set off any storms. After all, the age of cavalry has passed. Fiji and Pang Yukun understood immediately, and they said at the same time, the Emperor is wise. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Xiao Ming said, the disaster on the grassland has been eliminated, but this does not mean that the threat to the north has been eliminated. On the contrary, we will face a more powerful enemy, Tsarist Russia. The conflict between the two will be inevitable. Pang Yukun now gradually understood Xiao Ming's thoughts. He said, so the Emperor kept Get in order to prevent Tsarist Russia from capturing the blank area of power left by the destruction of the barbarians. Positive answer. The Cossack cavalry that Chi Guanyi eliminated this time has been able to explain the problem. But even so, I am afraid that some of the forces left by the barbarians have been occupied by Tsarist Russia. On the other hand, Xiao Ming came to the world map and drew a circle in the area between the west side of the Tanshan Mountains and the Caspian Sea. This area is the land of the later Kazakh state, and it has always been Russia's sphere of influence in contemporary times because it is far from Moscow. It is very close to St. Peter and Bo, whether it is the former Principality of Moscow or the successors after that, it will be here as their traditional scope, according to the intelligence obtained by the Secret Guard. After Dolgo surrendered, Tsarist Russia took over here and ruled the western regions on this land on behalf of the Golden Horde. The Emperor is going to compete with Tsarist Russia. What did Fiji realize? Nodding lightly, Xiao Ming said, this is the only place on the Silk Road. It is now occupied by Tsarist Russia, which means that they have cut off our business route from land to Europe. I will not let my neck be caught by others. Pinch. Pang Yukun frowned and said, it's just that this place is too far away from King Zu. Even if we defeat the Tsarist army on the land, we can't control this place. The Emperor said that to completely control a piece of land would require a large number of immigrants. Reproduce. Moreover, after Kanto immigrants, Siberian immigrants, and Ryukyu immigrants, 7 million people have moved out of the country. According to the Emperor's plan, we will also immigrate to Australia and North America. In this way, the population in the empire will become less and less. The lack of population will seriously affect the development of industry and commerce. Fiji echoed. Old Fj now understands the demographic dividend more and more clearly. That's right. With the expansion of the empire's industrial scale and the increase in types of industries, a sufficient population is required to realize a complete industrial system, otherwise the empire it is impossible to break through the bottleneck of the whole system, Xiao Ming said. In fact, he has always attached great importance to the population issue, which is why he issued a decree to stimulate births. But population growth cannot be increased on a large scale in a day or two. According to the current population base of tens of millions of people in the empire, it is estimated that the time is the most in 10 years can increase the population by 20 million. But even so, the population of the empire is second to none in the current world. Fiji's worries are right, but they are somewhat redundant, because he is not going to be fattened by one bite. The reason why Kanto moved such a large population was to expand the land area of the empire in Asia and actually control it, because the threat of Tsarist Russia is right in front of him, and he will be taken by Tsarist Russia if he does not occupy it. This is related to the territorial issue. But the problems in Australia, North America, and Southeast Asia are different. He does not have an urgent need to forcibly emigrate and settle the people, because what he wants in these areas is economic benefits. He only needs the army to control the local aborigines and use economic benefits to guide people to migrate and settle. In this way, it only takes decades of reproduction, and the people who come here to find a new life will form a scale, and gradually take advantage of the population to actually occupy these places. Thinking of this, he told the two of his ideas. When Fiji and Pang Yukon heard the words, they nodded at the same time. Pang Yukon said, "It turns out that the emperor had planned for a long time. It's so wonderful. The most important issue of the empire now is the development of industry and commerce. I will not destroy the Great Wall by myself. Now that the barbarians are extinct, the threats close to them are gone. Although Russia is eyeing, it cannot cross the imperial defense line. You have created an unprecedented stable environment, and your cabinet must seize the present opportunity and make every effort to build the imperial industrial system." After all, Xiaoming picked up a thick document from the table. This document was the Empire Development Plan that Yang Cheng'ai was responsible for compiling and finally confirmed by him. In this plan, he listed a series of key projects that need to be built. In terms of energy, he approved the construction of thermal power stations in various states, large coal companies in the coal-rich city of Chang'an, and included oil exploration plans. In terms of transportation, he approved the nationwide construction of bridges, railways, and ordinary roads in various states and counties. Industrially, he chose resource-rich areas to build heavy industrial zones, while coastal areas focused on light industry. In addition, in terms of education, he approved the construction of key universities in Jinling City, Chang'an, Jinzhou, Boizhou, Linan, Songjiang, Suzhou, etc., focusing on popularizing science and technology. In terms of shipbuilding, in addition to the previous Dengzhou and Jinling shipyards, he once again approved 30 large shipyards including Bishashing Shipyard, Songjiang Shipyard, Linan Shipyard, and Guangzhou Shipyard. These shipyards are all government-run shipyards. They can build warships and produce civilian ships. After the threat on the grassland is fixed, the empire will spend more energy on the ocean in the future, so this time Xiaoming focused on taking care of it. Get off the shipyard. Pang Yukon took this development plan, only to glance at the top and he knew that he would be busy again. After discussing government affairs, the two were about to go back. At this time, Qian Defu came in from the side hall and delivered a report to Xiaoming. The Emperor, Liu Oxin, commander of the Southwest Army, reported that their cavalry hunters outside Songzhou found that the Tubo cavalry suddenly went north. Qian Defu said. Tubo? Xiaoming frowned. The barbarians had just disappeared, and he didn't expect the Tubo disaster to rise again, but this time Tubo did not attack Songzhou, but the purpose of going north was too obvious. He didn't expect that Tsarist Russia hadn't done it yet, but the Tubo hurriedly wanted to steal the fruits of victory from him. RW Chapter 1031 Future HMPH. This Tubo is really a good calculation, and now the Empire has not settled the old accounts with him, but he has sent it to the door himself. Fiji said angrily. Because of the decline of the Great Yu Kingdom, Tubo, a plateau tribe that once surrendered to the Great Yu Kingdom, has long been dissatisfied. During Xiao Wenxuan's reign, he invaded the Songzhou area many times and even directly threatened the safety of Chang'an. It's just that compared with the barbarians, the strength of Tubo is a bit weaker. Although the kingdom of Great Yu could not deal with the barbarians, it was still more than enough to deal with the Tubo at that time, so the two sides kept fighting each other. Fiji has experienced many times of Tubo's harassment on the border of Great Chongqing, so it hates Tubo. Pang Yukon nodded. He said, "The emperor remembered the difficulties in Bashu. If it weren't for Tubo to let the Demon tribe, there would not have been such a tragedy at that time." For the sake of Bashu's stability, the lower officials thought it was time to put down Tubo. Although Fiji and Pang Yukon have disputes about their interests, they still agree on the common interests of the empire. Xiaoming was still satisfied with this point. He said, "If this is the case, I will give Liu Oxen an order to send his troops to Songzhou, and teach the Tubo people a lesson. The emperor is mighty. Fiji and Pang Yukun bowed and said. After deciding a plan to attack Tubo, the three monarchs and officials discussed the contents of the plan in detail. In Xiaoming's view, this 5-year plan is more important than the victory of Tubo because it is related to the imperial global strategy. Only by establishing a strong industrial system can he maintain global hegemony. When the two left, Xiaoming drafted a telegram for Qian Defu to send to Qi Guangyai. Probably the meaning is basically the same as discussed earlier. The only part is about Gubat. Now Gut is willing to surrender to the empire, and he also hopes to use Gut to manage the grassland well. So in the telegram he revealed the intention of establishing the Western Regions Protectorate, and Gut will have a position in the governorate and will belong to the empire from then on jurisdiction. After dealing with this matter, he asked Qian Defu to go to medical school with him. In the past 10 years, the empire has actually developed the fastest medicine. The reason is very simple, because many things in medicine rely on clinical experience, and the most indispensable thing in the science and technology spa is clinical experience. Therefore, for more than 10 years, the medical school of Chinese medicine has been gnawing on books and combining actual cases to learn medical knowledge into reality. The emperor, the old man, is now sitting at the King's Medical University affiliated hospital. When he is fine, he goes to the medical school to give lectures. Now that he is old and is not as good as young people in learning, he should give way. When they arrived at the medical school, Huang Tingzi and Xiaoming talked while pointing at the modern building opposite the medical school. Following the direction of Huang Tingzi's fingers, Xiaoming looked to a place not far away that looked like a community. This place was conveniently located as the medical affiliated hospital in Huang Tingzi's mouth, and it was also the hospital with the highest medical standards in the empire. Looking at the reinforced concrete building complex, Xiaoming suddenly felt an illusion of traveling back to the modern era. After all, this building is basically the same as the modern one. The rise of civil engineering in the college is also changing the structure of the empire. The once exquisite wooden ancient buildings were confined in the garden, and the important buildings in the city were gradually replaced by modern new buildings. However, this trend Xiaoming was not actively promoted by Xiaoming. The reason for the acceleration of all this was the increase in fires in Qingzhou City after the power was turned on, and the wooden structure houses were very fragile in the face of electricity leakage. Of course, this does not mean that antique wooden buildings have to be eliminated. In fact, most of the wealthy in Qingzhou City now choose to live in steel and concrete houses in the city, and build villa-style leisure residences in the countryside to enjoy development. The enjoyment it brings can also maintain the formerly elegant mood. After regaining his senses, Xiaoming said, Lao Huang has been dedicated to cultivating medical talents for the empire over the years. Nowadays, excellent students are spread all over the empire, eradicating chronic diseases and regaining health for the people of the empire. These credits have never been given to me. Asking for credit, this makes me really uneasy. Huang Tingzi stroked his beard and laughed. He said, the emperor, some people pursue power, some people pursue wealth, and some people pursue nothing but endless knowledge. The latter is the latter. Since the emperor's admiral has been from Jinling, bringing the city to this Qingzhou is equivalent to giving the old an endless reward. After all, here the old understands that he is just a frog at the bottom of the well, and he will never be able to exhaust his knowledge of medicine Paul Vientiane. Because of this, I will let Huang Loguang recruit disciples, open up branches and leaves, carry forward medicine, and benefit the people. Xiaoming said with a smile. Huang Tingzi nodded slightly, and then he looked at Xiaoming deeply and said, it's just that the old man may not be able to help the emperor prolong his life. When it came to this, Xiaoming's expression moved slightly, and he said, it turns out that Huang Lao understood. Ha ha ha. Huang Tingzi laughed loudly. In fact, why should the emperor cover up? Who among the emperors of the past dynasties did not seek the law of longevity? But the emperor did not believe in the way of elixir, but believed in medicine is unprecedented. But this is the wiseness of the emperor. After a pause, He went on to say, but it is the Emperor's mind that makes medicine in Qingzhou flourish today. The Emperor is still young, and the future has unlimited possibilities. Xiaoming sighed slightly. In fact, in recent years, his attention to medicine has not been less than that of mathematics, physics and chemistry. The development of contemporary medicine has increased the average life span of human beings. He naturally wants to live longer. The content of the technology spa is not exhausted in his life. If it is possible, he wants to make all the contents of the technology spa a reality in his life, and to achieve this, he needs to go beyond the genetics of contemporary technology, which is not only in the technology spa the knowledge contained. In fact, he has already involved this in the field of modern research. Biologists are already studying to extend the life of the human body by extending the life of cells. After all, the process of human death and aging is the process of cell death and aging. With Huang Lao's auspicious words, I will definitely get through to that day, but the laboratory about this project hopes that Huang Lao can take more care. Xiaoming said, sitting and waiting for death is not his character. So I found that Qingzhou Medical has enough after progress. He asked Huang Tingzi to set up a biological laboratory. This laboratory brings together the best talents who will study deeper knowledge from generation to generation. The biggest limitation of this laboratory is the equipment problem. It is the current reality that clever women can't cook without rice. And it's useless for him to be anxious, because the progress of all walks of life is integrated and cannot be advanced alone, so he can only wait for the progress of the industry to come true. The Emperor rest assured. The old man must go all out. After all, the Emperor is the most precious wealth of the empire. Huang Tingzi's eyes were firm. Chapter 1032 Accumulate songs. Liu Xin is planning this invasion against Tabo. On the third day after issuing the war report to King Zhu, he received an order from the Emperor. This time he was authorized to deal with Tabo affairs with full authority. The ultimate strategic goal was to make Tabo completely submit. You will now mobilize all the hot air balloons in the military area to go to Tabo, and cooperate with the hunting cavalry to investigate the trend of Tabo, and pass the news to us at any time so that we can stop the Tabo cavalry at important nodes. Similar to the barbarians, Tabo is also a model of cavalry and slave soldiers. In recent years, it is because of the high-quality horses on the plateau that Tabo has been able to attack the empire with ease. In addition, the plateau lacks oxygen and is prone to hypoxia. Chongqing counterattacked because the soldiers could not adapt to such a high altitude, but the difference is that Dayu can block the barbarians on the grassland through the Great Wall, but Tabo has a long border with Dayu. No one knows where Tabo will attack from, so Liu Xin had to use heat this time. Balloons, hoping to grasp the movement of the Tabo army in advance through hot air balloon investigations. Yes, Commander Liu O. The reconnaissance company commander in charge of reconnaissance responded. As the investigating company commander left, Liu Xin issued several orders. This time, he arrived in Songzhou ahead of schedule in response to the Tabo action, but in fact the army's mobilization has just begun. Now he is mobilizing troops stationed in Bashu, Guangxi, and Yan'an to gather here. According to his plan, there will be 20,000 horses from the Southwest Army participating in the operation. These soldiers are now equipped with hand-style rifles, and the artillery uses a new type of guard field guns. The long flat machine guns are even more capable. 300. The news of Qi Guanyi's beheading of Dolgo had spread throughout the army. He, the commander of the Southwest Army, finally had a chance to do meritorious service. He didn't want to disappoint the emperor. Intense preparations. 10 days later, the two elite divisions of the Southwest Army were assembled in Songzhou. Liu Xin did not rush to attack. Instead, he let the soldiers conduct adaptive training for half a month on the plateau while practicing between arms of cooperation. Although he was confident that he could defeat the Tabo army, he did not dare to underestimate what he learned from the Army Academy of Altitude Sickness. At the same time as the Northwest Army's large-scale exercises, Tabo Zanputashi Dundup is also closely watching Songzhou's intelligence. Inheriting the ambitions of Zanpu in the past, Tashi Dunzu dreamed of building a huge empire similar to the Golden Horde. For this reason, he had just become Zanpu and began to look at the Great Yu Kingdom. In the decline of the Golden Horde, his troops disappeared from the grasslands connecting Tabo. He finally couldn't help but lead the Tabo cavalry to control the blank area left by the Golden Horde. Zamp, Daugo has assembled about 20,000 people in Songzu. They have been training near Songzu these days and have no intention of attacking us. The long-term chief Dengba Zongma came to him and reported his reconnaissance to the situation. 20,000 people? It seems that they are just acting, and they are only worried about us attacking Songzu. If this is the case, we ignore him and directly capture Lingzu. Tashi Dunzu laughed loudly, looking very rampant. Demba nodded. The news on the plateau was blocked. Both he and Tashi Dunzu thought that the country of Diaoyu was not very different from the previous ones, so they did not pay attention to the 20,000 people at all. After all, his 80,000 cavalry was added. Thousands of slaves, even the Golden Horde, must be afraid of 3 points. After figuring out the number of Songzu's troops, Tashi Dunzu finally felt relieved. Looking at the stretch of cavalry, his enthusiasm was high and he headed towards Lingzu. If they can occupy this city west of Chang'an, they can control all the grasslands west of Lingzu with Lingzu as the boundary. Commander, the reconnaissance team has sent the information. The Tabo army is marching towards Lingzu. At present, they have reached a low-altitude area, which is about 3 days away from us. On the third day of the adaptability training, Liu Oxing received detailed information. This was the news from the hot air balloon reconnaissance company. What they saw in the sky was even broader, and they would not be noticed by Tabo. Because of this, the number of people in Tabo dispatched this time was made clear by the reconnaissance team. Lingzu. It's still Lingzu. How many people did they dispatch this time? Liu Oxin asked. It is not the first time that Tabo has paid attention to Lingzu in the history of Diaoyu. This city is far from Chang'an, and deep into the grassland. It can be said to be a great place for hoarding food and grass. After being occupied by the Golden Horde, Tabo did not dare to provoke the barbarians, so it disappeared for a long time. Now the barbarians withdrew from Lingzu, and the empire regained control here, and Tabo made a comeback again. Report to the commander, there are about 100,000 people, including 40,000 cavalry and 60,000 slaves. The investigation company commander said loudly. 80,000 people? In that case, we set up an ambush on their way back to wipe them out in one fell swoop. For Liu Oxin, he doesn't care how many people there are in Tabo this time, mainly because of the current Tabo route of action. After all, the elite Southwest Army equipped with a hand-style rifle can easily eliminate several times the enemy. As for whether Lingzu will be breached, he doesn't worry, because Lingzu is now under Qi Guanyai's jurisdiction, and the barbarians can't get any benefits under his hands. What's more, the Tabo army is a cold weapon that lives in a closed environment and sits in a well. Yes, Commander, the generals shouted. Now the 6 military regions in the southeast and central military regions have gone to Australia. The northwest military region is fighting against the barbarians, the Kwantung military region is competing with Tsarist Russia for Siberia, and Zusansi is preparing to go to North America. Only their Southwest Army and the Central Army have nothing to do. The Central Army had a mission to defend Kyoto, and their Southwest Army held it back in such a way that made them very uncomfortable. So this time the battle was finally found, and the generals were full of energy. According to Liu Oxin, the generals who did not fight might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. Next, Liu Oxin spread out the nearby map, assigned tasks to each general, and prepared to complete this combat task with the cooperation of the Northwest Army. Lingzu Feng Dongjin had already assembled 20,000 lancers nearby. Tabo was not under their jurisdiction, but Tabo's attack on Lingzu had something to do with them. Therefore, these days they are also requesting instructions by telegram, and after receiving the order, they began to prepare. But on this day they finally waited for the mighty Tabo army. When he discovered the Tabo army, Tashi Dunzu also discovered Feng Dongjin's lancers. Looking at the cavalry standing quietly on the grassland, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. This feeling made him suddenly uneasy. Chapter 1033 God's Punishment. Zamp, you see what's on our head is still there. Demba pointed to a black spot in the sky and said, his eyesight has always been outstanding, and he can always see these black spots floating above their heads. These days, Tashi Dunzu was watching the cavalry in front of him warily. He said impatiently, idiot, haven't you said enough in the past 2 days? Put your mind away now and kill the enemy in front of me. Demba scratched his head when he heard the words, and couldn't help but glanced at the things on his head again. Only then did he lead the cavalry out of the queue and dispatched an array of cavalry facing forward. Seeing Demba's departure, Tashi Dunzu frowned. He was full of confidence in this action, but he always seemed to encounter strange things in the past 2 days. Although he scolded Demba, he himself was uneasy about what was on his head, and his anxiety immediately became reality. When Demba was about to charge, a huge explosion suddenly sounded. Boom! One after another, the flowers of flame bloomed among the cavalry, and the soldiers affected by the explosion immediately fell. Then, Tashi Dunzu saw the soldiers in the army rising in the sky in the blue smoke, but when they fell again only the stump was left, and they didn't even understand what was going on. At this time, on the hot air balloon above them, 2 soldiers were laughing. The explosion was their masterpiece. When they came out to investigate, they were asked to bring bombs. If encountering a situation of war, it is cheaper to act, and the situation is in line with this situation, so they dropped the bombs one by one. Feng Dongjin was also stunned. He raised his head and looked at the sky with a helpless smile. Because of the sudden attack by the shells, the Tubbo cavalry was shocked. Now the horses are running around. Many Tubbo soldiers fell from their horses and died under their hooves. The formation has been in chaos. The opportunity was right in front of him, and Feng Dongjin said, everyone has it, kill. Under his order, the lancers urged their horses to rush towards the Tubbo cavalry. When they reached the carbine shooting range, they shot one after another. Bang bang bang. The intensive gunfire sounded, and the panicked Tubbo soldiers fell into a pool of blood before they realized what was going on, while Tashi Dunzu had been frightened and froze in place. Zamp, run away. Zamp, this is the devil, we have been punished by heaven. Dem brushed towards Tashi Dunzu. His face was covered with blood. It was the blood of Tubbo soldiers. The soldiers around he was constantly flying into the sky in the sound of explosions. He had never seen such a situation before, and his heart was broken. What is going on? What is going on? Tashi Dunzu murmured nervously. Soldiers died in a terrifying way in front of him. The screams and broken flesh around him made him feel like he was in hell. Medium. Seeing Tashi done up like this, Demba didn't care about it anymore, pulled his horse and ran back. At this time, there was no order in their army. Everyone was caught in this weird way of death. Scared to lose my soul. In their belief, this is exactly the same as receiving a punishment from heaven, and only gods can do this. The Tubbo army collapsed upon contact, which made Feng Dongjin dumbfounded. Facing the frantically fleeing Tubbo army, he wanted to pursue it, but after thinking of something, he decided to stop the pursuit. Chang Shi, why don't you chase it? A general was puzzled. Liu Oxin and the commander have passed the anger. We are only responsible for driving out Tubbo. It is the Southwest Army that really scares the Tubbo people. The generals couldn't help but feel a little regretful when they heard this. After all, if they were to pursue them, they would definitely be able to kill many Tubbo soldiers. At the same time, Demba and Tashi Dundup led the army to escape to the plateau, without knowing that they had already murdered on the way they had to go back. On the 3rd day, when they finally thought that they could get rid of the army of Dayu and they could go back safely, suddenly countless explosions sounded again. Unlike last time, the number and power of this explosion was 100 times more fierce, but they lost a lot in an instant. Free shooting. From a high place, Liu Oxin was observing the dynamics of Tubbo. After a round of shelling, the Tubbo army was in chaos, so he ordered the soldiers to open fire. Following his order, the soldiers who had been lying on the ground suddenly stood up and shot at the chaotic Tubbo army. At this moment, the soldiers of Tubbo realized that they were in an ambush by the army of Great Yu. and this made them even more frightened, because the weapons in the hands of those soldiers were beyond their imagination. They only saw a burst of fire, and there were many. The soldier fell. At this time, the machine gun company also reached the designated position, and pulled the trigger at the Tubbo soldiers who fled. Da. The fleeing Tubbo soldiers fell down like cutting wheat. For the Imperial soldiers, this was a one-sided battle. Just as Liu Oxin thought, the advanced level of weapons has exceeded the limit of number of people, and 20,000 people dealt with 100,000 people. It was only a unilateral massacre. Liu Oxin generously took a telescope to observe the battlefield. For him, the war was basically over at this level. All that was left was to gather the prisoners of war. He thought he would waste a little bit of his hands and feet. The ease was beyond his imagination, and the superiority of weapons had completely overwhelmed the superiority of the Tubbo population. After an hour, the gunfire gradually turned from dense to sparse. Liu Oxin understood that this was the signal that the battle was basically over. After a while, a division commander came to report, "General, all the remaining Tubbo soldiers surrendered, and Tubbo Zampo was killed." Dead? Liu Oxin is a little pity. He still wants to catch him alive, but unfortunately there is no chance now. It's too messy, we can't tell which is their Zamp, and they wear the same clothes. The teacher replied cautiously, for fear that Liu Oxin would become angry and see that Liu Oxin didn't mean to be angry. He continued, "Commander, what about these Tubbo soldiers who surrendered?" After pondering for a while, Liu Oxin said, "Find a high-ranking general and let him go back to spread the word. If Tubbo does not submit within a month, we will bloodbath them, and all the rest will be taken back." "Yes, Commander." The commander responded. Then he found Demba among those who surrendered, and learned that Demba was an important figure in Tubbo, and the teacher brought him to Liu Oxin. For this war, Liu Oxin prepared some people who knew the language and writing of Tubbo, and he asked these people to write down their requirements for Demba to take back. At this moment, Demba had been frightened out of his courage, did not dare to defy anything, and fled to the depths of the plateau with the order of the Empire. Chapter 1034 Deterrence Exercise Dokang. This is the capital of Tubbo, located 400 miles southwest of Songzu City. After 6 days of trekking, Demba finally escaped back. Tashi Dunzi is dead. Dawa looked shocked. Demba couldn't help nodding, tears streaming down, and howling loudly. He truthfully told Dawa what happened in the attack on Lingzhu. Dawa's expression became more and more ugly with Demba's description. At the end, his eyes were full of strong fear, because all this was beyond the scope of his understanding, and in his opinion, only gods could descend the sky. Daxiang, what should we do now? The generals of Dayu are running out of time. They say that if we don't choose to surrender, they will bloodbath Dokang. Dengba was lost and now Tashi Dunzi is dead. Daxiang is the most prestigious person in Tubbo. He can only look at Dawa for help. The return of Dengba also attracted many Tubbo aristocrats, and at this time they were frightened by this description. The attack on Lingzhu Tubbo can be said to have deployed most of its troops, and this army also has their children. Daxiang, this matter must be carefully considered. We have to go to find out in person to decide how to make a decision, a nobleman said aloud, and upon hearing this, other nobles nodded. Dawa nodded. He looked at Demba and said, "It is a very prudent thing to be attached to the country of Dau. We must see it with our own eyes to believe. Demba, this is related to the national fortune of Tubbo, so I want you to lead us go to Songzu." Demba glanced at the nobles around him and found that they were all looking at him with a dubious expression. He suddenly understood that these people were suspicious of him making excuses for defeat. After snorting, Demba said, "Go and go, as long as you don't be scared to pee your pants." Dawa sighed and said, "Dengba, it's not that we don't believe you, but that I want to give an explanation to the Tubbo nobles. You go back and have a rest, and we will leave tomorrow." After hearing this, Demba's expression relaxed a little, and he rested for one night. The next day, he and the Tubbo nobles of Dawa marched towards Songzu. 6 days later, the group arrived in Songzu. Liu Oxin detected the trace of the pedestrian before Demba and his party arrived in Songzu, but he was relieved after discovering that Demba and his party were only carrying 3,000 soldiers and horses. because Tabo would bring so many people here if it wanted revenge. And as he guessed, when he arrived at Songzu City, Demba explained his intentions, and they were coming for the purpose of belonging. Dear General Luo, they want to see that you have weapons with the power of the gods. After entering the city, Demba, led by the soldiers, went to the Songzu camp and saw Liu Oxin in the camp. A weapon of the power of the gods? Liu Oxin looked at Demba interestingly, and Demba showed a trace of guilty conscience. In fact, he was a little angry at the suspicion of the nobles that day, so he wanted to use the hands of Diayugo to scare the people like Dua. After thinking for a while, Liu Oxin suddenly laughed. He didn't care about Demba's thoughts. For him, this might be a way to deter Tabo. After all, in Demba's eyes, their weapons had risen to the level of gods. If the ignorant Tabos truly understand the power of the empire, they may never be rebellious again. Nodding lightly, Liu Oxin called the generals. This time they planned to organize military exercises so that these Tabo nobles could really see what the power of the empire is. Let Demba go back. Liu Oxin and the others studied the content of the exercise a little bit. In the afternoon, Liu Oxin personally took Demba and his party to the site of the exercise. This is the weapon of the gods? Dawu asked, pointing to the hand-style rifles carried by the soldiers. Liu Oxin nodded, and he said to the soldier, let's show it to the Tabo Prime Minister. He already knows the identity of Dawu, who is equivalent to the Emperor in Tabo's Anpu, and Daxiang is equivalent to the Prime Minister. Now Dawu is the most powerful person in Tabo. Upon receiving the order, the soldier raised the hand-style rifle neatly and shot it at the clay pot at a distance of 100 meters. With a bang, the clay pot was broken. When the gunfire sounded, Dawu and the Tabo nobles all trembled in shock, and even if Demba saw it again, they were shocked. Liu Oxin paid attention to the expressions of Dawu and the others with a satisfied expression, and then he led everyone to the artillery. Come on, Liu Oxin said lightly, with a smirk at the corner of his mouth. The artillery took out metal cannonballs from the boxes on the ground and stuffed them into the barrel, then stuffed the propellant, pulled the match rope, and there was a loud bang. The cannonballs directly exploded into a white circled area drawn on the distant hill. Smoke and dust are flying. After the sound of his artillery, almost all the people in Tabo sat on the ground with their legs soft, and the only two people standing were already scared of incontinence. The weapon of the gods. This is the weapon of the gods. David tremblingly got up from the ground, muttering to himself, and his eyes were full of fear. Luo believes that it has long been happily. Although the country is much stronger, many countries around the country are not aware of these changes. After all, because of the inconvenience of traffic, the news spread too slowly. Occasionally, one or two businessmen spread it out, and they were treated as a joke by others. Tabo is a true portrayal of these closed tribes. The world has changed too much, and they still live in their own world. This is only the effect of two of the weapons. Now that the Prime Minister Dawa is here, I will let the Prime Minister have a real experience. After all, Liu Oxin nodded to the Northwest Army Commander Shigoman beside him. With authorization, the horn of the exercise was sounded with high fierceness, and when the horn was over, suddenly 200 guards fired at the same time. This time, the shooting range of the artillery was no longer a bare hill but a small forest on the entire exercise site. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, the entire grove was instantly covered by artillery, and the shelled area in the bright flames was quickly razed to the ground. At the same time, the machine gun company was also dispatched. They aimed their machine guns at the trees and fired them. They continued to shoot a large tree and was quickly swept away by bullets. And this was just the beginning. And then the Southwest Army demonstrated throwing grenades and landmines. At the end of the acting, a huge hot air balloon floated over Dawa's head, and this finally completely destroyed Dawa's psychological defense. Dear Commander Liu Oxin, we want to personally go to Kingzhou to deliver our credential. For us, Tabo doesn't need Zanpu. The great Imperial Emperor is the best Zanpu for us, Dawa said respectfully. Now he has no doubts about the ability of Diayu to wash Duokang. The only thing needed is whether Diayu is willing or not. With a triumphant smile on Liu Oxin's face, he said, of course, The Southwest Army will personally use the Chapter 1035. Tabo Lilosi rode a tricycle on the clean and wide streets of Kingzhou City. On his car was an electric threshing machine. After the popularization of electricity in Kingzhou, some simple electrical equipment also appeared, including the threshing machine he bought this time. However, his purchase this time was not for him to bear the expenses alone, but for the village production team to pool together the money, so that after the autumn harvest, the electric threshing machine could be used to thresh rice. He was thinking that when he could have a lot of energy left in the autumn harvest this year, suddenly strange drums sounded on the road ahead. Then he saw some strangely dressed people carrying large and small boxes walking along the road towards the imperial city. Seeing this team arrived in front of him, Lilosi immediately gave up his way. In his opinion, this formation must be the envoy of a certain country. After all, last year, the Japanese also came to Kingzhou to pay tribute. On the outside of the road, Lilosi asked a student dressed up and said, "What kind of country's envoy is this?" The newspaper said the day before yesterday that Tabo had already surrendered, so this should be Tabo's envoy. The student said proudly, "The empire is getting stronger and stronger. They see it in their eyes and are proud in their hearts." Lisi was immediately happy when he heard this, and he said, "It's great, great. This barbaric clan has disappeared, and now this Tabo is also surrendered. The enemies who bullied our Chinese empire in the past have all become foes. Let me relieve my anger." The student smiled and nodded, then he glanced at the threshing machine on Lilosi's tricycle and said in surprise, "Uncle, your family is really rich. This is a tricycle and a threshing machine. You must have a very big one." The manner. "You are a silly student. If I am so rich, would I use it to board the tricycle myself? This is the collective property of the production team." The students were not angry either. He said, "Then your production team is also very rich, and the prices of these two items are not cheap." After a pause, he continued, "But don't you want to have your own biggest eight? Who doesn't want to have his own manor, but he has no money?" Lilosi sighed. With the expansion of the empire, the land of the empire is now very rich, which has changed the way of life of the people of the empire. Many people are no longer satisfied with their own 3-acre land, but want to own their own manor. In addition, many people have entered factories to work and the land has been idle. In the past 2 years, land sales around Kingzhou have been very hot. Many scattered lands were merged into large-scale land and built into large manors. The manor owners purchased slaves to purchase agricultural machinery to cultivate these lands, which was more than the grain produced by their production teams. Now, more and more people in their production team have this idea. After all, the income from farming is far less than the money earned by working in factories. Many young people in the village are unwilling to work on the land. Instead, they ran to Kingzhou City. Those who want to farm can only become rich if they own their own manor. Seeing that everyone in the village gradually had their own manor houses of different sizes, he was also very anxious. If he hadn't lost his family by betting 2 years ago, he could now buy 500 acres of land. It's a small manor, after all. The land of the empire is very cheap now. The practitioner noticed Li's expression, and he said, "If you have no money, go to Australia." Now the land in Australia is the cheapest. Of course, Siberia is also cheaper, but that place is too cold. Australia? Lilosi gritted his teeth. In fact, he has been hesitant during this period of time to migrate to Australia. After all, where the land is basically a free gift, it is most suitable for those who want to own their own estate. The poor. Looking at the tricycle, and then at the threshing machine on the car, Lilosi said bitterly, "Grandmas, I will have these things sooner or later. Lilosi will have to fight it, and this time I will go to Australia." Standing upright in the Palace of Light, Xiaoming was waiting for the audience of the Tabo envoy. According to the news, the Tabo envoy has entered the city. In order to express his surrender to him personally, Dawa personally led the mission this time. After all, according to Tabo, they no longer choose Zamp, and he will add the name of Tabo Zamp to the title of the Imperial Emperor. In the Great Highness, the cabinet and Kingzhou's capital officials are all here, and everyone's faces are full of smiles. happier than the new year. Two facts in succession this year are overwhelming them. After closing his eyes and resting for a while, Xiaoming quickly heard the drum music unique to Tubbo, and soon there came to report that the Tubbo envoy had arrived. Nodded to Qian Defu. Qian Defu immediately shouted with a sharp throat, "The envoy of Tubbo will see him." The officials also cheered up at this time. 10 minutes later, Dewa led Dengba to the Zhengde Guinkming Hall. When he arrived at the main hall, Dewa carefully glanced at Xiaoming on the dragon chair, bowed and said, "Long live my emperor." Tubbo Prime Minister Dewa has seen His Majesty the Emperor. No regrets. After all, Dewa presented his credentials with both hands, with a humble attitude. At this time, Qian Defu went down and took the letter of credence to Xiaoming. After reading it, Xiaoming showed a satisfied smile. He said, "Since Tubbo is sincere, since then, Tubbo and the Chinese Empire have been fighting against each other and will no longer fight each other. Since the book of the country, Zong et al. Zamp, will you follow my will in the future?" "I obey your majesty," Dewa said respectfully. "Okay," Xiaoming said loudly, "today you are here at the time of the reform of the empire's administrative area. In this case, Tubbo has been the autonomous province of the empire since today, and since then it cannot have its own. The security of the army and Tubbo will be protected by the southwest military region of the empire, and you must implement the imperial decree. Are you willing?" Although Dewa did not understand the meaning of autonomous provinces, he could understand the next few things very well, which meant that Tubbo would completely become a part of the empire. However, he had been prepared for this. The nobles had been arrogant when he was in Jukang. Compared with being an enemy of the empire, it was obviously more profitable to be part of the empire. So he said, "Your Majesty, we will take your will," Dewa said respectfully. After the Tubbo aristocrats saw the terrifying weapons of the Tang dynasty, they could no longer raise the idea of resistance. Some aristocrats even thought in horror that the army of the Tang dynasty would use black magic. Liu Xin was terribly scared. Xiaoming nodded in satisfaction. After so many years of fighting, he finally gave the empire the full modern territory, even more than millions of square kilometers. Based on this, after Tubbo became attached, he decided to redefine the administrative area for management. Ask for leave. Since having a child, Snail has to write to earn money for milk powder, and he has to be a dad. In addition, the child is ill, the mother's leg is injured, and the trivial matters are suddenly entangled. The writing state has basically fallen to the bottom. The continuous staying up all night makes the snail's brain become more complete. "I made a mistake. I accidentally thought of what dynasty would be written in the next book yesterday. I made a mistake unconsciously, so I took a day off today to make adjustments and make up for it tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. I'm really sorry." In addition, many readers don't understand what proteinology is. I will explain it today. By the way, I will popularize science for readers who have not yet given birth or are about to have children, so as not to go into the detour of snails seeking medical treatment. To put it plainly, protein allergies are a category of food allergies. Newborns have abnormal immune responses to the proteins in lactating mothers and milk powder because of their imperfect immune system. They have eczema, sneezing, diarrhea, and blood in the stool. The snail's child is the most serious blood in the stool. The child has this symptom after half a month of birth. There is no good way to treat this kind of protein allergies. The mothers who are mild should avoid foods such as eggs, milk and meat, and those who are serious can only eat amino acid milk powder. The price of this amino acid milk powder is very expensive, basically 6 per month. It costs 7,000 for milk powder, and the most uncomfortable thing is the inability to tell when the child will be allergic. Chapter 1036 Administrative District. In the Imperial Study Room, the Minister of Cabinet Jufu stood behind Xiaoming and looked at Xiaoming, who divided the administrative regions on the map of the empire. After the Tubbo envoys handed in their credentials and left, they were called by Xiaoming to the Yashufang to formally prepare for the new administrative area. In fact, they were already formulating the corresponding administrative regions before the Battle of Tubbo began. Now, after Xiaoming's final decision, they have finally finalized it. This time the Tubbo envoy came, Why did the emperor designate it as an autonomous region? Don't you worry about the Tubbo rebellion in the future? Fiji was suspicious when meeting with the Tubbo envoy, and now finally couldn't help but say it. Pointing his finger on the Tubbo plateau, Xiaoming said, autonomy is only to appease the Tubbo people. It is easy for Tubbo to submit, but it is difficult to manage them. Therefore, rather than sending empire officials, it is better to select officials directly from Tubbo for management, and then let these officials come to the King's Institute of Political Affairs to study regularly, and slowly assimilate the Tubbo people under such subtle influence. After clearing his throat, he continued, moreover, Tubbo's military power has been lifted. With imperial troops stationed, they can't make any waves. Fiji and others nodded when they heard the words, and Pang Yukun said, governing a big country is like cooking small fresh food. There are some things that can't be rushed. Now the Tubbo industry has been incorporated into the empire. Don't overdo it and let it repeat. Briefly mentioning the administration of Tubbo, Xiaoming turned around and said, all the administrative areas are on it. Take a closer look. According to his ideas, the administrative division of the empire is somewhat similar to that of the contemporary Ming dynasty, but not the same. Roughly speaking, he divided the empire into 2 directly affiliated provinces and 18 ordinary provinces. The 2 directly affiliated provinces are the southern and northern provinces. The northern provinces include contemporary Beijing, Tianjin, and most of Hebei and Hen province, a small part of Shandong province. The southern provinces include contemporary Jiangsu, Anhui, and Shanghai. These 2 provinces are directly under the jurisdiction of the capital. In addition, other provincial units include Shaanxi Province, Shandong Province, Henan Province, Zhejiang Province, Jiangxi Province, Huguang Province, Sichuan Province, Guangdong Province, Fujian Province, Guangxi Province, Guizhou Province, Yan'an Province, Ryukyu Province, Korea Province, Kanto Province, Kansai Province and the newly attached Tubbo Province. As for Australia, which was just captured, he hasn't been in a hurry to be included in the Empire Provinces list, because now the Empire's sphere of influence is expanding, and it will not be too late to compile it until the dust settles. Looking at the division of provinces on the map, the ministers took the booklets and wrote them down. Sitting in a chair and drinking tea leisurely, Xiaoming continued, each province has 1 provincial capital, Shangzhou, Zhongzhou, and Xiazhou. You can discuss the details yourself, and I will not participate. This time Xiaoming did not plan to change the state into a city. The divisions of Shangzhou, Zhongzhou, and Xiazhou in the country have been followed. Shangzhou is equivalent to the provincial capital, Zhongzhou is equivalent to a prefecture-level city, and Xiazhou is equivalent to ordinary city. The chief executive of each state is still called the governor. The difference is that after detailed government affairs, in addition to the official governor, each state has 6 deputy governors. These 6 deputy governors manage different aspects of a state, similar to Small 6. The administration of government affairs in the provinces is similar to that of the state. The highest official is the inspector, and there are 6 deputy inspectors in charge of different government affairs. In addition to government affairs, both provinces and prefectures and counties have supervisory offices, and state supervisory offices are directly under provincial supervisory offices, and so on. Yes, the emperor. The 9 ministers also said that the political reforms this time are not unambiguous, and the empire's political affairs will be completely new after the reforms. However, they also understand that after this reform, the empire's government affairs will be more systematic and regular in the future. After all, with the development of the empire, government affairs will become more complicated with the increase of industries. In the past, the era when the governor did everything alone was gone forever. After all, it is limited to one's own knowledge, and many provincial governors are ignorant of some things. And this also means that more and more students graduating from college will enter the government system. After explaining the affairs of the government affairs reform, Xiaoming suddenly felt relieved. The military reform and the political reform had been weighing down on him. After all, The empire is developing too fast. In order to adapt to this change, he has continuously adjusted the government and the army over the past few years. Such reforms are very troublesome. But different from the previous military and political reforms, he will do it once and for all after this reform. After all, these two are inexhaustibly close to contemporary. Even if the empire develops rapidly in the future, only fine-tuning is needed, and major changes are not needed. Therefore, since then, he can concentrate on external affairs, and government affairs can operate according to the mechanism he promulgated. After the ministers finished copying the map and left, he and Fu began to study the map again. At this time, he pointed his finger at the island group on the southern side of Australia. This place is called New Guinea, and there is a huge copper on it. Mine. Fu's eyes formed a line of laughter. As a person with a huge influence on the minerals department, Fu is very sensitive to minerals. He is very happy every time he hears about a new mineral area. If this is the case, let the minerals department look for it. Fu can't wait. After all, the empire is short of copper now. With the development of the machinery industry, all walks of life have a great demand for copper. Half a month later, Ming stationed in Australia received an order from Xiaoming. This order made him send a small team to the members of the minerals department to the island of New Guinea. According to their understanding, there are some on this island, many local indigenous people. At the same time, along with this order, he was required to attack the British colony in Indonesia. Although most of Indonesia belongs to the Netherlands, it has been taken over by the British over the years. Hey, the order has finally come, and now I have work to do. Shi Yanjun was in a good mood, and the battle report sent by Thunder had already been answered. In terms of rewards for meritorious deeds, the generals and soldiers who made the contribution this time all got the corresponding estate in Wales. Now he and Ming are in their own manor. This manor used to belong to an English nobleman. After the nobleman escaped, there was no one to take care of it. So he bought 100 Welsh slaves with 1,000 dragon coins, and let these slaves manage the manor for himself. Ming also likes this independent continent on the ocean a bit now, so after Shi Yanjun used his merits and dragon coins to purchase the manor, he spent a sum of money to buy the ranch. As a native of Yaosu, he always wanted to have his own ranch. Now he finally got his wish. He thinks that when he is on vacation, he will be able to go here on horseback and herding sheep and live a leisurely life, but he probably still has a lot of battles to fight before that. Chapter 1037 Dangerous Information September 3. On the 6th day after receiving the order, a 1,000-man team set out from Wales to the exploration team of the Minerals Division to New Guinea. At the same time, Ming led 8,000 people on 10 battleships to Indonesia, where there was a city occupied by the British named Newland. This city used to belong to the Dutch. Since it was occupied by the British, the distance of hundreds of miles with Newland as the center has been the sphere of influence of the British. His mission here is to control Newland. According to the information raised by the Imperial Court, the reason why the British did not hesitate to seize Newland at war with the Dutch was not without a target. Because there is a rich gold deposit in the Newland area, and according to the information provided by the Minerals Department, Indonesia has a rich identity of mineral resources, especially coal, tin, aluminum, nickel, copper, gold, silver and other minerals. As for how the Department of Minerals found out, he didn't know and didn't dare to ask. After all, to people of their level, the Minerals Department is as mysterious as the Secret Guard. Anyone who enters the Minerals Department is a person with a clean background. It is difficult to explore the secrets. Those who don't have long eyes and want to spy on the intelligence of the Minerals Department will ultimately have no good end. Controlled here, the steamships that the Empire will sail in this area will not worry about no supplies. Thundering looked at the heavily guarded city of Newland, and was discovered by the British in the city when they landed. However, the British's high security is not worth mentioning in his opinion, because the current British firearms are not a generation behind them. Chang Yuzi is more interested in gold mines. He said, "Commander, if we win this gold mine, we can get a lot of merits this time, and I can buy a manor when I return to China. The soldiers are also very excited. The motivation for them to continuously fight overseas comes from their loyalty to the empire, and the other comes from the eternal incentives of the army. With a smile at the corner of Thunder's mouth, he said, "If that's the case, then make this battle beautiful, and if you can live without death, you will never die." Chang Yuzu nodded. He pointed to the machine gun and said, "With this thing, the British are scared to death." "Commander, you just wait to see the results." After all, Chang Yuzu walked to the artillery and communicated with the artillery for a while, and then discussed the offensive strategy with the machine gunner and ordinary soldiers. After a while, the 36 guns roared in unison, and the fierce gunfire instantly covered the gates of Newland. In just an instant, Newland's gate collapsed. Inside the city, the British garrison was already panicking. Since the defeat of the combined fleet and the occupation of Singapore, they have been living in the shadow of war. Now they have a nightmare. What is this? The tremendous power of the metal cannonball explosion made the British soldiers in the city extremely frightened in an instant. They had never seen such a powerful artillery, because the entire city gate was almost torn apart by the bombing, and even the most advanced artillery could not do it. But they are not allowed to think. After the city gate was blown up, the bombardment did not stop. One by one shells roared and smashed into the city, and with each explosion, there was always a huge crater on the ground. Around the crater is a restricted area of life, and no soldier can survive in this area. There were only 5,000 British troops stationed in Newland, and the indiscriminate bombing killed the British troops in the city. And this was only the first weapon that frightened them. After the artillery stopped firing, they heard the horn of the enemy charging. At this time, the British soldiers living on the wall were immediately ready to counterattack, but they just raised their heads and suddenly heard the continuous shooting of da. They fell in a pool of blood before they could react, and the gunners on the wall were even more miserable. They were the key objects taken care of by the machine guns. Every time a soldier tries to use artillery to counterattack, he will always be shot and killed by the opponent's continuous firearms. It can be said that the entire British army is being crushed and hit, and it is impossible to raise its head. The sound of the charge was getting closer, and the British troops in the city could only abandon the head of the city and enter the city to prepare for a battle with the enemy. But they miscalculated again. After the soldiers with rifles entered the city, soldiers with strange guns followed. Soldiers rushing towards the Empire in dense formations continued to fall under the machine guns. Following the power of the machine guns, a small group of 12 soldiers from the Empire entered the streets and lanes to eliminate the British soldiers. The sound of the grenade exploding sounded from time to time. Under such a fierce offensive, the United Kingdom did not last long. Even the army with strict records could not sustain a one-sided war for too long. An hour later, the remaining 1,000 British officers in the city surrendered to Thunder. "General, there must be a gold mine here, you see." After Ming entered the city, Chang Yuzu came over excitedly, and the soldiers behind him were carrying 3 boxes. After glanced at the wooden box, Thunder Ming had a scrutiny in his heart. He let the soldiers open, and suddenly a box of yellow-orange gold bricks appeared in front of him. According to Governor Newland, they are preparing to ship 3 boxes of gold bricks to India and then from India to Britain. After a pause, he took out a map. "This is also what we found. These British people have explored many areas, and there are mineral locations they found." Ming took it and took a look with a deep smile. "This thing is more important than gold mines. There are 13 mines on it after all." He glanced at the ground and hugged his head. Governor Newland said, "I will keep this drawing for you. If there are other good things to hand over now, it will save you a little bit of sin. Otherwise you will just wait and suffer." Governor Newland was frightened by the artillery and machine guns of the Empire. He said, "I still have an important piece of information about you, but the premise is that you must release our family first." Thunder frowned. "You have no room for bargaining. If I am not a trustworthy person, even if you let your family members go, you can still catch them again." "Okay." Governor Newland was frustrated when he handed a letter from Britain to Thunder. Taking out the letter from the letter, the translator said, "Commander, The letter says that the political situation in the Netherlands has changed due to pressure from France. The former prime minister has been ousted. Now the Netherlands has a new prime minister, and now the Dutch are turning to Britain. Compromise with France. They are ready to fight the empire together in Asia. Thundering Brows frowned. He said, "This news is too important. I will send the news back to King Zhou immediately, and at the same time let the warships and troops sailing in the South Seas be wary of the Dutch." Chapter 1038 Only interest the Emperor. I'm afraid this is the British trick. In the Imperial Study Room, Kui Shannon submitted the information sent from Nanyang to Xiaoming. Although nowadays, due to the appearance of the telegram, the information transmission is much faster in China, but when the General Staff received the thunderous battle report, the sudden incident had passed half a month. After all, there is a distance of 3,000 miles from Indonesia to Guangzhou. Xiaoming snorted softly and threw the battle report on the table. He said, "This incident would rather be believed to be true than unreliable. I have always been worried about the Netherlands. After all, in Europe, the Netherlands is small and the navy has declined. It is easy to compromise under the coercion of power. It's just that if we go to war with the Dutch, our rubber trade may be interrupted." Kui Shannon is a little worried. As rubber enters every node of the industry, the importance of rubber becomes more prominent. In recent years, even rubber trade with the Dutch could not meet the needs of the current empire, so the price of rubber products in the empire remained high. Mentioning that Xiaoming was even more angry, he said to Kui Shannon, "Don't believe that there is any friendship between countries. The Dutch know this better than us. They make a lot of money in the rubber trade, and the price is not for us. I have no mercy at all. If I were worried that the industrial development of the empire would be fettered by rubber, I would have stopped this losing trade long ago." In modern times, a meal of rubber can be sold for about 15,000. In this era of rubber scarcity, the Dutch are even darker. Every ton of rubber is sold for 1,000 dragon coins, almost reaching the ratio of 1 gram of gold to 1 gram of rubber. In the face of such a huge trade deficit, he has been dissatisfied for a long time, but now he has a solution, so he continues, "I have already figured out a solution for this problem." After the collapse of the golden account, the grassland is the asset of the empire. There is a small grass called rubber grass nearby. If the rubber trade is interrupted, it can be replaced with rubber grass temporarily. Moreover, the empire has been opening up rubber tree plantations in recent years. Now the Hainan generation has large rubber forests. It only takes 6 years from planting to collection. Now that 6 years have passed, it is ready to be collected. In this way, with the addition of rubber grass, the rubber produced by the empire can meet the current needs of the empire. Rubber grass. Kui Shannon showed a look of surprise. He found that he still knew too little. Xiaoming nodded and explained, "This rubber grass is distributed in the Tanshan Mountains. It grows as vigorously as pastures and has a short cycle. It can be planted in rotation like pastures. It looks a bit like dandelions." After the surrender of the Golden Tent, I have already some slaves were arranged to go to Tanshan to open up a rubber grass planting base. It is estimated that the harvest will be seen that year. Kui Shannon breathed a sigh of relief. Now all the worries in his heart disappeared. He smiled and said, "I have been blackmailed by the Dutch for many years, and now the empire can finally breathe a sigh of relief. In this case, the empire does not need to fear them, as long as the evidence is conclusive. We completely drove the Dutch out of Asia. Whether it is true or not, we now order the Ryukyu garrison to be on full alert. Once the Dutch make any disturbance, they will be wiped out immediately." Xiaoming said coldly. Kui Shannon looked serious, and answered yes. Geringer City. Eric was pacing restlessly in the governor's mansion, and news of the capture of Newland City had reached here, which made him very uneasy. Because while the Chinese Empire spread the news of victory, rumors about mysterious letters found on Governor Newland were also flying in the sky. Regarding this rumor, he could not judge whether it was deliberate or deliberately leaked. "Governor Eric, there is not much time left for us. Although this is not what we want to see, we are Dutch and must obey the decision of Congress." Stephen looked at Eric, who arrived in Gerinja 18 days ago and announced to him the new appointment of Congress to him. A bunch of lunatics. You don't understand the terrible Chinese Empire. The British and French are forcing us to die. Eric was furious. Stephen showed a helpless look. He said, Eric, as a Dutch, you have to consider the safety of the Dutch people. If we continue to adhere to the policy of being close to the Chinese Empire, we will be blocked by the British at sea and on land. Will be attacked by France. Do you think we can resist the attack of France? The trade with the Chinese Empire is indeed profitable, but the safety of the country is more important. Now is the time for you to make a decision. I'm sure they found the letter must be about the Dutch political situation. If you don't act, I'm afraid it will be too late. Eric's expression changed again and again. According to the plan of the Congress, they must first solve the Imperial soldiers in Gerinja City, and then gather Manila. The warships and soldiers from 2 places in Malaysia attacked Singapore, and after the capture of Malacca, the support of Britain and France, it will come and stop the Chinese Empire from advancing westward with Malacca as the boundary. Stephen's series of words made Eric sigh, and he said, Stephen, you have to understand the consequences of making this decision. The Netherlands will completely lose the trade routes between Manila, Indonesia and Asia. The British and the French agreed to give us a part of the colonial market in Africa and the Americas to make up for our losses. Eric, want to open a little bit? Asia is too far away from us and Britain and France are too far away from us. Near. Turning around and looking at the setting sun outside the window, Eric nodded slightly. He hesitated for a long time about this matter. Now it seems that it is time for him to make a decision. After all, the content of this letter may expose them. He cannot take this risk. Before the preparation of the Chinese Empire is complete, they must flee from the city of Gerinja. In that case, we will take action tonight, and may God bless us to return to Holland alive. Eric looked firm. Holland is his country and his family is in Amsterdam. He can't leave it all behind. Stephen breathed a sigh of relief. When he first arrived, he underestimated Eric's fear of the Chinese Empire, and now his mission is finally completed. At this time, Eric looked at the imperial garrison outside the governor's mansion, and continued, It's probably impossible to evacuate from here intact, but our soldiers can't sacrifice for nothing. At least we have to get the hand-style rifles of the Chinese Empire, and machine guns. Stephen's eyes seemed to flicker. Yes, this will sell for a good price in Europe, Eric. You will leave a big fortune in the history of Holland. Chapter 1039 Gunshots in Gerinja. Luxenhong glanced at the window of the governor's mansion seemingly unintentionally and saw Eric looking at him at this time. There was still a faint person in his room, presumably the Stephen who had just arrived. Stretching out his hand to say hello, Luxenhong entered the war room in Gerinja City after completing his normal inspections as usual. Lao Fang, it's really uncomfortable now that this is not going up. It's better to just start and serve them in one pot. Hey, I have said that these Westerners are unreliable. How about it? It's true now. Luxenhong sat down in front of Fang Hongming. Since the development of Ryukyu, the Empire has officially stationed troops in Ryukyu, including the city of Gerinja. After the military reform, a division of the Southeast Military Region officially replaced the defense here. However, the city of Rerans was too small, and most of the troops of one division were stationed on the main island of Ryukyu. There were only 2 regiments in the city of Rerans. He is the head of one regiment, and Fang Hongming is the head of the other regiment. I also thought, but who would dare to move before receiving the order? Otherwise we would not be able to eat the hat off. After all, there is more business between the Empire and the Dutch. Fang Hongming said lightly. Luxenhong said angrily, I'm even more angry when it comes to this. These Dutch people are really bullies. To make our money, they have to fight against us. As he was talking, a soldier suddenly came in and paid a military salute in front of the 2. The soldier said, report to the head. Governor Eric sent someone to invite the head and head Fang to the governor's mansion for dinner. Dinner together? Luxenhong and Hongming looked at each other. Luxenhong said, does the old man dare to go? I'm afraid it will be a Hongman banquet. Fang Hongming nodded slightly. If they hadn't hesitated before, life on the island was boring, and drinking was nothing. But now that they have learned the content of the letter, they naturally murmured in their hearts. But if we don't go, Eric will be sure that we have learned that their political situation has changed. Fang Hongming said, if this is the case, the two sides will probably meet each other in battle. With a chill, Liu Xinhong exclaimed, Old Fang, don't you want to go? If we two are killed, the soldiers will be in chaos. Fart, I won't go, regardless of whether he doubts it or not. Now we have to deal with everything, Fang Hongming said. Liu Xinhong laughed. I'm going to make the soldiers more vigilant. Aren't we on the island these years to guard against these Dutch people? After all, he left the war room. The news of Liu Xinhong and Fang Hongming's refusal quickly reached Eric and Stephen. At this time, Stephen said, Look, we are already guarding us. It seems that the content of the letter is correct. Eric has been hesitating because he still holds a glimmer of hope. Now the hope is completely shattered. It seems that I have to do it tonight. According to the speed of the transmission of the Chinese Empire telegraph, it is estimated that they will be able to receive official orders tomorrow. We are passive. Thinking of this, he continued, before we do, we need to board the ship in order to escape. Our soldiers will definitely not be able to beat them. Stephen still cares about his life, he said. When it gets dark, we will sneak aboard the battleship in a small boat. Eric, a bright future is waiting for you. Eric gave a wry smile. What choice does he have now? The afterglow of the dusk gradually disappeared, and the city of Relans quickly fell into darkness. Only the occasional light from the windows proved that the island was a human residence. When the time entered midnight, everything was silent, and with the sound of a bang, the whole city of Relans became noisy. Hit me hard. Liu Xinhong patted the dust on his body. The first shot of the Dutch was a flower shell, which was sold to them by the Empire, which made Liu Xinhong angry. Fang Hongming also rushed over at this time. He immediately organized artillery to counterattack. This time fortunately they prepared in advance. The moment the Dutch fired their cannons, they began to counterattack, and the bullets roared towards the Dutch soldiers' defense. In the darkness, the soldiers on both sides could only see the flames from the muzzle and muzzle, shooting at each other. Flare! Fang Hongming said suddenly when the two sides fought hard. Upon receiving the order, a soldier brought over something like fireworks, which was an auxiliary tool that the military workshop had just equipped the army for a short time. The principle is basically similar to that of fireworks, except that the military workshop replaced the explosive pellets in the fireworks with a lighting device. This kind of lighting device contains magnesium powder and aluminum powder. The rosin and oil are glued together to delay the burning speed. Once it is launched, it can illuminate a large area like a burning sun. This area can last for about 20 seconds. It is too dark now. Fang Hongming needs to observe the other party's arrangement, so he shouted, "Launch!" As the order was issued, the soldiers lighted the short stick-shaped firework objects in their hands. With a poof, a white light rushed to the sky, and the bright light fell and illuminated the area where the Dutch were located like daylight. At this time, Fang Hongming and Liu Xinhong discovered that only a small group of Dutchmen were shooting at them. This time, the Dutch sent several teams to sneak close to them with bayonet-mounted muskets. Liu Xinhong saw that this scene was not light, because the main direction of these Dutch soldiers was the machine gunner, and he immediately understood the Dutch intentions. Kill them all. Liu Xinhong pointed to the Dutch soldier who sneaked over. While the flares were covering the battlefield, you read www.uukanzoot.com. Empire machine gunner quickly locked on the moving Dutch army. Da. The 6 machine guns suddenly spit out fierce flames, and the Dutch soldiers who could not hide themselves fell one after another. When the first flare fell, Fang Hongming ordered another shot. With the help of light, the infiltration of the Dutch soldiers failed completely. The Imperial soldiers quickly gained an advantage on the battlefield with fierce firepower. After all, the Dutch still use the old-fashioned conquest muskets. When fighting on the island, Eric on the Dutchman closed his eyes in pain. The light from time to time in the sky seemed to herald his failure. Under the unobstructed light, his soldiers could not approach the machine gunner. Let's set sail, Eric, we still have a chance. At least we understand the hand-style rifles and machine guns, and believe that the wisdom of our Europeans will definitely study them." Stephen comforted. Eric nodded. The Imperial warships parked in the bay might be about to catch up. After all, their parking position and the parking position of the Imperial warships were only 10 miles away. Chapter 1040 Dry Cell. My lord, the Dutch are at war against us. The Dutch garrison in Jaranzia tried to machine guns and Japanese-style rifles, but we were defeated. At noon, Xiaoming, who was taking a nap, was awakened by Qian Defu's voice, and then a telegram was sent to him. Receiving the telegram from Qian Defu, Xiaoming took a closer look and frowned. The fox finally revealed its tail, and immediately sent a telegram to Yun, asking him to immediately lead the fleet to destroy all the Dutch warships in Nanyang, and at the same time let him thunder attacked Jakarta and Manila and completely controlled the Philippines and Indonesia. Yes, the Emperor. Qian Defu turned around with orders. Putting on his clothes in a hurry, Xiaoming went to the Imperial study room and called Kui Shannon over. This time the Dutch turned from a friend to an enemy, and he needed the staff to work out a detailed plan to deal with this matter. At the same time, he notified the cabinet and asked the cabinet to immediately stop commerce with the Dutch and expel the Dutch embassy personnel. After doing all this, Xiaoming came to the world map hung in the Imperial study room. His eyes turned to the Philippines and Indonesia. The Dutch reversal did have some impact on the empire's trade, but the Dutch suffered a greater loss in comparison, because they lost the capital of the Philippines, Manila, and the capital of Indonesia, Jakarta. From then on, these two huge island groups will officially belong to the empire. According to the data in the scientific SPA, the Philippines has 4.8 billion tons of copper reserves, 1 billion tons of nickel content, and 130 million tons of gold reserves. These three resources are very rich. In addition, the Philippines has rich resources of dipterocarp, which is very popular in the West and was once monopolized by the Dutch and the Spanish. In modern times, both in the East and the West, dipterocarpaceae has always been regarded as a treasure. During the Tang and Song dynasties, Persia, where dipterocarp was produced, and the envoys of the Great Food Kingdom also gave dipterocarp as a tribute to the Chinese emperor. Compared with the Philippines, Indonesia is richer in resources, with nearly 60 billion tons of coal reserves and nickel reserves, about 1.5 million carats of diamond resources, in addition to many scarce metal resources. With control of these two places, more resources will be available for the development of the empire. Therefore, he does not seem particularly angry about the Dutch decision. Moreover, he comes from the contemporary era and is accustomed to the change in the relationship between friends and enemies in the international society and the changing face of the Western countries. Because of this, he has always had a sense of distrust of the Dutch, because this is a country without the potential of a great power. Looking away from the Philippines and the Manila, Xiaoming looked at the French colony of East Indochina and the British colony of Burma. This sudden change of tone by the Dutch is enough to see the European attitude towards the rise of the Chinese Empire. Since friction is inevitable, it is impossible to avoid a full-scale war. After 100 years of decline, it is time for him to reshape the sphere of influence of the empire during its glorious period. He was thinking that at this time, it was Lu Tong who arrived outside the imperial study room alone. The emperor. Lu Tong's face was smiling, and there seemed to be something happy. Xiaoming turned around and looked at Xiang Lu Tong. What he liked most was that people like Lu Tong came to him, because it often meant a technological breakthrough. Sure enough, Lu Tong entered the imperial study room and said mysteriously, "The emperor. The next official sent you a baby here today." "Oh? Take it out and have a look. If it's a real baby, I will give you a baby too," Xiaoming said with a smile. When Lu Tong heard the words, he couldn't close his mouth happily. He took out a cylindrical object from his clothes pocket and put it on the table. The moment he saw this thing, Xiaoming gave a thumbs up, and he said, "It really is a treasure. Back then, I picked you up from the grassland and it was right." Lu Tong smiled and said, "The emperor is still very discerning. Would the emperor try this battery?" What Lu Tong brought was the battery. After the electricity became popular in King Zhu, He let Lutong restore the battery technology in his spare time. After intermittent research, he finally installed the laboratory battery principle in this zinc bucket. "Hey, you're getting more and more boring. Come and get the light bulb." Xiaoming reached out and took the light bulb with two threaded ends from Lutong. The positive and negative poles were connected, and the light bulb suddenly lit up. In the faint light, Xiaoming showed a relieved look. "With the battery, this will solve many problems in the field use of electric equipment." When Xiaoming used the battery, Lutong explained, "The Emperor, this battery is a zinc manganese dry battery. Currently, this battery technology is relatively easy to implement." Xiaoming nodded. The dry battery he was doing was a battery made of wood chips or starch gelatin glue inside. The battery fluid of this kind of battery does not flow, so it is called a dry battery. Batteries for flashlights and radios belong to the category of dry batteries. The structure of this zinc manganese dry battery is actually not complicated, but a combination of carbon rods, zinc skin, manganese dioxide and a binder. In the contemporary 1860s, this dry battery it was invented. "Well, great. With this dry battery, there is no problem with the mobile radio," Xiaoming said with a smile. "In addition, simple mobile lighting equipment such as flashlights should also be manufactured for military and civilian use." Lutong heard the words and said, "The Emperor, it's also a coincidence." When he came to the office, he passed by the laboratory of the School of Physics and was hearing the news that the electrode tube was made. "This should be no problem compared to this radio." Xiaoming is not surprised at this. The industrial level has reached. These simple things with ready-made technology are not difficult to manufacture. In addition to the three technologies of telegraph, radio and battery, he has also included the telephone in the preparation plan. This plan is also in his plan to the cabinet. After all, the telegraph is too rigid. If wired telephones can be popularized, the transmission of messages will be more convenient. And with the expansion of the empire, he also urgently needs to implement effective supervision of every place. Yes, the technological development of the empire is really prospering. Now you don't need me to intervene. You will get the results yourself," Xiaoming said with a smile. Lutong said, "The Emperor, the students have been studying at the academy for more than 10 years. If everything needs the Emperor's personal guidance, is this different from waste? For some simple techniques, the Emperor can just leave it to us. This is naturally my opinion." Xiaoming is very pleased. Everything is difficult at the beginning, but after being sad, it is logical. Tens of thousands of talents have been cultivated by various colleges and universities in more than 10 years, and these people have brought out a group of technical personnel. With such a cycle, now the Empire's technical personnel is very sufficient. Chapter 1041 Calcutta. At the Dutch Embassy, Rod looked palely at the soldiers of the Chinese Empire with live ammunition. 10 minutes ago these soldiers were guards of the Dutch Embassy, and in a blink of an eye they became the ones who expelled them. "I want to see your Majesty. I don't know the embassy staff about this matter. I hope the Empire can let us return to the Netherlands safely." Rhodes was in a bad mood. He almost had the urge to kill him after learning that Herrick had attacked the garrison in Durange. Now he misses Blake's time as governor very much, which was also the honeymoon period between the Netherlands and the country at that time. But now everything is ruined by those stupid politicians. Tang Wenji was ordered to personally expel the personnel of the Dutch embassy. He shook his head. "The Emperor is very disappointed with your country now. From the Emperor's point of view, you are not a trustworthy ally, Rod. You should leave with you both countries since the Empire has chosen to expel you. Naturally it will not secretly murder you again." Rod sighed deeply. He could imagine how angry Xiaoming was now. After all, for an emperor like Xiaoming, it is no longer easy to tolerate a Western country's colony in such a large area in Asia. And now the group of people in Congress succeeded in giving him an excuse. "Dad, I don't want to go back to the Netherlands." Compared to King Zhu, the Netherlands is like a country. Rod's youngest daughter, Mandy, who is only 6 years old, said aggrievedly. Rod's wife hugged her daughter and looked at Rod with a little sadness. It is impossible for humans to find a better life. During their time in King's Zoo, they had become accustomed to the convenience brought by electricity, so when they thought of using whale oil for lighting again, they were very uncomfortable. "My daughter, even if the Netherlands is a country, that is our country," Rod said sadly, even though he didn't want to see the Chinese Empire and the Dutch fight each other. "But it does happen now." Mandy heard his father's words and couldn't help crying. Tang Wenji's expression remained unchanged. As a diplomat, he knew very well that this was what a diplomat should bear. If one day he is sent to another country, when he is expelled, his choice is probably not much different from that of Rhodes. After all, their purpose in a foreign country is still to serve their own country. It's getting late, and the locomotive to Dengzhou will leave soon. "I hope you won't delay any longer," Tang Wenji reminded again. Rod nodded helplessly. He and a group of Dutch diplomats left with their luggage under the guard of the soldiers. In the Prussian embassy not far from the Dutch embassy, the embassy staff who were working stopped their work and looked at the leaving Dutchman through the glass window. A diplomat worried, "God bless us, Prussia will not have the same fate as the Netherlands. Our purpose here is to prevent the tragedy of the Dutch from happening to us, so it is very important to use the technology of the Chinese Empire to unify the German Federation." The crowd turned their heads and found that their ambassador Bossy did not know when he appeared in front of them. "Is the news confirmed?" a diplomat asked. "I'm sure. The Dutch attacked the imperial soldiers in Thuringia, and the war broke out," Bossy replied. He just returned from the Foreign Affairs Office of the Empire. The sorrowful Dutch, they were hurt by the joint efforts of Britain and France. When they are completely driven out of Asia, they will understand that the Netherlands cannot get any benefit from Britain and France. Another person said. Bossy nodded. "Now I am very worried that Britain and France will put pressure on Prussia, hoping that the king can make a wise decision. The Chinese Empire has taught us the principles of conquering rifles and exploding bullets. If they want war, we can accompany them at any time. Yes, they have been preventing the unification of the German Confederation over the years. If they provoke us, we will give them a bit of color." The atmosphere in the embassy suddenly became enthusiastic because of this problem, and there was a smile on Bossy's face. This is the mental state of every Prussian now. Once they are ready, the German Federation will regain its glory. Kolkata. This is the headquarters of the British East India Company at the mouth of the Ganges in the Bay of Bengal. In 1643, the East India Company bought Calcutta from the Bengal state of India. Although the village of Kolkata was small at that time, it was very useful because the surrounding area of Kolkata is rich in rice and jute, coupled with the crisscrossing rivers. The plain is endless, and it is a very suitable land for cultivation. After discovering this, the East India Company set up a trading headquarters here, and continuously transported Indian food and industrial raw materials back to the UK, and obtained huge profits from it. These huge profits also made the East India Company stronger and stronger. Following that, the British East India Company successively occupied Madras and Mumbai, establishing 3 jurisdictions here. Each jurisdiction has a governor, and through these 3 places, it cannibalized India. In the end, the 7-Year War defeated the declining Minfan Empire and completely controlled India. Britain also made a lot of money on the battlefield. When they invaded the treasury of the Minfan Empire, the looted gold and silver jewelry was equivalent to £50 million. This figure is only the part turned over to the British government, and it is said that there are more wealth that has been stuffed into their own pockets by individuals. At the same time, the war initiated by the East India Company made the East India Company itself a giant. Governor Nicholas. The Chinese Empire has breached Newland. We got the news that he was too late. Nicholas in the governor's office was carefully studying a ruby when Butlin appeared in front of him in a red uniform. Nicholas raised his head. He showed a look of dissatisfaction. "Butlin, you are always so disappointed. Every time you come, you will bring bad news to me." While talking, Nicholas put the ruby into his jewelry box, which was just given to him by a prince of an Indian prince. "I'm very sorry, but we probably don't have much time. The Chinese Empire is moving too fast. I am afraid that Calcutta will be the next one to lose, Buterin said with a dull expression. Although Nicholas was the governor of Calcutta of the East India Company, he was an officer sent by the British government to help the East India Company put down the rebellion in the Tuban. His family status in the country was prominent, so he did not appear humble in front of Nicholas. Buterin's words stiffened Nicholas' expression. He said in a whisper, "This is India, not Australia, nor Newland. It's not easy for the Chinese Empire to defeat us here." Chapter 1042 When the Wind Blows. Governor Nicholas. The British Empire has been on the seas over the past few years. The red shirts rarely have opponents, but Wales in Australia was breached in a day, and Newland only allowed the enemy to spend an hour. This kind of British blind self-confidence also time to put it away. We have met a real enemy. Buterin's eyes were full of worry. Then he said, "The soldiers who escaped from Newland said that the Chinese Empire has a firearm that can fire bullets continuously. Their artillery is so powerful that it is not comparable to our artillery, and their rifles do not need to be shot from the front. Loading bullets, and something that will explode when thrown out." Has the governor heard of these things? Nicholas suddenly laughed. "A musket filled with bullets from the bottom. Ha ha ha, this is ridiculous." He was smiling when he saw Buterin's serious gaze suddenly. He put away his laughter, and said, "Well, this weapon is indeed ingenious. Is it just possible? Maybe this soldier was scared crazy, or I'm just looking for excuses for my failure." It might be true if only the soldiers of Newland said that, but the soldiers who were defeated from Australia also said the same. In this case, it is not a coincidence. From now on we must make all the responses, dig trenches on the beach and build defensively. If you lose India, the East India Company will suffer the most, isn't it? Buterin's smile was a little ridiculous. Nicholas's face changed. Only then did he remember what the Australian soldier had said. After thinking about it, his expression became serious. "The Chinese Empire really has such weapons?" Nicholas asked again. "Basically, I am sure that I have sent someone to send the collected intelligence back to London. Unfortunately, we did not get anything in kind this time, but in the letter I have asked Congress to seriously consider the proposal to study weapons in this area." Lynn said coldly. Nicholas nodded solemnly. "If so, this time we must seize Malacca and cut off the route of the Chinese Imperial Navy." Fortunately, Spain, the Netherlands, Portugal, and France have all responded to us. Even if we cannot recapture Malacca, we will consume a part of the strength of the Chinese Empire and delay their westward advance. Butlin nodded with satisfaction. He said, "This is what a governor should do. Now we have to cooperate with the other two governors to mobilize British soldiers from India, wait for reinforcements to arrive, and train Indians to fight for us. There are a lot of livestock, and dying some is not harmful to us, and it can consume the enemy's power. This will cost us a lot of money." Nicholas was a bit painful, but he knew that if he didn't do this, they might never have a chance to make money in India. So he hesitated. He said, "Kolkata has 8,000 Indian soldiers trained by us. With the number of firearms sent from the mainland during this period, we can train another 9,000 people. We estimate that we can make up 50,000 in the 3 jurisdictions. Indian soldiers, plus the 20,000 British soldiers stationed here, is a huge number of 70,000. Nicholas suddenly had a little confidence again. After a pause, he continued, "Moreover, there are other reinforcements. They add up to no less than 30,000. Butlin looked at Nicholas's expression and sneered. He said, "No matter how many people are in front of the weapons of the Chinese Empire, they are just going to die. Now we have only one way, which is defense. India is rich in land and food is not a problem. We can also be self-sufficient when the route is cut off, so we still set out to build a defensive base," Buterin emphasized. Nicholas spread his hands and said, "This question is authorized to you. After all, you are the future star of the Empire. I believe in your talent, Lieutenant Buterin." Buterin came here to ask for authorization. He said, "I will build a defense system that will give the Chinese Empire a headache." Wait. They want to gnaw off India. They have to lose 2 teeth. He had just finished speaking. At this time, a soldier entered the governor's house and reported, "Your Excellency, The fleet of France, Spain, and Portugal has arrived. Nicholas was overjoyed. He said, "Butryn, this time we are not alone." As he said, he pulled Butryn out of the governor's palace and passed through the gate of the castle to the dock. Sure enough, more than 100 warships were slowly coming to the port of Kolkata not far away. Nicholas counted the banner of the battleship and said, "This is Dutch, this is Spanish, this is Portuguese, and the one on the far right is French. Ha ha, they are all here." Butryn's expression also eased a little. Spain lost the Philippine colony, which made them feel unwilling. The Portuguese once had a jurisdiction in the southeast corner of Guangzhou, but after the Merchant Council was defeated, the army of the Great Chongqing state went south and drove them away. This made Portugal very angry. Needless to say, France. Now that Malacca is blocked, the French soldiers in East Indochina are isolated and helpless. Under huge domestic pressure, they decided to start a formal war with the Chinese Empire. The Dutch now have no other choice but to follow them. Go to black. Either defeated the Chinese Empire to gain a former colony, or suffered their attack in Europe. Hundreds of warships were getting closer, and soon entered the dock. At this time, soldiers from all over the world began to get off the ship. Butlins' eyes swept over these soldiers. There were few soldiers in Spain and Portugal. Some are equipped with front-mounted rifled guns, and most are still using flintlocks. The soldiers in the Netherlands and France were all firearms imitating the muskets of the Chinese Empire. The Dutchmen bought their weapons from the Chinese Empire, but France produced it by itself. Seeing this, Butlin had some understanding of France's military development. 100 warships, each with 300 soldiers, and 30,000 people are there. This time, he dares to be so rampant in the Chinese Empire. Nicholas' confidence greatly increased. Butlin finally smiled, and he walked over and exchanged greetings with officers from other countries while discussing the next war. For Europe, they have never assembled so many troops outside their homeland to fight against a common enemy. He was happy but also worried, because if they failed in India, they would no longer be able to gather such great strength again for a long time. From then on, India belongs to the Chinese Empire, and the roots will also belong to the Chinese Empire. Chapter 1043 King's Ironclad. Yun on the ironclad sovereign was observing the city of Rolands in front of him with a telescope. The incident of Dutch soldiers attacking the local garrison is now circulated in newspapers in the country. It is against this background that he was ordered to attack all Dutch warships in the South Seas, and at the same time cooperate with the southeastern military region to occupy Manila and Jagda belonging to the Netherlands. Liu Chen was also looking at the situation on the island. He put down the telescope and said, "Except for some buildings destroyed by shells and explosions, it seems that there is no difference on the island." The Dutch and the Japanese are unreliable. It's not bad to show the foxtail now. At least it can reduce the loss suffered by the empire. If the Dutch deceive more technology empires, it will suffer even more. Yun said lightly. He has a deep guard against foreigners. After all, the empire has suffered too much humiliation over the years. Liu Chen looked back at the 23 ironclad ships braving black smoke behind him with a proud expression. The ironclad ships performed well in the Battle of Dengzhou. At that time, they were almost carrying the artillery fire of the combined fleet in the navy, fighting the warships of the combined fleet. There is nothing to fight back. Such excellent performance naturally allowed the shipyard to see the blueprint for the development of future warships. So in this year and a half, the Empire's shipyards were running at full capacity, and on the basis of the first ironclad ship, all shipyards in the United Nations built at the same time 24 ironclad ships of 3 tonnage classes. For example, the armored ship they are currently riding on is the top battleship among the armored ships. The total armor weight is 1,461 tons. The length of the armored fort is 45.5 meters. The armor thickness of the armored fort is 355 millimeters on the waterline, and the armor thickness is 304 mm under the waterline. The main gun is exposed to the turret. The armor thickness is 304 mm. The gun cover is 15 mm thick. The conning tower is 203 mm thick, with a total length of 95 meters. a width of 19.4 meters, and a draft of 6.53 meters. It uses a horizontal 3-expansion steam engine with a power of 6,000 horsepower, a speed of 14.5 knots, and a load of 700 tons of coal at a time. It can endure 3,500 nautical miles at a speed of 10 knots, has 8 boilers, has a displacement of 7,411 tons, and a full load displacement of 7,935 tons. In addition, they felt fortunate that the Empire's electricity during the ironclad construction period also had considerable development, so this technology was also applied to the ironclad ships. Because of the electricity, the King's armored ship installed searchlights produced by the Imperial Lighting Factory. The brightness of these searchlights is comparable to the light of 8,000 candles. In terms of weapons, the King also adopted the most advanced breech artillery technology. It was 4 guards 305mm breech guns as the main gun. These 4 artillery guns are installed on the open-air turret in 2 pairs, each with a 150mm breech. There are 8 secondary guns, which are also exposed guns, with 4 front and rear guns, and 16 75mm sampan guns, which can be described as sufficient firepower. The most important thing is that the design of the ironclad turret completely overturned the previous sailing warships. This open-air turret has a rotatable turret base and can shoot without dead ends when sailing. Thinking of the data of the King's armored ship, Liu Chen's face flushed with excitement, but the King's face is a giant among the armored ships after all. At present, the Imperial Navy is mainly composed of ironclad cruisers with a displacement of about 3,000 tons and about 1,500 tons. Although these warships cannot be compared with the King in terms of firepower, they are enough to hit European sailing warships. However, these warships are both mighty and expensive. It is said that the construction of the King's armored ship cost 2 million golden dragons. These warships totaled more than 30 million golden dragons, which was huge. Liu Xinhong and Fang Hongming looked at the battleship group slowly entering the harbor with a dull look at the pier of Roland's city. Although the name of the ironclad ships has spread to every corner of the empire, seeing such a huge ironclad fleet in person still makes them feel unprecedentedly shocked. Especially the iron-armored ship with the word King on the leading hull. Just one glance at this steel monster can imagine how powerful it is. Lao Fang, these ironclad ships are too good. I want to be a navy. Liu Xinhong's saliva was all flowing down. Fang Hongming nodded stubbornly. The appearance of the long flat machine gun made him feel that there is no more powerful weapon in the world, and now he has seen a miracle again. The two waited at the pier for a while. After the battleship was docked securely, the admirals such as Yan and Liu Chen walked down from the battleship. General Yan, Liu Xinhong and Fang Hongming gave a military salute at the same time, and they received the fleet's sailing plan before the warship arrived. As before, as an important supply station on the road to the south, Gerinja City is almost the place where warships must stop. After giving a military salute, Yan said, "It's going to be a lot of hard work again. This time coal is no longer needed. Fresh water, vegetables, and fruits are the same as before." "No problem, General," Liu Xinhong said, and he immediately called the soldiers to the warehouse to carry the supplies. Yan nodded in satisfaction, and then he looked at the scarred battlefield with amusement and said, "It seems that the battle that day was not easy." Fang Hongming said, "Indeed, the Dutch had planned for a long time, and although their captive rifles were not as easy to load as the Hat-style rifles, they did not differ greatly in power, and the threat to the soldiers was still great. Indeed, the air-tightness of the musket still has an advantage." Liu Chen, "This attack on Manila and Jageda cannot be taken lightly," Yan reminded. Fang Hongming was deeply moved. He said, "The soldiers used to fight against the barbarians, merchant councils, and Japanese countries. They didn't think about the threats they faced when they were fighting, so the casualties were not small at the beginning, and they got used to it later. Don't dare to charge recklessly." Liu Chen looked serious. In recent years, while the empire is developing, the European countries have not been idle, and unlike the barbarians, these Western countries pay more attention to science than the empire, and accept new things quickly. According to the information they received from the Prussians, after Europe has mastered the secret of cone-shaped bullets, the old lead bullets are being eliminated in large numbers and new bullets are gradually used. Don't worry, when I was in Singapore, I learned about the standards of the British. They are indeed not at the same level as the soldiers of the Japanese and Korean soldiers. I will be cautious. Yan showed a satisfied look. He said, "That's good. When this Nanyang incident is over, we will go to clean up the Japanese kingdom." "Pack up the Japanese country?" Liu Xinhong asked strangely. "Hasn't the Japanese country signed the surrender letter?" As the emperor said, the surrender book is just a piece of paper. The most important thing is the degree of execution. The current chaos in the country makes the emperor very unhappy. During this period of time, he has been trying to get rid of it to see what they can make. Speaking of this, Yan stopped the tropics suddenly, and he said, "Don't mention this. I will rest here tonight and sail tomorrow." Chapter 1044 Dutch infighting. When he saw the Dutch-style buildings on the coast of Manila, Eric suddenly had a surviving pleasure, and the fear that Geringer brought him that night was slowly eliminated at this moment. Stephen's expression was the same as Eric's. They didn't wait until the soldiers returned to the battleship with their Chinese rifles and machine guns and fled with them. 2,000 Dutch soldiers stayed on the land of Geringe forever. "We can't stay here for too long. The Chinese Empire's fleet-borne landing team will arrive here soon, and Manila is too close to Bohol Island, where there are imperial garrisons." Stephen reminded Eric that now he only wants to go to Jakarta, because from Jakarta they can detour from Indonesia to India from the south without passing through Malacca, but in this way, their voyage will be twice as long. Eric was in a heavy mood along the way. Originally, their relationship with the Chinese Empire was very harmonious. He could even go to King's in his spare time to enjoy a good life, but all this would be ruined by the idiots in Congress. Suppressing the anger, Eric said, "Congressman Stephen, since you dare to fight the Chinese Empire, you must understand the consequences you will endure. Manila is very dangerous, and Jakarta is very dangerous. Congratulations to the Netherlands. We are about to lose everything in Asia. Fuck Congress idiots." Stephen's face was red and purple. He was also a member of Congress, and Eric was cursing him in front of him. The surprise and frustration received in the past 2 days also broke out at this moment. He shouted, "You can leave the city of Relans to serve the Chinese Empire. Why should you follow me?" "Oh, it is not too late for you to go back." "That's because I am loyal to the Netherlands, not you idiots." Eric did not give in. While the two were arguing, 6 Dutch warships slowly entered the dock. Manila Archon Simon was looking at them and shouting, "Hey, guys, what are you arguing about? Don't hurry to get off the ship, I've prepared lunch for you." Hearing this sound, the two stopped arguing, grunted, and they got off the boat. Walking in front of Simon, Eric said, "Simon, how are you preparing?" "After eating Chinese food, we are going to Jakarta, and the fleet of Dayu Kingdom will arrive here soon." Simon's face suddenly changed, and he said, "Why? Have you already?" "Yes, you should ask Stephen about this." Eric did not want to talk about this topic. In order to govern the colonies in Asia, the Netherlands sent a governor and 2 administrators. Eric governed the city of Geringe. Simon there is another to manage Manila, and another is to manage Jakarta, but Eric has the most power, and both of them listened to him in the position. Stephen looked at Simon and nodded. "We don't have much time to prepare. The British and French won't give us much time." Simon looked complicated. He said, "But this is too hasty. If we leave now, we will lose a lot. We have been in Manila for many years and have important economic benefits here. Only the manor and mine are invaluable." "There is no way," Eric said. "We have already started a war with the Chinese Empire. We can only wait to die if we stay here. We will leave after lunch. We will not wait for those who are too late to leave." As soon as his words fell, Stephen suddenly said, "Simon can't leave here yet. We need him to contain the speed of the Chinese Empire going south, and the coalition forces also need time to prepare." Eric was completely angry. He pointed to Stephen and shouted, "Isn't the death of 2,000 Dutch soldiers not enough? You still want to see how many Dutch people die? Stephen was also tired of Eric's attitude. At this time, he took out a power of attorney from the Congress and said to Simon seriously, "Simon, Congress has granted me the right to temporarily handle all affairs of Asian colonies. Eric, it's immediately questionable now, and I ask you to arrest Eric now." Eric and Simon's eyes were attracted by the red ink pad under the power of attorney, which is indeed the power of attorney from Congress. Simon hesitated, and finally said, "Eric, I must obey Congress orders." With a sardonic laugh, Eric spread his hands and expressed helplessness, and then he was controlled by Simon's soldiers. A triumphant look appeared on Stephen's face. He had endured enough of this arrogant Asian governor. In his opinion, Eric was too inclined to the Chinese Empire, which was a cowardly behavior. After Eric was taken away, Stephen said to Simon, "Immediately mobilize all the soldiers in Manila to build a defense against the offensive of the Chinese Empire. If you faithfully implement my orders, I will definitely apply to the Congress to allow you to return home." Simon's eyes lit up suddenly, and he lived a boring life in this place for many years away from home. Simon had long wanted to return to Holland. So he said, "Congressman Stephen, I will work hard." Stephen showed a satisfied smile, had lunch in Manila, and added food and fresh water. In the afternoon, he once again followed the fleet to Jakarta. There, the Dutch have the strongest strength in Asia. On the dock, watching Stephen leave, Simon immediately came to the prison and released Eric. Facing Simon with a weird smile, Eric showed a puzzled expression. "Eric, you must help me. Whether you can return to Holland depends on my performance this time," Simon said lightly. "It's impossible." Eric sneered. In fact, he understood that Simon was sent here only to restrain him, because the two had been on mutual alert. Now it's in his hands. He doesn't feel a little sad. Simon understands that he has no ability to fight, but Eric has fought on the battlefield. This is why he needs Eric. He said, "Don't rush to answer. Think about your relatives in Holland. We can go back as long as we fight this battle. If we can defeat the Empire's offensive, you and I will have greater credit. Even if we're defeated, we can escape to Jakarta. The Empire does not have us understand the nearby ocean." Eric's expression is a bit struggling. Now he is frustrated, and now his only wish is to be returned to the Netherlands. Thinking of this, he nodded. "Well, I will help you resist the Chinese Empire. But before that, you'd better prepare a boat, otherwise we will all die here." "Of course, I have arranged for someone to go. And now you should go and see how to build a defense." Simon's eyes flashed brightly. He was more greedy than Eric. One of the reasons he stayed was to secretly take away the gold he had raided in Manila. At the same time, he wanted to try to obtain the firearms of the Empire, so that his future would be bright. Chapter 1045. Trick. After a day and night sailing, the battleship led by Yun arrived in the sea off Manila. Along the way, they did not suffer any attack and the sailing process was very boring, but when they came to Manila, they suddenly became excited. The Dutch have actually established a trench position on the beach. It seems that they are ready to fight us to the end. Looking through the binoculars, Liu Chen spotted the Dutch soldiers walking through the trenches. In addition to the Dutch, they also found dark-skinned indigenous natives in the trenches. These natives wore the same khaki military uniforms as the Dutch and were staring at them with weapons. There are about 4,000 Dutch soldiers, but they have trained quite a few local indigenous people, about 5,000. Liu Chen continued his analysis. Yan was also observing the Dutch beachhead, and had to say that the commander in charge of defense still had some skills, but for him, this defense was not enough to prevent the landing of the Marine Corps. After all, the warships he led were mobile artillery positions on the sea. These Dutchmen were looking for death by placing their positions so close. Go straight into the harbor and let the Dutch see what an ironclad ship is. Yan's mentality was relaxed, and the 300mm armor of the King was not a display. Upon receiving the order, the fleet sailed directly into the Bay of Manila, and at the same time the guns of all the warships were aimed at the position established by the Dutch. Boom boom boom. The Dutch fort fired first, and the blast bombs directly bombarded the battleship of the country over a distance of 500 meters and exploded. Only in this round of shelling, The explosive bomb did not cause any damage to the hull of the battleship. The purpose of ironclad warships is to defend against bombs, so the armor is very thick, and ordinary bombs cannot break the armor of battleships. In the tidal flat position, Eric was observing the damage caused by the explosion through a telescope. To his disappointment, their shells did not cause any damage to the fleet. Then the turrets in his bay continued to bombard the Empire's fleet, but the result was the same. The explosion of the artillery shells could not even deform the armor of the armored ship. "Now you should recognize the reality. We can only die here," Eric said to Simon, who was observing the Imperial battleship with a telescope. "These armored ships are simply incredible. How did they build them?" Simon had fear in his eyes, because in Manila, he had little contact with the Chinese Empire. When he promised to stick to it, he never expected to encounter such a situation. The steel battleships lined up on the sea really scared him. "It's just that he was lucky," he said. "Eric, hold on, don't forget our purpose. As long as we get a Chinese rifle, we can live a good life back to Holland." Eric agreed to stay for the same purpose. He understood the high price of Chinese Empire technology in Europe. Now the whole of Europe is staring at the technology of the Chinese Empire, especially weapon technology, and the huge bounty has sent many desperados to Asia. They either act as merchants or members of pirates, but their purpose is the same: to get the technology of the Empire. "The fleeing ship is really ready?" Eric asked again. Simon nodded heavily. "Get what we want and leave." As soon as his words fell, there was a sudden violent roar from the sea, and fire and white smoke were seen from the muzzle of the iron-armored ship, and then countless flames emerged from the trenches he had dug. At this moment, the earth seemed to be shaking. When Eric and Simon saw this scene, they immediately lay on the ground in the trench. The bombing continued. The soil was constantly shaken by the shock wave of the explosion, and the flying clothes fragments and residual blood were flying in the sky. It was only this round of bombing that the Dutch soldiers on the ground were in a panic. This alone was only the beginning, and rounds of shelling began. Huge explosions set off a cloud of mud from time to time on the position, and some shells fell into the trench and directly destroyed a trench. The turrets in the bay were destroyed one by one in the exposed bombardment. After Wulun shot, the sound of artillery fire suddenly stopped, and the position was as quiet as no man's land. On the King, Yun watched as the 6 soldiers stuffed a huge artillery shell into the fort. This artillery was a 305 mm main gun. After such a long time of accumulation of technology, the Imperial Navy has initially entered the age of iron-armored cannons. If a shell of this size can destroy a sailing warship in a naval battle, it will blow up nothing. Looking around for a week, he found that all the turrets were destroyed. He said to Liu Chen, "Now it's your Marines' turn to play." Liu Chen had gathered the soldiers long ago. At this time, he asked the messenger to send a semaphore to inform the Marines of the other warships to prepare for landing. In this bombing, at least 20% of the Dutch and indigenous troops on the ground were killed, but in his opinion, the threat posed by the shelling was even more frightening than death. Landing boats went up and down from the battleship to the ocean, and the troop carrier quickly advanced to the beach. After the fort was destroyed, they had no threat at sea. If the Dutch ran out of the position, they would be bombarded by battleship artillery. After getting on the shore smoothly, Liu Chen immediately ordered the soldiers' skirmish line to march toward the beachfront position, while the machine gunner looked for a shooting spot with a broad view under the protection of the soldiers. After all this was done, the Marines stepped forward to the Dutch position, but to everyone's surprise, the Dutch position was as quiet as a grave. "Chen Wei, lead someone to initiate an assault," Liu Chen said. What he hates most is positional warfare, because the two sides will face each other over the long position. Chen Wei was the company commander of the Marine Corps. He beckoned, and more than 1,000 soldiers launched an assault on the Dutch position. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters, getting closer and closer to the Dutch position, but the Dutch still did not fight back. Seeing that they were about to rush to the trench, Chen Wei suddenly ordered all the soldiers to get down and ordered, "Prepare the grenades." After throwing a wave of grenades, "All rush over, don't keep your hands." The order was passed down one by one. After waiting for a while, Chen Wai shouted, "Throw it!" Following his actions, the soldiers threw grenades into the trenches, and the front trench was suddenly filled with fireworks and smoke. At the same time they heard the screams of the Dutch before they were killed. At this time Chen Wai shouted, "Kill!" Eric has been waiting for the charge of the Chinese Empire. For him, this battle is just a trade of human lives in exchange for a Chinese rifle. So he dug the trench very deep this time, in order to let the Imperial soldiers jump into the pit to fight them hand to hand. In this way, they have a chance to equipment, and this is his only chance. If he fails, the rest of his life will be very miserable. Chapter 1046. Chen Wai poked his head and glanced at a trench deeper than his height. When the red-eyed soldier was about to jump down, he suddenly made a stop gesture. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers immediately lay down in front of the first row of trenches, waiting for the next order. "Company commander, why did you stop?" The squad leader leaned over. Chen Wai looked at the crisscross trenches and said, "These Dutch people behave too strangely. I am worried that this is their trap. Look at this trench. If we jump down, we will not be able to come up again. Even the Dutch are prepared. It takes a stool to stick your head out of the trench. Indeed, if we go down here, we will definitely be captured alive." When we were in Orange, it was said that the Dutch tried to hand-style rifles and long flat machine guns. They were unsuccessful last time, and this time we will definitely not give up. Chen Wai nodded. They were just a tentative attack, and the troop of this company's troops was simply killing him. Thinking of this, he said, "You continue to guard, I will go back to ask for instructions." Having said that, Chen Wai ran all the way to Liu Chen with a short waist, and explained the situation and his own thoughts. Liu Chen had doubts in his mind when he went ashore, so he sent Chen Wai to test. In his opinion, it is not normal for the Dutch to fight them with great fanfare, because no one in Europe is more than the Netherlands. Learn about the current empire, especially Eric. He knew very well that the current power of the Chinese Empire could easily destroy all the Dutch military forces in Southeast Asia. According to normal thinking, the Dutch should now load the wealth plundered in the colony on a ship and escape, but now they are doing the opposite, and they must have a plan. "Stupid. Do they think we are going to attack from the front?" Liu Chen sneered, and he said, "The 1st Regiment fainted. The 2nd Regiment, the 3rd Regiment, the 4th Regiment, and the 5th Regiment rounded out the flanks and wrapped them to me dumplings." Yes. Upon receiving the order, the Marine Corps acted immediately. The group of soldiers where Chen Wai was in immediately moved forward, using hand grenades and machine guns to shoot into the trenches, setting up a forceful attack. The other soldiers of the Marine Corps bypassed the trench and prepared to outflank. The actions of the Imperial soldiers were seen by Eric and Simon, and their hearts sank at the same time. Only then did they realize that the army of the Chinese Empire is not a native army without rules. In fact, the generals of the Chinese Empire are more flexible than them on the battlefield. "Oops, they are going to besiege us here," Eric said solemnly. Simon said, "The fool also knows what they are doing. There is no other choice. Now we must attack." "No. So we will pay heavy casualties." "You can see the weapons they can shoot continuously," Eric argued. "Retreat to Jakarta, and then go to India. The coalition forces are waiting for us in Kolkata. They have the cavalry, also has field artillery, which can at least fight the Chinese Empire." Simon couldn't listen to Eric's advice at all, because in his opinion Eric did not perform to his satisfaction. He said, "I'm the Archon of Manila, and now I order you to attack." As he spoke, Simon shouted at the officers. Under Simon's order, the officers went out of the temporary command post in the trench. They returned to their ranks and the Dutch officer who led the indigenous army launched the first attack. Each of these indigenous soldiers took a bench and stepped on the bench. They climbed the trench smoothly and used their captive rifles to shoot at the frontal attacking Imperial soldiers. In an instant, gunfire broke out on the entire battlefield, and the bullets of the Dutch army flew toward the Imperial soldiers like raindrops. Facing the attacking Dutch army, the Imperial soldiers all fell on the ground and fired. The breech-loading feature of the hand-style rifle made this posture prevent them from shooting at all. The Dutch soldiers are different. The captive rifle they hold has a long barrel. After the paper shell bullets are torn apart, They are poured into the barrel and they have to stand up and use cleaning rods to tamping. In such a gap, the indigenous soldiers trained in the Netherlands became living targets for machine guns. Da. The tongue of the machine gun fired back at the Dutch indigenous soldiers who had climbed the trench, and the indigenous soldiers continued to fall in the dense rain of bullets. The first batch of indigenous soldiers who climbed up quickly fell under the muzzle of the machine gun. Simon and Eric saw this scene, and they became more afraid of machine guns, because they knew they couldn't fight machine guns at all. Although the first wave of offensive failed, Simon was not reconciled. In his opinion, the lives of these natives were worthless, so he shouted, "What are you still waiting for?" All the natives rushed forward. "Who can take it? When a Chinese rifle comes back, I will give him 100 gold bars." Under the heavy reward, the indigenous soldiers who were a little frightened screamed and climbed up the trench, but they found that the firepower they faced was even more fierce this time. It turned out that after discovering that the Dutch soldiers had the possibility of breaking through, Liu Chen immediately dispatched another regiment's reserve team to reinforce the regiment, which greatly increased the firepower of the regiment. The machine gun shooting became more intense, and the indigenous soldiers soon suffered the same failure as them. The more than 3,000 indigenous soldiers who remained under the bombing died under the muzzle of the machine gun in a flash, and Simon could no longer remain calm. Fear began to spread in his heart, and he shouted, "Take advantage of this, all retreat." The Dutch soldiers were so frightened that they immediately fled to Manila with Simon. In the Pasig River surrounding Manila, there were prepared Dutch armed merchant ships. As long as they boarded the merchant ships, they could escape the enemy's siege along the Pasig River and enter the sea. At the beginning of the disintegration, there was no way to deal with it, and the remaining soldiers in the trench rushed to Manila City. Seeing this scene, Liu Chen immediately ordered to catch up. One ran, the other chased. The Empire soldiers in dark green uniforms drove the khaki-colored Dutch soldiers into the city like ducks during the chase. The Empire soldiers stopped shooting from time to time. A Dutch soldier fell. Eric frowned. He looked back at the Imperial soldiers who were skilled in marksmanship and thought about how to restrain the Imperial soldiers, which are easy to load guns. While he was thinking, Barshai's figure appeared in front of them, but the soldiers of the Empire were getting closer. Looking at the obstacles set up in front of the Pasig River, Eric suddenly thought of something. He said, "Simon, we must hinder their attack to be able to board the ship." After all, he immediately led a group of Dutch soldiers to hide behind the barrier, and at the same time ordered the soldiers to stand in 3 rows. The first group of soldiers was responsible for shooting, while the second and third rows were responsible for loading ammunition. Whenever the soldiers in the first row shoot, the soldiers in the second row will pass their guns up, the soldiers in the third row will pass their guns to the second row, and the second row will hand their empty guns to the third row. Filling. "I'm really confused. Why do I only think of the fire hedgehog shooting method now?" Eric murmured. Chapter 1047 Manila Chen Y stagnated after encountering continuous shooting. In the face of the sudden violent firepower, the soldiers had to find obstacles to protect themselves. Taking out the binoculars to observe the high stone wall in front of him, he discovered the reason why the Dutch firepower suddenly became fierce. It seems that the shortcomings of musket loading have been discovered. Nowadays, part of the Dutch soldiers is responsible for special loading, while the other part is responsible for shooting. This greatly improves their attack efficiency. They are not unfamiliar with this method of shooting, because they have used this method to fight against the barbarians when they used the musket. Why are these Dutch people clever? It's troublesome now. Soldiers rushing forward will have a lot of casualties. A squad leader said to Chen Y. Nodded. He said, "Hurry up and let the machine gunner come over and use firepower to suppress them. You attack them with grenades under the cover of firepower." "Yes." In response, the squad leader squatted and ran back, and soon the machine gun team arrived at his position. Upon seeing this, Chen Y immediately let the machine gun shoot at the Dutch soldiers behind the stone wall. Now they are in a very passive geographical environment, because from the river in front to here is a flat beach. The Dutch have a very broad view. The machine gun spit out flames, and the bullets flew towards the temporary stone wall built by the Dutch. Suddenly, the Dutch soldiers were suppressed by the fierce fire and could not lift their heads. At the same time, more machine gun teams arrived, and they lined up to shoot wildly. Seeing the Dutch soldiers counterattack weakened, Chen Wei waved and rushed towards the stone wall with his company. At this time, the soldiers squeezed their strength and quickly rushed past in an S-shaped position. Behind the stone wall, Eric was miserable. His tactics only worked well in a short period of time, but after the machine gun appeared, they were completely downwind. The continuous flying bullets made the Dutch soldiers unable to lift their heads. At this moment, a group of Imperial soldiers rushed towards them, and he immediately ordered to focus on the group of soldiers who were trying to encircle him. But the next scene made him a little stunned. The route these soldiers ran when advancing was very strange. Often when his soldiers were aiming and shooting, these soldiers would suddenly change their positions, which greatly reduced their chance of being hit. Eric's mood was suddenly mixed. He knew that there was still a lot to learn from the Chinese Empire, but unfortunately he no longer had this opportunity. Looking at the Imperial soldiers getting closer, he looked back at the armed merchant ship about to depart, and after finding that most of the soldiers had boarded, he immediately ordered the evacuation. 800 Dutch soldiers who were in charge of preventing the attack desperately ran to the ship. When everyone got on the ship, the armed merchant ship went to the middle of the river and sailed along the river. It was too late when Chen Wei chased the river. The river outside Manila was very wide, 3 miles long, and the merchant ships in the middle of the river were too far away from them. Moreover, the water of this river is very turbulent, and the speed of the merchant ship down the river is also very fast. In just a while, the merchant ship has become a distant shadow. Quickly notify the fleet and let them pursue. Chen Wei was very unwilling, and there was no more fat in his mouth. A soldier left in response. Looking at the Dutch merchant ship that had gone far away, Chen Wei looked at the Manila city behind him. Now it is time to officially take over the city. At the same time, Yan had already boarded the beach and was looking at Manila city in front of him with Liu Chen. In fact, Manila belonged to Spain before this, but the Dutch took the opportunity to capture Bohol Island. Because the Dutch and the Spanish have their own colonies in the Philippines, for this reason, contradictions continue between the two. A piece of land not far from Manila was the Dutch territory. While attacking Spain, the Netherlands took the initiative to attack Manila. After the war ended, the Dutch also occupied it naturally. Simon was also sent over at that time. This place should have been the territory of the empire long ago. Yan's eyes were deep. Liu Chen said, yes, it took too long for the Dutch to occupy the Magpie's Nest. Even so, they were still not greedy and chose to stand with their Western companions. The emperor said that the Western powers often attack each other because the world is invincible. They are fighting for the interests of the colony. Now the empire has suddenly become a strong opponent that threatens their interests. On the contrary, it will promote their union. This is not one. It's a good sign. Yan and Liu Chen walked towards Manila while analyzing the current situation. Liu Chen proudly glanced at the ironclad ships behind him, and said, so what? With the ironclad ships, the maritime hegemony is ours. How can they unite? You can't say that. Yan pointed to the wounded soldier who was carried on a stretcher and said, a united Europe is not in the interests of the empire. Only a dog-biting Europe is in the interests of the empire. At least in this way we can sacrifice some soldiers in exchange for a little more profit. Liu Chen nodded lightly. This is true. Compared with the war between Korea and war, the number of soldiers killed in Nanyang has increased a lot. That's it. Yan smiled. In the end, the war is to serve economic interests. When the people are fed and clothed, no one has the desire to rebel, so that the country can prosper. The people's life can't go on, no matter how big they lay, they can't keep them, and they might even make wedding dresses for others. Liu Chen heard something wrong from Yan's words, and he couldn't help asking, is the emperor not going to continue westward after he captured Nanyang? Hearing that, Yan suddenly laughed, and he said, yes, you have become smarter. The emperor is going to suspend the war after opening up the route between the Ottoman Empire. After all, There are too many lands now occupied and need to be stabilized. The mission may be to help expatriate officials establish a management organization, but our Navy and Marine Corps cannot stop. In addition to annihilating the Western Fleet, we have to undertake the task of global escort. Liu Chen lightly breathed. I'm relieved. It's terrible to be idle all day. While they were talking, they had entered Manila. After the emergency evacuation of the Dutch, the place was in a mess. The indigenous slaves who originally lived in Manila ransacked everything that could be looted here, leaving only messy streets and buildings. Looking at all of this, Liu Chen said, "It's time to take a moment and send officials to rebuild these colonial cities, otherwise the places we worked so hard to beat will be completely destroyed by these natives." Chapter 1048. More than 10 days had passed since Xiaoming received the battle report on Manila. After carefully studying the minutiae on the battle report, his brow furrowed deeply. First of all, the Dutch dug a deep trench during the landing operation. This trench even required the Dutch to step on a bench to get his head out of the trench. This trench reminded him of the contemporary trenches during World War I, when the two sides of World War I used this trench to confront each other. And the node of this kind of deep trench is also the appearance of machine guns and the increase in the power of artillery. Now all this seems to be repeating. The only good news is that even if there are trenches in the West, there are no machine guns and guard artillery weapons, otherwise the war would really become a meat grinder. However, he was not surprised that the Dutch used the fire hedgehog to fight back against the Imperial soldiers, which caused the increase in wounding, because a normal commander would think of this method. However, if the deep trench and this shooting method are used, it is still a headache when tackling tough points. Of course, he believes that the Imperial soldiers will win the final victory, but the casualties will increase relatively, which he does not want to see, because any soldier is extremely precious now. After all, the Empire's stalls are now very large. The occupied Goryeo and the country need to be stationed, and the colonies need to be maintained by soldiers. The aboriginals. There are civilizations that are still in the barbaric era and will not be reasonable at the negotiating table with you, tribal leader. Depending on your preferences, you may declare war at any time. In addition, the land war between the Empire and Tsarist Russia has not really begun, and the regional situation there is more complicated after crossing the Tanshan Mountains, whether it is Iran, which is still known as Persia, or Afghanistan, which is known as the Durrani Dynasty, and the Ottoman Empire is not easy to deal with, plus Tsarist Russia, here will become a gunpowder barrel at any time, it will explode at one point. So when he talked with Yun, his own idea was to slow down the speed of expansion. Compared with the colonial system established by the Europeans for more than 200 years, he did it in just a few years. As the so-called greed is too much to chew, he is now facing this problem. The vast territory is laid down, but the construction on it is almost zero. In this way, these lands cannot provide any help to the Empire's economy, and this is not happy to comment. Now every war is a huge consumption of bullets and ammunition. The large-scale mining of domestic copper mines can indeed meet the current use, but it is a fool not to dig resources for the hard-fought turf. Moreover, the Empire now has mature ironclad ship construction technology. The next step is the construction of large steam merchant ships. As a result, the Empire's maritime transport capacity will explode, which will make it easier for overseas resources to be transported to the country. More importantly, even if he defeated the Western troops in Nanyang, he would not be able to land in Europe and attack Europe. If it reaches the level of landing operations, the potential for war erupting in Europe is still terrifying, and trench warfare will turn war into a protracted war, which he can't afford. Therefore, the next battle is still the battle for colonies and the maritime war in the process of establishing a maritime hegemony. Thinking of this, he gave Yun an order to destroy the Western warships in the Indian Ocean after capturing Jageda. This time with Yun's battle report, Wang Xuan also provided information. He has already learned that Western troops are gathering in India to initiate a war to retake Singapore, and at the same time prevent the Empire from taking India. It's just that in Xiaoming's eyes, Westerners once again guessed wrong about the actions he might take. With the iron-armored fleet, he wouldn't silly run to confront them and want to attack Singapore. At least their warships must be able to reach Singapore. Under the Empire's maritime hegemony, it's idiotic to want to attack the Empire's colonies. And the soldiers in India will wait indefinitely for ships to pick them up. As he was thinking evilly, a footstep suddenly sounded. After a while, Qian Defu watched Chen Qi arrive at the Imperial study room and bowed a salute. Chen Qi said, "The Emperor. The improvement of the mortar gun has been completed, and the next official specially came to report to the Emperor." So fast. Xiaoming was slightly surprised, then smiled. Yes, soldiers fighting in Nanyang now need this artillery very much. After that, he got up and walked out. "Go, let me see the effect." Chen Qi followed with a smile, and when he arrived at the military workshop, he asked the technicians of the military factory to take out a short artillery. "Emperor, this is an improved mortar. Now this mortar no longer needs to be carried by two people. One soldier can carry it and run." Chen Qi pointed to the green-painted short-barreled gun in front of him. Xiaoming nodded in satisfaction. In fact, mortars were the predecessors of mortars, and they were all curved artillery. After the Guardian artillery appeared, he asked Chen Qi to improve the mortar, and the current mortar finally looked like a mortar. "My lord, now this mortar cannon weighs 9.4 kilograms. The carriage weighs 5.8 kilograms, the shell weighs 2.18 kilograms. The effective kill radius is 17.8 meters, the maximum range is 2,000 meters, and the caliber is 82 millimeters. Use it to attack enemies hidden behind obstacles. The effect is good," Chen Qi said with a smile. In fact, he wanted to improve the mortar gun before, but the quality of alloy steel at that time was not good. Now with the advent of electricity, the School of Chemistry uses pressurized condensation technology to produce pure oxygen, which makes the quality of the oxygen blowing of the electric furnace greatly improved. The improvement has improved the quality of refined steel. The most important thing about a mortar is a shell. "Is this shell qualified?" Xiaoming didn't praise Chen Qi immediately, but continued to ask. Chen Qi said to the technician at this time, and then a box of mortar shells was moved in front of him. Xiaoming picked up an artillery shell and observed it. The firing of the mortar was different from the guard's artillery. To put it simply, the firing of a mortar relies on the mass of the shell itself to make the primer hit the firing pin at the bottom of the barrel. When the primer is fired, the basic tube at the tail of the shell is ignited, so that the shell can explode with smokeless powder. The power shoots a long way, and then uses the shell head fuse to bottom out and ignite the explosive, which eventually explodes. Because of this principle, the difficulty of a mortar is higher than that of ordinary shells. It is mainly composed of 4 parts: the shell, the tail, the bottom basic tube and the fuse. At the same time, the shell of the shell has a closed gas ring to make the shell. It fits perfectly with the barrel, and the shells Xiaoming is holding now meet the standards of mortar shells. "Tsk his tongue," Xiaoming said with emotion, that the Empire's industrial capabilities have really advanced by leaps and bounds, and now many technical bottlenecks in the technology spar are disappearing. Chapter 1049 Intelligence. Now try the power of this mortar. There was no problem with mortar shells, and Xiaoming immediately itched his heart. With the improvement of the industrialization of the Empire, the weapons developed by the military factories are now getting closer and closer to the period of World War I. Of course, these weapons are becoming more and more technically complex. Moreover, the plan he submitted to the cabinet last time was not only about the construction of industry and commerce, but also the research and development of weapons related to the military chief. This mortar is one of the products of this plan. In addition, after the firearms factory controlled by Song Qingping successfully manufactured the Qingping machine gun, the technicians of the military factory began to focus on automatic weapons. After all, the appearance of the long flat machine gun has changed the situation on the battlefield. If other weapons are replaced with automatic weapons, soldiers will be even more harmless when fighting. At the same time, the issue of gun magazines is also included in the plan. He believes that subsequent models of hand-style rifles will be able to have magazines soon. The artillery factory also has its own plan. After the mortars are manufactured, Chen Qi will have more projects launched. The howitzer will be his next focus on the direction of slavery, because in the foreseeable future, it is estimated that there will be no less battles. Compared with the powerful and multi-type howitzer, the mortar still has its own limitations after all. Yes, the emperor. After receiving Xiaoming's order, Chen Qi immediately called the technicians and asked them to test fire. At this time, two young technicians arrived in front of the mortar. One adjusted the angle of the mortar, and the other held the shell. When the angle-adjusted soldier extended his thumb to signal success, another technician stuffed the cannonball in. Boom! With a dull sound, the body of the mortar shook, and the base shook the dust around it. At this time, the sound of shells piercing the air rang in Xiaoming's ears. A few seconds later, fire and explosion sounded from the white-circled target not far from the schoolyard, and then the dust rose. Xiaoming observed the entire process through the telescope. Compared with the previous mortar shells, the mortar shells have a much greater power and damage range. The weapon of the country. Xiaoming smiled. With the mortar, the empire's actions in Nanyang would be more secure. Then he asked, how many mortars can the military factory provide in 3 months? Back to the emperor. This kind of mortar has a simple structure and is easy to produce. The military workshop can provide 600 in 3 months, and there is no need for more. Chen Qi said. Xiaoming nodded, and Chen Qi understood what Chen Qi meant. The ability of the military factory can produce more mortars, but mortars are one thing, and artillery shells are one thing. Even if he equips each soldier with a mortar, there must be a sufficient supply of shells. Therefore, in any army, machine guns, artillery, mortars and other equipment are standard. The standard he gave to the Imperial Army is a regiment of 72 mortars. This number is sufficient to ensure the firepower of the regiment. No amount is waste. Enough. Hand over these mortars to the Southeast Military Region. I will ask the General Staff Headquarters to send a group of soldiers over to learn how to use mortars with your technicians. Xiaoming looked relaxed, even though this mortar was not what a heavyweight weapon, but for a regiment or company, it is equivalent to having a brand new firepower strike weapon. Satisfied with the performance of the mortar, Xiaoming said, old rules. The personnel involved in the research and development of the mortar this time have merits. When I go back, I will let the cabinet record it for you. Chen Qi doesn't care about these merits now. After all, the awards he has received in recent years are enough, and his life is very rich. There are several manners in his family. After pondering for a while, he said, the emperor, the merit points of this time will be eliminated. The emperor will give these points to the young technicians. It is a shame to say that this time the mortar research and development is not available. How much effort they put in is the hard work of these young people who graduated from the academy. In the eyes of the lower officials, they are the hope for the future of the empire. Those of us who are old-fashioned can't collect all the honor from ourselves. We must give them a chance to get ahead. Chen Qi's words said that Xiaoming's heart was up. In his time there were always some people who had meritorious leadership and incompetent subordinates who made mistakes. These people only knew to grab credit for promotion and deal with talented but not good at greedy subordinates. Cold-eyed, ruined batch after batch of young and promising young people. Patting Chen Qi on the shoulder, Xiaoming said, it's really rare for you to have such an idea, and I am deeply gratified. He. Chen Qi laughed, and he said, if the lower officials take everything on themselves, there will only be one Chen Qi in this artillery factory. He will train a group of people with all his heart, and there will be countless Chen Qi in the future. It's still very clear when you are under the official position. Xiaoming nodded slightly. As the saying goes, peaches and plums are all over the world. This is also a kind of glory. If everyone thinks like you, it would be fine, but I have always rewarded and punished clearly, and the share that should be given to you will not be less. I will not treat the young people who have done anything wrong. Xi Huang. Chen Qi bowed. Turning around and looking at the roaring factory, Xiaoming was very satisfied with this trip. He said, the mortar matter cannot be delayed. Soldiers on the front line are waiting for the battle. In addition, The development of other types of artillery must keep up. Chen Shi patted his chest and said, "The Emperor can rest assured, and the next official promises to complete the task." Hearing the words, Xiaoming cast his admiring eyes, and then turned and left the military factory. Back to the imperial palace. Xiaoming wanted to go back to rest. At this time, Qian Defu suddenly came out from a corner and followed Wang Xuan. Xiaoming frowned slightly. He knew there must be something troublesome again. When he arrived at the royal library, Wang Xuan said directly, "The Emperor, after investigation by the lower officials, the rebellion set off by the Japanese country is a self-directed and self-acted trick between Yamada Nobunaga and his confidant." Sure enough, there was a fire in Xiaoming's heart, and the defeated were never reconciled. The reason why Yamada Nobunaga behaved like a loyal dog was to wait for a bite of the victor when the dog's chain slackened. Wang Xuan said with a heavy face, "It was only unexpected to the lower officials that their self-directed and self-performed tactics made the people of the Japanese country believe it true. Now the voices for reform in the country are very high, and they have asked Yamada Nobunaga to cancel many restrictions on the private sector. The capital policy completely imitates our development of industry and commerce." Xiaoming's brow furrowed deeper. He already understood Yamada Nobunaga's thoughts. This vigorous rebellion was just a bargaining chip for him to coerce the people and let the war country realize industrial reform. Chapter 1050 Slave Emperor, what should I do now? Wang Xuan also scratched his head at this question, and couldn't help asking Xiaoming's thoughts. Sure enough, it's easy to fight the country, but it's hard to keep it. Xiaoming shook his head helplessly. He once thought that defeating a country would be all right, and from then on he can exploit the country as much as he wants, but now the facts tell him that everyone in this world has their own ideas, which he cannot change. Once these defeated fighters have their own ideas, they will not play cards according to his routine, which is the case in the current war country. Yamada Nobunaga is very clever, but cleverness is always mistaken for cleverness. He thought that I would choose between him and his confidant. He was very wrong. Xiaoming walked outside the door with his hands behind his back and looked at the clouds and Yunshu in the sky, and continued, "How is the secret guard's penetration of the Japanese kingdom?" Going back to the Emperor, we have now established our own intelligence agencies in important cities in the country of Japan, and the trends of the country can be fed back at any time, and we also have eyeliners around other big names. Wang Xuan said about his achievements in the country of Japan. Reported. Xiaoming nodded secretly as he listened. He said, "From now on, you will start assassinating the leader of the rebel army, and at the same time you will insert people into the rebel army and help him become the leader of the rebel army." After hearing the words, Wang Xuan pondered for a moment, and suddenly he said, "The Emperor meant that the name of the country should be ours." "Yes, isn't this the best result?" As for Yamada Nobunaga and his confidants, they should return to dust and dirt. From now on, you can prepare for them. They can use the people of the Japanese nation. If we disturb our market, we will be able to use the people of the Japanese nation to take the market back. Xiaoming said, "Yes, the Emperor. There are many people who are proficient in the Japanese language. It is very easy to arrange a Japanese identity for them." Wang Xuan was happy. With a smile on Xiaoming's mouth, the two discussed a lot of details of this plan, including the actions against the Japanese kingdom after the Nanyang War. Manila. After more than 10 days of rectification, Manila City has returned to its former appearance. The only difference is that it is no longer Western businessmen who come and go here, but those from the Great U country who have heard the wind. Because of Spanish and Dutch operations, Manila actually has complete living facilities and industrial and commercial facilities. The spice factories and surrounding mines in Manila are well preserved. For this, business people naturally coveted, because as long as they take over these industries, they can immediately obtain relevant profits. So after the war ended, many businessmen poured into Manila to investigate the situation here, ready to start at any time. "Commander, I have to say that the servants trained by the Spaniards are still good. Do you want to choose a few to wait for the lady and the lady?" Behind Liu Chen were two indigenous people dressed as servants, who had been bought from local indigenous tribes during the Spanish and Dutch rule. In Manila, these people were strictly trained as outstanding servants, and then sold to other colonies to serve the lives of nobles at high prices by the Spanish and Dutch. After the Dutch ran away in a hurry, they found many such natives in the city. If you like it, send it back for your own use. I don't want to be scared up in the middle of the night. Yan curled his lips. But the Spanish and Dutch methods are good. These indigenous people are not civilized because they have not received education, trained to become a submissive servant. Now that the imperial slaves are in short supply, you can think of a way from here. Yan said. No, Liu Chen said loudly. How many slaves were captured by defeating the barbarians? How many slaves did Siberia have? Australia is a bit aboriginal, but the number of people is small, and they are not enough for themselves. We must look for high-quality slave resources. I have to start with Nanyang. I once heard that the population of the entire Nanyang adds up to at least tens of millions. That said, if India has a population of over 100 million, it would be too wasteful not to use such abundant resources. The two were talking. Suddenly a burst of hearty laughter sounded, and Yan turned his head to look, only to see Li Kaiyuan walking over with his pregnant belly. Yan joked, Li Kaiyuan, you have a lot of oil and water in the past few years. It is said that every time the emperor sees your big belly, he will want to kill you. How much money can you find? Li Kaiyuan's face suddenly turned green, and he said, don't talk nonsense, my fatness has nothing to do with acquisitive money. Besides, my Li family is a merchant, and I don't lack that little money. Ha ha ha. Yan laughed. He walked over and put his arms around Li Kaiyuan's shoulders and said, it's just a joke, it's just a joke, but why did you come to Manila this time? Li Kaiyuan regained his integrity. He said, you are marching and fighting for money and food. This money is not from the wind. This time the emperor sent me to sell the properties that can be sold in Manila, and at the same time, the stagnant mines starting to open. Now there is more and more domestic commodity trade, which requires more and more dragon coins. If there is not enough gold, silver and copper, it will be impossible to mint coins. Don't you still have paper money? What are you afraid of? Yan said naturally. Li Kaiyuan sneered. He said, I'm not as good as you when it comes to fighting a war, but you are a joke when talking about industry and commerce. Our empire is now a gold standard. How much gold is printed and how many banknotes are printed? This economy is not messy. Liu Chen and Yan looked at each other, and they didn't bother to take care of these things. He said, in that case, show the emperor's handwriting and handle the handover. You are in charge of this Manila stuff. Li Kaiyuan took out the manuscript covering Yuxi from his arms and asked his subordinates to accompany Liu Chen to handle the handover. Then he glanced at the servants beside Liu Chen, with a big smile. I'm here for a big business this time. Yan noticed Li Kaiyuan's eyes. I was talking to Liu Chen just now. It seems that the emperor does not want to waste so much labor. Of course, the people of the empire now dream of owning their own manor. The land of the empire is getting bigger and bigger, and there are more and more people who own the manor. But after looking back and forth like this, many people are the manor owners. In addition, many people enter the factory to make a living, but the labor required by this manor is gone. Because of this, the price of slaves is high, and now many slave groups have sprung up all over the world to capture slaves and sell them back to China. In view of this, the emperor had this thought. Li Kaiyuan said. Yan nodded. Over the years, the technology of the empire has been improving, but the law on slaves has not been abolished, which gave the people the right to legally own slaves. However, through Li Kaiyuan's narration, he also understood the problems facing the empire. If the manor owner did not have slaves to cultivate the plantation, the empire's manor economy would soon go bankrupt.